Chapter 1558. Pure profound Saint Realm boom. Zhuowin's right foot suddenly stomped, and the surrounding magma directly surged. The reverse thrust produced by the force of 30,000 kilograms acted on Zhuowin's legs, causing Zhuowin to explosively shoot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Zhuowin instantly flashed to arrive before Tiger Break, and then he stomped down with his foot. This stomp carried supreme divine might that collapsed the heavens and split the earth, moved mountains, and overturned seas. It was as if a single stomp of his was capable of flattening any mountain or water, drying up and cracking the ground. Bastard! Tiger Breaker roared at the sky, and the supreme sage might of a peak profound saint erupted from his body. Tiger Breaker punched out once again. This time, the white tiger roared at the heavens. The white tiger's bloodline power erupted with a terrifying energy that soared into the sky. The terrifying fist aura wrapped around the roaring white tiger phantom as it once again pressed down on Zhuowin. "It's useless. This move of yours is not very effective against me," Zhuowin said indifferently as he stomped down. The white tiger phantom let out a mournful cry, and its huge tiger body directly collapsed. However, Zhuowin's attack did not change, and he continued to stomp down on Tiger Breaker. "Bastard! I'll make you die miserably." Tiger Breaker roared at the sky and took out a scroll from his spirit ring. The scroll's surface was overflowing with immortal chi. There were divine dragons lying down, immortal phoenixes falling from the sky, immortal mountains appearing, and giant trees towering into the sky. Is that a sage treasure? The moment Tiger Breaker took out the scroll, many sharp-eyed cultivators in the surroundings recognized the origin of this scroll. A scroll that can emit such a powerful aura should at least be a heavenly saint-level sage treasure. I didn't expect Tiger Breaker to be forced to use such a treasure. Everyone was in an uproar. The sage treasure that Tiger Breaker took out was obviously not an ordinary sage treasure. A heavenly saint-level sage treasure was undoubtedly extremely precious. It could be said to be Tiger Breaker's strongest trump card. Once this sage treasure was used, it was as if a heavenly saint-level sage had personally appeared. How could it not be powerful? Heavenly holy treasure? Zhuowin narrowed his eyes, but a mocking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "It's just a saint treasure of the heavens of yet you dare to take it out and embarrass yourself. I advise you to surrender quickly and submit to me. Perhaps I can consider letting you go." Zhuowin's words caused many of the surrounding warriors to stare intently. Wasn't Miefan being too arrogant? He dared to speak so arrogantly in front of the holy treasure of the heavens of The holy treasure of the heavens of was not something that Tiger Split himself could compare to. "Let's see how long you could be so arrogant." Tiger Break snorted coldly. With a stroke of his right hand, he unfurled the scroll in his hand. A beam of sacred light shot into the sky, spreading through the entire region. A strong shadow slowly stepped out of the scroll. This shadow was the heavenly saint who had nurtured the scroll. The shadow stepped on a divine dragon, a celestial phoenix, a celestial mountain, a giant tree, and finally arrived in front of Zhuowin. His facial features were blurry, but his eagle-like eyes were bursting with unprecedented essence. "Die," the shadow said lightly. His words were like thunder, an earthquake, a tsunami, and the sky collapsing. The shocking voice resounded in everyone's ears, causing them to involuntarily cover their ears. As expected of the heavenly holy treasure, just a shout from the shadow of the heavenly saint has such power. "I'm afraid Miefan is in danger." Everyone covered their ears. They were secretly shocked by the power of the heavenly holy treasure. They could not help but mutter to themselves, "Heavenly holy treasure, you must break for me. Ice and fire." Zhuowin continued to step down. At this moment, the holy symbol of ice and fire exploded with terrifying power in his eyes of ice and fire. A huge palace of ice and fire condensed behind Zhuowin and slammed down. With the help of the holy body and the holy symbol of ice and fire, the current Zhuowin was as powerful as a god and was extremely terrifying. Rumble. When the Ice Fire Palace landed on the Een Sky Saint's silhouette, it exploded with a tremendous force. Then, the Een Sky Saint's silhouette, which had been soaring into the sky, froze in midair. What's going on with this palace? How could it block the power of the heavenly Een holy treasure? Tiger Break was shocked. However, something even more shocking followed. Miefan landed on the top of the palace of ice and fire like a meteor. He stepped down with his right foot and golden light exploded. It was as if his foot contained the power of sun. Rumble. The palace of ice and fire shook violently. Then, the shadow of the heavenly Een Saint let out a loud shout and collapsed into countless pieces. The scroll in Tiger Breaker's hand was covered in dense cracks. Moreover, the sound of shattering continued to ring out. In the end, the scroll was reduced to dust. Tiger Break was both shocked and furious. He threw away the shattered scroll and immediately retreated. He had no intention to fight. What kind of monster was Miefan in front of him? He had used the heavenly Een holy treasure, but still wasn't a match for him. Instead, the heavenly Een holy treasure had shattered. It was unbelievable. Where do you think you're going? An ethereal voice rang out from the void. Kulai looked around and discovered that there was no trace of Miefan in the surrounding void. Rumble. The void behind Tiger Break cracked open. Miefan took a step forward and ruthlessly kicked Tiger Break in the back. Plop! Tiger Break fell to the ground and fell flat on his face. Then, Zhuowen stepped on his back, making it impossible for Tiger Break to stand up. What are you trying to do? I'm the young master of the Fierce Tiger sect. How dare you treat me like this? Tiger Break almost went crazy. His eyes were red as he roared. Be quiet. Do you know that you're very noisy now? Zhuowen's eyes were cold. His right foot stepped on Tiger Break's back, causing the latter to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Tiger Break was so frightened that he no longer dared to speak carelessly. Wouldn't it have been better if you had handed over the burning flame nectar earlier? Then, you wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state, Zhuowen said indifferently. Tiger Break was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he have known that Miefan was so powerful that even his sacred treasure of Een Sky couldn't defeat him? It was unbelievable. Who are you? You're so young, yet you can suppress me. There shouldn't be someone like you in the southern barbarian region. Or rather, there shouldn't be someone as monstrous as you in the four regions. Could it be that you're from the middle region? Tiger Break looked pensive as he asked Zhuowen. A loser like you doesn't have the right to ask questions in front of me. Know your place. Zhuowen stepped on Tiger Break's back, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. As for Tiger Break's question, Zhuowen didn't answer it directly. It was Zhuowen's attitude that made Tiger Break believe that the mysterious Miefan before him was very likely a disciple of some major force in the middle region. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him, the number one genius of the western region, to defeat him so easily. Roar! A fierce tiger roar resounded. Countless tiger silhouettes soared into the sky from under Zhuowen's feet, filling the entire sky. A surging energy erupted from under Zhuowen's feet like a volcano. Thud! 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 Under this huge force, Zhuowen could not help but retreat again and again as he stared at Hulai, who was surrounded by countless tiger shadows in shock. Roar! Tiger Break roared. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he quickly fled into the distance. He was so fast that not even his shadow could be seen. So fast. Looks like Tiger Break has used some sort of secret technique. If it weren't for the special environment of the burning sky and boiling sea, I could still use the laws of the void to chase after him. Unfortunately, the burning sky and boiling sea's environment greatly restricted the laws of the void. Zhuowen could only use the void leap for short distances. He was powerless for long distances, so after Tiger Break disappeared, Zhuowen didn't chase after him. After all, the 3,000-year-old burning flame nectar was still here. If Zhuowen left, it would probably be taken away immediately. Whoosh! Zhuowen landed on the fire qilin at the foot of the mountain. His right hand reached into the fire qilin's neck and pulled out the fiery red crystal. Roar! The fire Qilin let out a sorrowful cry. After the fiery red crystal left its body, it turned into countless sparks and scattered. Zhuowen carefully stared at the crystal in his palm, his eyes blazing. The crystal was in the shape of a Qilin. It was lifelike and beautiful. Many cultivators in the surroundings stared enviously at the crystal in Zhuowen's hand. However, no one dared to approach Zhuowen. After all, even Tiger Break wasn't his opponent. They would only be courting death if they went up against him. I wonder if this 3,000-year-old burning flame nectar will be able to raise my cultivation to the next level. As he spoke, Zhuowen clenched his right hand. The Qilin crystal shattered. The fiery red liquid inside gushed out, condensing into a palm-sized fire Qilin. Roar! The small and exquisite fire Qilin roared. Its fiery eyes were filled with fear. It immediately planned to flee. Little guy, you're already in my palm. You still want to escape? Zhuowen grinned. With a wave of his right hand, the four-killer sacred sword array surged out. It arranged itself around him, forming a sword-shaped prison. Woo-woo! The fire Qilin crashed into the surface of the prison. It immediately howled and retreated. It was unable to break through the shackles of the four-killer sacred sword array. Zhuowen grabbed with his hand, and the small and exquisite fire Qilin was caught in his palm. After that, he crushed it, causing countless amounts of fiery red liquid to disperse like raindrops, and all of it was absorbed by the apertures on Zhuowen's body. What rich fire attribute energy! Zhuowen only felt his entire body warm up, and his cheeks flushed red. The 3,000-year-old burning flame nectar flowed through his meridians in a clockwise direction and gathered in Zhuowen's dantian, causing the saint energy in Zhuowen's dantian to increase at an unbelievable rate. Furthermore, the rate at which his saint energy was increasing was getting faster and faster. In the end, Zhuowen's body rumbled like the nine heavens' profound thunder. His aura had undergone a transformation in an instant, and it was now hundreds of times stronger than before. I broke through to the fourth profound, pure, profound saint realm. Zhuowen was in high spirits. His eyes shone with a divine light. The aura on his body was much more terrifying than that of an ordinary profound saint. This Miefun was only at the glimpse profound saint realm at the beginning. I actually lost to a glimpse profound saint realm guy. Damn it, is this guy abnormal? Far away from the place where Zhuowen had broken through, Hu Lai's rather miserable figure finally appeared. His gaze fell on Zhuowen's back. His eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 1559. 5,000-year burning flame, jade, cream. After advancing to the pure, profound saint realm, Zhuowen's entire body burst with golden light. His saint aura was vast and mighty, like an ancient saint emperor, heroic and majestic. Miefun was only at the glimpse profound saint realm before he advanced. How did he defeat Hu Lai? As soon as Zhuowen broke through, the aura of the glimpse profound saint realm hidden in his body immediately leaked out. Many cultivators in the surroundings felt Zhuowen's aura, and they were all moved. Hu Lai was a terrifying peak profound saint realm expert at the fifth profound shattering profound saint realm. His battle prowess surpassed his own, but even so, he was still defeated by Miefun, who was only at the glimpse profound saint realm. A mere glimpse profound saint realm expert was actually able to defeat a shattering profound saint realm expert like Hu Lai, who was 2 levels higher than him. What kind of monster was this? The enormous saint aura slowly withdrew, and the golden light on Zhuowen's body gradually dissipated. Zhuowen turned his head slightly and said indifferently, "Still not going to scram? If you don't scram, I don't mind stepping on you again." As soon as these words came out, Hu Lai's expression turned ugly. In the end, he coldly snorted and immediately left this place. He also knew that Miefun might be able to detect him at such a distance, but he also estimated that he could advance or retreat at this distance. Even if Miefun wanted to chase after him, he could rely on a secret technique to escape again, but the price would be great. Zhuowen also knew that Hu Lai had a strange escape secret technique, so even if he chased after him, he might not be able to catch up. After Hulai left, Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived at Jiang Liqing and Prince Raven, who were still kneeling on the ground. Zhuowen indifferently stepped on the two of them and said, "Now, the two of you have two choices. One is to become my mount and obey my orders. The second choice is to die." "What? You want me to be stepped on by you and become your mount?" "Miefan, don't go too far." Little virtuous King Jiang Liqing was furious, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He couldn't help but shout angrily. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a hand appeared beside his face and slapped him fiercely, causing Jiang Liqing to be stunned. "Since you're so reserved, then it's a pity. You can go to hell first." Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. He clenched his right hand, and the long spear appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he thrust it towards Jiang Liqing's forehead as if he wanted to pierce through it completely. "No, I'll compromise. Don't kill me." Under the threat of the sharp tip of the spear, the restraint in Jiang Liqing's heart immediately disappeared, and he shamelessly shouted out loud, "Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier?" Zhuowen withdrew his spear and stepped on Jiang Liqing's back. As for Prince Raven, his face was ashen and he did not say a word. He was much more sensible than Jiang Liqing. He knew very well that he was now a fish on the chopping block, while Miefan was in front of him. His life was in Miefan's hands. If he dared to disobey Miefan's orders, he would die miserably. Prince Raven was very sure of this. It was not the first time he had dealt with Miefan. In a sense, Miefan was the same kind of person as him. He was unscrupulous and decisive in some matters. Such a person was the most terrifying. Zhuowen's voice wasn't soft, and many people in the surroundings heard it clearly. Soon after, everyone revealed a strange expression, especially when they looked at the dark crow-crowned prince and Jiang Liqing, who were being stepped on. Their gazes were extremely strange. Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing were the top geniuses of the southern barbarian lands. Now, under the threat of life and death, they readily compromised. This made many people's jaws drop. Rumble. Suddenly, a muffled thunder-like sound rang out in the entire burning sky and boiling sea. Then, the surrounding sea of magma began to roll violently, as if something was coming out from the depths of the burning sky and boiling sea. "Kid, the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar is about to appear. Bathing Zay is currently in the depths of the burning sky and boiling sea, trying to get the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar out," Blackie suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Do you want me to go over now?" However, Blackie shook his head and said, "No need. The 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar is not simple. It will not be easy for the bathing swamp to completely subdue the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar. You can act according to the situation later." Crash! As soon as Xiao Hei's voice fell, the entire burning sky and boiling sea collapsed. The endless magma in the surroundings dissipated, and all of it gathered in the deepest part of the burning sky and boiling sea. In an instant, those cultivators who had entered the burning sky and boiling sea appeared in the sky above the burning sky plaza. They were confused as well. They were also a little surprised that such an abnormality would suddenly occur in the burning sky and boiling sea. "Look over there. The magma is all gathering in that direction." A cry of surprise rang out. Immediately, a few sharp-eyed cultivators immediately pointed towards the depths of the burning sky and boiling sea. There was a black spiral whirlpool. The magma in the entire burning sky and boiling sea was all gathering in the black whirlpool. The black whirlpool was also extraordinary. Like a giant whale sucking in water, it was endless. The magma within hundreds of thousands of miles of the burning sky and boiling sea was not rejected and was all absorbed by it. Squeak! An earth-shattering cry of a phoenix resounded. Then, the black vortex began to distort and deform, spewing out endless flames. Amidst the endless flames, a huge phoenix stretched out its neck and let out a long cry as it was reborn from the flames. This phoenix was tens of thousands of feet in size. When it spread its wings, it seemed to envelop the entire burning sky city and burn it. It looked extremely terrifying. In between the eyebrows of this fire phoenix, there was a phoenix-shaped crystal that flickered with a fiery red light. The light transformed into phoenix shadows, and endless phoenix cries resounded. That should be the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar, right? It's actually in the form of a phoenix. It looks really intimidating. Seeing the huge phoenix shadow, many people in the sky were moved. However, they did not immediately rush up. They could feel that this huge phoenix was not to be trifled with. The fire chilin that was formed by the 3,000-year-old burning flame nectar was already troublesome enough, not to mention the fire phoenix that was formed by the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar. Without a doubt, this fire phoenix was definitely much more terrifying than the fire chilin. Squeak! The fire phoenix spread its wings and suddenly circled in the air. The terrifying hurricane that swept up by its wings blew the surrounding cultivators to the point that they could not stand steadily. There were even some unlucky fellows who were directly blown away and smashed onto the ground. Dodge! Zhuowen stepped on Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing's bodies and coldly ordered. Jiang Liqing and Prince Raven's faces were filled with humiliation, but they did not disobey Zhuowen's words. They used their hands and feet to sweep through the void. Their posture was like that of apes and monkeys, which looked particularly funny, but their speed was not slow. The scene of Zhuowen stepping on Jiang Liqing and Prince Raven's bodies quickly attracted the attention of countless people around. Originally, their attention was focused on the fire phoenix. Now that the fire phoenix had appeared, many people's attention fell on this funny scene. Isn't that Mief fun? Isn't this Mief and stepping on Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing? Could it be that Mief fun is using the Dark Crow Crown Prince and Jiang Liqing as mounts? Stepping on their bodies is too crazy. I wonder what Yin Wu Shui and Jiang Xianwang will think when they see this. Around the burning sky square, countless warriors stared blankly at this scene. Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing were both influential figures in the southern barbarian lands. They were also famous monstrous geniuses in the southern barbarian lands. Now, these two were being stepped on by Mief Fun and treated as mounts. This contrast was too big. Everyone subconsciously thought that they had seen wrongly. Of course, when they rubbed their eyes, they found that what they saw was not an illusion, but reality. Crack! On the Jiangxian family's seat, Jiang Xianwang suddenly crushed the armrest. His eyes were fixed on Jiang Liqing, who was being stepped on, and his eyes began to fill with anger. You are courting death. How dare you trample on the successor of my Dark Crow sect? A sinister voice suddenly came from a floating crack. The Dark Crow sect's hierarch, Yin Wu Shui, who was wearing a black robe, slammed the table and stood up. Countless palm-sized crows surrounded his body and carried him towards Zhuowen. Yin Wu Shui is furious. Prince Raven is being trampled on like this. It would be strange if Yin Wu Shui is not angry. Many people grinned and gloated. The Dark Crow sect was famous in the southern barbarian lands, but most of the news was negative. It could be said that the Dark Crow sect had committed all kinds of atrocities in the southern barbarian lands. Many warriors did not have a good impression of the Dark Crow sect. This was also the reason why many warriors felt happy when Mief stepped on Prince Raven. Let go of Liqing. Jiang Xianwang could not bear it anymore. He took a step forward and stepped on the void with the experts of the Jiang Xian family. They also rushed towards Zhuowen. In a flash, the experts of the Jiang Xian family and the Dark Crow sect surrounded Zhuowen. Their eyes were like tigers staring at their prey with hostility. Zhuowen coldly looked at the people of the Jiang Xian family and the Dark Crow sect. He then looked at Zhou Tianzong, who was standing in front of the Burning Sky Palace, and said with a smile, "Sect Master Zhou, these two old men are shameless. They actually interfered in the sacred ceremony of burning the sky and boiling the sea. The burning sky and boiling the sea is a competition between the younger generation. These two old men shamelessly wanted to deal with me. I think Sect Master Zhou should also intervene." After these words came out, many people's eyes fell on Zhou Tianzong. They all knew that Zhou Tianzong was the one in charge of this ceremony. He had the final right to explain. Zhou Tianzong slightly lowered his head, as if he did not pay attention to Zhuowen. "Umph. This is only our private matter. What does it have to do with burning the sky and boiling the sea? You little bastard, your ability to distort the truth is not bad." Yin Wu Shui coldly said. Jiang Xian Wang did not say anything. However, looking at his expression, he seemed to agree with Yin Wu Shui's words. "Secmaster Zhou, are you deaf?" Zhuowen squinted his eyes and raised his voice. Chapter 1560. Escalating conflict. Zhou Tianzong's words caused many people's eyes to flicker. From Zhou Tianzong's words, it was clear that he didn't intend to reconcile. Whoosh! Lo stepped in the air and blocked in front of Zhuowen. He said coldly, "If you want to capture my young master, you'll have to get past me first." After saying that, Lo's clenched his right hand and the 18th mountain fell from the sky, blocking Yin Wu Shui and King Jiangxian. The 18th mountain was like a bridge that connected the heavens and the earth. Yin Wu Shui and King Jiangxian both took a few steps back. Looking at the 18th mountain, their eyes revealed a trace of uncertainty. They could feel the power of the 18th mountain. The bald man by Miefun's side isn't simple. The ferocious tiger sex patriarch, Hu Danshan, and the Snow Palace's palace master, Yuan Jibai, looked at each other. They both felt the powerful qi and blood on Lo's body. But what surprised them was that Lo's didn't have any sign of the power of law. Could it be that he was hiding it? Of course, if Lo's was just a cultivator who had broken through, they wouldn't be so surprised. "You two old farts, are you not going to care about the life and death of your descendants?" Zhuowen stomped on the crown prince and Jiang Liqing, causing them to groan and spit out a mouthful of blood. King Jiangxian and Yin Wu Shui's faces became extremely ugly. Now that Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing were in the hands of Miefun, they didn't dare to do anything to him. It wasn't just because of Lo's, but also because they were afraid that Miefun would act recklessly and kill Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing. "If you let Liqing go, my Jiangxian family will not pursue any of your previous actions. I, King Jiangxian, am willing to swear on my life." "How about it?" King Jiangxian said coldly. Yin Wu Shui's eyes flickered. He coldly snorted and said, "Little bastard, I'll let you off easy. I'm the same as King Xianjiang. If you let Prince Raven go, I'm willing to swear on my life that I won't pursue this matter." Zhuowen sneered and said, "What qualifications do you have to look at me with such high and mighty eyes? Do you really think that swearing an oath with your life force is the biggest charity you can give me? In my opinion, your lives are not even comparable to a dog's fart, and you still have the nerve to show off in front of me?" Yin Wu Shui and Jiangxian Wang were astonished. They were furious. Miefun was too presumptuous. In any case, they were one of the most powerful lords in the southern barbarian lands. Miefun, on the other hand, directly said that their life oaths were worthless. How hateful! Even his surrounding warriors shook their heads. Even though Miefun's strength was not bad, and he was able to trample the Dark Crow Crown Prince and Jiang Liqing, these two geniuses, under his feet, wasn't he too arrogant? "You're just a pure, profound Saint Realm Jr. How dare you be so arrogant? People like you are very rare nowadays. You're just relying on your guards. What qualifications do you have to be arrogant in front of me?" Yin Wu Shui said coldly. Yin Wu Shui was extremely disdainful. Zhuowen's aura was only at the pure, profound Saint Realm. Such a cultivation level was just like an ant in front of Yin Sky, Saint Realm expert. He could crush him with a flip of his hand. Zhuowen was too lazy to pay attention to Yin Wu Shui's mockery. At this moment, his gaze fell on the huge fire phoenix in the distance. The fire phoenix's power was very terrifying. Many cultivators in the sky had already been seriously injured by the fire phoenix's attack. Some had died, some had fled, and some had hidden far away. However, there was a figure that went in the opposite direction. Following the flow of the crowd, he flew towards the intimidating fire phoenix. Waves of extremely cold ice and snow fell from the sky, sprinkling over the entire horizon. "It's the young palace master of the Snow Palace, Xiaozhe. Does he intend to face the terrifying fire phoenix alone? Many cultivators in the surroundings recognized the figure who was rushing towards the fire phoenix. Even Zhuan's gaze fell on Xiaozhe. The fire phoenix's power was very strong. Even Zhuan himself felt a little tricky. Zhuan knew that with Xiaozhe's cultivation level, it was not enough to subdue the fire phoenix alone. With a wave of his sleeve, there was a clanging sound as fiery red chains flew out from his sleeve. The surface of these chains was burning with raging flames, growing and multiplying endlessly. The surface of a chain was engraved with all kinds of strange runes. When the chain appeared, the fire phoenix that was roaring wantonly immediately became anxious. It flapped its wings, wanted to get away from the chain. Seal! Xiaozhe lightly spat out. Shortly after, the fiery red chain soared into the sky. It was densely packed like ants as it constantly spread out, sealing off all the escape routes of the fire phoenix. Squeak! The fire phoenix stretched its neck and gave a long cry. It spread its wings, wanted to break through the defensive line of the chain. However, when it pounced towards the edge of the chain, it activated the countless divine runes on the chain. The fire phoenix seemed to be extremely afraid of the power of the divine runes, and quickly moved away from the edge of the chain. Clang! The corner of Xiaozhe's mouth slightly curled up. With a clench of his right hand, the fiery red chain started to converge towards the center. As the chain contracted, the space for the fire phoenix to dodge became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was tightly bound by the chain, unable to move. Whoosh! Xiaozhe took a step forward and arrived between the fire phoenix's eyebrows. With a suction force from his right hand, he took the crystal between the fire phoenix's eyebrows. After losing the crystal, the fire phoenix collapsed into countless sparks and was annihilated by the chain. 5,000 years of burning flame nectar was obtained just like that. What was Xiaozhe's method just now? The fire phoenix was actually unable to resist the chain. From the moment Xiaozhe faced the fire phoenix alone to the moment the fire phoenix was trapped and the crystal between its eyebrows was taken out, it had only been 10 breaths of time. The cultivators who had experienced the terror of the fire phoenix all revealed looks of disbelief. They had experienced the fire phoenix's attacks and knew that it was not something that an ordinary profound sage could deal with. Even an ordinary heavenly sage might not be able to smoothly subdue it. Although Xiaozhe was very talented and powerful, possessing the strength of a sky sage realm expert at the peak of the profound sage realm, such strength was not enough to subdue the fire phoenix. The reason why the fire phoenix was so easily subdued was mainly because of the fiery red chain that came out of Xiaozhe's sleeve. That thing was probably secretly given to Xiaozhe by Zhou Tianzong. Zhuan glanced at Zhou Tianzong, who was not far away. After seeing the smile on Zhou Tianzong's face, Zhuan narrowed his eyes and thought of something. The last time the burning heavens and boiling sea opened, Zhou Tianzong had obtained the 5,000 years of burning flame nectar from it. Naturally, he was quite familiar with the characteristics of the burning flame nectar. Therefore, it was not surprising that he had given the method to restrain the burning flame nectar to Xiaozhe. At this moment, Xiaozhe's eyes were full of excitement as he stared at the lifelike phoenix crystal in his palm. Inside the crystal, a fiery red liquid was tumbling, revealing the image of a phoenix. At the same time, it was accompanied by the cry of a phoenix. This was the 5,000 years of burning flame nectar. Congratulations, nephew, for obtaining the 5,000 years of burning flame nectar. When Xiaozhe held the phoenix crystal, Zhou Tianzong couldn't help but clap his hands and cheer. Behind Zhou Tianzong, the palace master of the Snow Palace, Yuan Jibai, also revealed a gorgeous smile on her originally cold face. Xiaozhe had placed a lot of hopes and expectations on the Snow Palace. As the palace master of the Snow Palace, Yuan Jibai naturally hoped that Xiaozhe would become stronger and stronger. And this 5,000 years of burning flame nectar had the powerful effect of allowing a peak profound sage to break through to the heaven sage realm. How could Yuan Jibai not be happy for Xiaozhe? Hu Shanshan frowned slightly as he stared at the slightly weakened Hu Lai beside him. He said somewhat unhappily, Hu Lai, you actually used the heavenly tiger escape technique. Could it be that you were forced into this state by Xiaozhe? Hu Lai's eyes flickered. It was really difficult to talk about the fact that he had been defeated by Miefun. If Miefun had been a powerhouse of the Sacred Sky Realm, he wouldn't have felt ashamed if he said that he had been defeated by Miefun. However, Miefun's cultivation was lower than his, and he had lost to him. This was a great loss of face. Seeing Hu Lai's hesitant look, Hu Shanshan's face turned ashen. He coldly snorted and said, "There's nothing shameful about being defeated by Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe's talent is indeed very strong. He has a chance to surpass Sister Jibai in the future." Hu Lai's face flushed red as he stammered, "I didn't lose to Xiaozhe. Or rather, I didn't encounter Xiaozhe in the burning heavens and boiling sea." "What? Not Xiaozhe? Then who was it?" Hu Shanshan couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he asked Hu Lai in a low voice. It was Miefun. Hu Lai stuttered for a long time before finally revealing the real culprit. "That Miefun? That Miefun is only at the pure, profound sage realm. And don't you have the sacred sky treasure on you? How could you lose?" Hu Shanshan said in surprise. Hu Lai's face turned even redder, but he still said, "I did use the sacred sky treasure in the end, but it was broken by Miefun." "What? It was broken by Miefun? Could it be that Miefun has an even more powerful sacred treasure on him?" Hu Shanshan's expression became serious. Hu Lai stole a glance at Hu Shanshan and sighed softly. "It was broken by that guy with his bare hands. That guy's body is very terrifying." Hu Shanshan discovered that he was actually speechless at this moment. He could accept that Hu Lai had lost to Miefun, whose cultivation was lower than his. Even if Hu Lai had used the sacred sky treasure and still lost, he could still accept it. However, the only thing he could not accept was that Miefun had actually broken the sacred sky treasure with his bare hands. This was simply too inconceivable. How could the strength of the physical body be so strong that even the sacred sky treasure could be broken with his bare hands? This directly overturned Hu Shanshan's worldview and values. "Sect Master," Hu Lai said in shame. Chapter 1561. Peachwood Immortal slaying Sword Xiaozhe floated in the air, enjoying the envious gazes of the people below. His chin was slightly raised, and his eyes were filled with pride. He knew that at this moment, he was the biggest winner of this burning the heavens and boiling the seas. He was fully deserving of the title of main character. He was even looking at Miefun, who was stepping on Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing. Although he didn't say anything, his expression made his intentions clear. It seems that the Burning Heavens sect and the Snow Palace have long been in cahoots. If I'm not wrong, the fiery red chain that Xiaozhe used just now should have been given to him by a sect master Zhou, right? Isn't burning the heavens and boiling the seas meant for the juniors present? Now that sect master Zhou has opened the door for Xiaozhe, isn't it unreasonable? Suddenly, an indifferent and untimely voice slowly sounded, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Everyone looked over and found that the one who spoke was none other than Miefun, who was stepping on Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing, being stared at by so many cultivators at once. Even Jiang Liqing and Prince Raven, who had good temperaments, couldn't help but blush. After all, their current postures looked a little sullen. Of course, Zhuowen's words were indeed reasonable. Anyone could see that the Fire Phoenix was not simple. Even if Xiaozhe's talent was extremely high and he was extremely strong, he was still only at the peak of the profound sage realm. It would not be easy to subdue a Fire Phoenix. But now, Xiaozhe had relied on the fiery red chain to completely subdue the Fire Phoenix in 10 breaths of time. This made people suspect that there was something fishy going on. And after Zhuowen said this, many people came to their senses and looked at Xiaozhe and the Burning Heavens sect with strange gazes. Xiaozhe slowly turned his head and coldly stared at Zhuowen, saying, "Colluding? You really know how to slander others. I was the one who subdued the 5,000 years old burning flame nectar. How can you slander me and the burning heaven sect like this? How should I punish you?" After saying this, Xiuzhe suddenly took a step forward, and a terrifying snowstorm descended from the sky. It was an extremely magnificent sight. Zhou Tianzong, who was originally standing in the burning heaven hall, slowly narrowed his eyes and said, "Miefun, you can't speak such baseless words. Our burning heaven sect has always been impartial. If you dare to speak such slanderous words, don't blame this old one for righteously. And nephew Xiuyin, as Xiuzhe, as you said, Xiuzhe, Xiu, Xiuzhe, Xiu Luan, Xiu. The leaders of these forces looked at each other. In the end, they didn't dare to stand out and defy Zhou Tianzong. They all nodded and agreed. Looking at everyone's reaction, Zhou Tianzong smiled and said, "Everyone has no objections." "Could it be that you, Miefun, have an objection?" However, Yu Shiai sneered and said, "Looks like it's just jealousy causing mischief. You're just a coward who can't eat grapes and say the grapes are sour." Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and stared at Yu Zhe. "You're saying that I'm sour grapes because I can't eat them? All right then, this 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar will be yours to subdue. However, Sect Master Zhou didn't say that I can't snatch it from your hands, right?" Xiuzhe was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. "You want to snatch the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar from my hands? Just you? What a joke." Xiuzhe laughed loudly, and there was some disdain in his eyes. Obviously, he looked down on Miefun. After all, the latter was only at the pure, profound saint realm, which was a small realm lower than him. How could such a cultivation be his match? Many of the surrounding people had strange looks on their faces. Obviously, Miefun's suggestion of forceful robbery had surprised them. However, Hu Lai, who was standing behind the ferocious tiger sect master, had a strange look on his face. He had fought with Miefun before, and he knew that Miefun was so terrifying that he couldn't breathe. There was no doubt that if Miefun and Xiuzhe were to fight, Xiuzhe would lose miserably. Although Hu Lai hadn't fought with Xiuzhe before, he knew that even if Xiuzhe was stronger than him, there was a limit to how much stronger he was. However, Miefun had directly suppressed him to the point that he couldn't breathe. There is no doubt that his battle strength wasn't on the same level as Miefun. Hu Hanzhan had a strange look on his face. He had heard about how terrifying Miefun was from Hu Lai. If Xiuzhe were to fight with Miefun, he wouldn't have a good ending. However, Hu Hanzhan didn't speak carelessly about Miefun, and he couldn't be bothered to remind Xiuzhe. He wasn't related to Xiuzhe, and Hu Lai's defeat at Miefun's hands wasn't a glorious matter. Naturally, he wouldn't speak carelessly. Yuan Jibai, the palace master of Snow Palace, and Zhou Tianzong, the sect master of Burning Heaven sect, raised the corners of their mouths. The two of them knew Xiuzhe's strength very well. To a certain extent, Xiuzhe was even stronger than Hu Lai. He possessed the bloodline of the Black Tortoise and had mastered many nomological laws. Apart from the monstrous geniuses of the Central region, no one in the younger generation of the other four major regions could compare to him. Miefun seemed to have an unknown origin, and his strength seemed to be pretty good. However, in the eyes of Yuan Jibai and Zhou Tianzong, Miefun wasn't Xiuzhe's match. Mu Qinxue, who was standing not far away, wrinkled her nose. She couldn't help but worry about Miefun. "What's wrong with me? I don't know Miefun, so why am I worried about him?" Mu Qinxue muttered to herself. At the same time, she took out the mysterious underworld pearl and examined it carefully. Ever since she had woken up in the Saint Lady Pavilion, the black pearl had been by her side. The mysterious underworld pearl was actually of little value to her. It couldn't provide her with any protection at all. However, Mu Qinxue couldn't bear to throw it away. She subconsciously felt that the mysterious underworld pearl was very important to her. It was given to her by a very, very important person. However, when she tried to recall who it was, she couldn't remember. She only felt a splitting headache. Is this pearl related to Miefun? Mu Qinshue's beautiful eyes wrinkled as she muttered softly. After Xiao Zhe finished laughing, he held the phoenix crystal in his right hand and said to Zhuowen in a provocative manner, "Since you want to snatch this 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar, then come at me. However, I won't care if you lose your life because of it." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly as he gazed at Yu Shiai's fearless expression, and he said, "That's what you said. Then I'll directly rob you. Don't blame me if you die at that time." As he spoke, Zhuowen's feet suddenly stomped on the ground, and he shot explosively towards Bathing Lake like an arrow that had left the bow. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and the four-killer sacred sword formation flew out from his spirit ring and revolved around his body like a loyal guard, protecting and escorting him. Xiao Zhe's right hand withdrew and kept the phoenix crystal. Then he stomped his right foot in the air, and a snowstorm swept across the sky. A huge black tortoise shadow appeared behind Xiao Zhe. "I'll finish you in one move." As he spoke, Xiao Zhe pressed his right hand down. The black tortoise shadow behind him roared towards the sky. The snake's head and tail swept across the sky, bringing with it a terrifying snowstorm. The snowstorm was extremely vast and instantly enveloped Zhuowen's figure, causing everyone to be unable to see Zhuowen's figure clearly. "Die!" Xiao Zhe didn't hold back at all and used his full strength. He stepped out, and the snake's head drilled into the snowstorm, wanting to completely strangle Zhuowen inside. At the same time, Xiao Zhe also arrived at the wind cave above the snowstorm. He pressed his right hand down, and the black tortoise's huge body drilled into it. Like a meat grinder, the snowstorm was completely crushed. How terrifying! Xiao Zhe used his full strength right from the start. Miefen's life is in danger. The surrounding people were moved. Xiao Zhe's strength was indeed terrifying. Just the black tortoise's bloodline power was enough to fight against a saint of the Yin Sky Saint realm. "Hee, your young master is about to die. If you know what's good for you, you'd better let Yin Yin and Jiang Liqing go." Yin Wuxue stared at Lowe's and said coldly. When Zhuowen challenged Xiao Zhe, he had handed Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing over to Lowe's. Therefore, Jiang Xianwang and Yin Wuxue were still facing off against Lowe's. Because the hostages were in the hands of the other party, the two of them didn't dare to act recklessly. "The one dying is not my young master, but Xiao Zhe." Lowe's sneered. No one knew Zhuowen's strength better than him. That guy's strength was comparable to the Yang Sky Saint realm, or even stronger than that. A genius like Xiao Zhe was as insignificant as an ant to Zhuowen. It was simply impossible for him to compete with Zhuowen. "You're lying through your teeth." Yin Wushue's eyes were cold. Before he could finish his words, there was an earth-shaking, muffled sound. Then, the violent black tortoise phantom suddenly let out a violent wail when it was smashed into the center of the blizzard. Then, the huge black tortoise phantom was directly pierced by long swords in front of everyone's eyes. At the same time, rays of sword light slashed down, and the black tortoise phantom was directly shattered into nothingness. The moment the divine swords shattered the black tortoise phantom, they tacitly combined together and finally formed a huge light sword that pierced through the sky. Slash! The moment the huge light sword formed, an indifferent voice sounded. Then, the light sword slashed down from the sky, carrying with it a terrifying aura. When the black tortoise phantom was broken, Xiao Zhe felt a fishy sweetness and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he didn't have time to care about the shock in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, he roared and took out a simple wooden sword from his spirit ring. The wooden sword looked ordinary, but its surface was engraved with various runes. "That's the Peachwood Immortal Slaying Sword." Yuan Jibai's beautiful eyes frowned. The Peachwood Immortal Slaying Sword was a Yang Sky Saint treasure that she had given to Xiao Zhe to save his life. This thing was extremely precious. Even though the Ice Snow Palace was large, they didn't have many treasures of this level. Chapter 1562. Instant Defeat. It's the Heavenly Yang Sacred Treasure. As expected of the Snow Palace, they actually gave such a sacred treasure to Bathing Zhe. How rich! This Miefon is really something. He actually forced Bathing Zhe to use the Heavenly Yang sacred treasure. However, the power of the Heavenly Yang sacred treasure is equivalent to the Heavenly Yang sacred realm. I'm afraid Miafin won't be able to gain any advantage. Feeling the power erupting from the peach with a mortal slaying sword, many knowledgeable warriors in the surroundings were visibly moved. Bathing Zhe's eyes were ferocious. He formed a sword seal with his right hand and pointed at the peach with a mortal slaying sword. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Then, the peach with a mortal slaying sword emitted a monstrous sword light like a violent ocean. Countless sword lights gathered and finally formed a majestic shadow. The shadow waved his right hand, and the peach with a mortal slaying sword was held in his hand. That power was like that of a peerless swordsman who could slay immortals. When the Peachwood appears, there are no immortals in the heavens. Bathing Lake's emotionless voice rang out. That imposing figure suddenly stepped out. His body was covered with sword light, and the Peachwood was in his hand. With a single slash, sword light filled the sky and covering the earth. The power of this sword moved even the experts of the older generation like Zhou Tianzong, Hu Bangshan, and Yuan Jibai. Rumble. The majestic phantom waved his right hand and unleashed a sword ray that slammed into the huge sword of light formed by the 4-kill sacred sword formation. An earth-shattering sound reverberated through the entire sky. The huge sword of light formed by the 4-kill sacred sword formation directly collapsed, turning back into sacred swords that dimmed and returned to Zhuo Wen's body. Heavenly Yang, sacred treasure? Zhuo Wen narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised. Bathing Zhe's value was higher than Tiger Fisher's. After all, the latter's strongest trump card was the Heavenly Yin sacred treasure. However, Bathing Zhe had the Heavenly Yang sacred treasure, which was one level higher. It was really shocking. You're finished. Bathing Zhe was high up in the air, hovering above the majestic, illusory figure. Looking down at Zhuo Wen, his eyes were filled with indifference. The Peachwood Immortal Slaying Sword was a life-saving item given to him by Yuan Jibai. There were only a few treasures like this in the Snow Palace. It was extremely precious. However, Xiaozhe did not expect that Miefeng would force him to use his final trump card. This was something he had not expected, but at the same time his eyes were filled with killing intent. Facing Miefeng, whose cultivation was lower than his, he was forced into such a situation. This was an absolute humiliation for him, so he had to make Miefeng pay a heavy price. Thinking of this, Xiaozhe suddenly merged into the imposing shadow. His right hand gripped the Peachwood Immortal Slaying Sword, as if he was in control of all the power of the Peachwood Immortal Slaying Sword. Slash! Bathing Zhe took a step forward and slashed out with his sword. Sword light filled the sky as if it was going to tear the sky apart. It was extremely terrifying. In the face of this terrifying sword light, Zhuo Wen waved his right hand and put away the 4-kill sacred sword array. He took a deep breath, and a blazing golden light erupted from his body. Within this golden light, 2 golden runes appeared and surged out from the surface of his skin. They began to revolve around his body, like 2 stars that were constantly rotating. Putting away the sacred weapon, he intends to use his physical body to resist? Is Miefeng crazy? Seeing Zhuo Wen's action, many warriors exclaimed in their hearts. They felt that Miefeng must have lost his mind. Although many cultivators knew that the exterminating incineration body was indeed unusual, it was basically impossible for it to reach the level of a sacred solar treasure. Or, it could be said that other cultivators simply didn't believe that the body could resist a sacred solar treasure. Whoosh! The sword light arrived in an instant and was only a few inches away from Zhuo Wen's forehead. The sharp wind whistled past and blew Zhuo Wen's hair into a mess. But Zhuo Wen was not afraid. He struck out with his right hand, and the 2 golden runes around him suddenly expanded until they were dozens of feet long. They stood in front of Zhuo Wen like 2 terrifying golden walls. Boom! The sword light slammed into the golden runes and was annihilated. However, the golden runes were not damaged at all and remained intact. What What is this? It actually blocked the full power of the peach with a mortal slaying sword. Xiaozhe's pupils shrank, and his body trembled in extreme shock. The solar sacred treasure is only SOSO. Zhuowen's right hand slammed into the two golden runes in front of him. Then, the golden runes shot into the sky like two golden stars and rushed toward Xiaozhe. At the same time, Zhuowen leaped up and rushed toward Xiaozhe like a fierce tiger. Damn it! Xiaozhe cursed and slashed out with the peach with a mortal slaying sword. Countless sword lights piled together like a crescent moon hanging in the sky. Clang, clang, clang. However, the two golden runes were as hard as iron. The terrifying sword light from the peach with immortal slaying sword only created sparks when it landed on the surface of the golden runes. This made Xiaozhe's mood even worse. Fortunately, the impact of the sword light slowed down the speed of the golden runes. Boom! However, Zhuowen arrived behind the golden runes and struck out with his palm. The two golden runes sped up and arrived in front of Xiaozhe in an instant. Clang! Xiaozhe slashed out with his sword and the world darkened, but when it landed on the golden runes, it was all bark and no bite. Watch me smash your peach with a mortal slaying sword. Zhuowen spat out these words indifferently. He picked up a piece of golden pattern and threw it at Bathing Swamp. The golden runes were as heavy as Mount Tai. Xiaozhe blocked with his sword, but was still pushed back by the enormous force, his blood boiling. As Xiaozhe retreated, Zhuowen didn't slow down. He picked up another golden rune and smashed it again. As Zhuowen smashed it again and again, Xiaozhe was pushed back again and again. Even though the peach-wood immortal slaying sword was mighty and mighty, it was still suppressed by the 9 revolution golden runes. Moreover, the sacred yang treasure wasn't a sacred yang treasure. Its power would gradually weaken as it was used. Following Zhuowen's random smashing, the brilliance on the surface of the peach with a mortal slaying sword in Xiaozhe's hand completely dimmed. Crack! A shattering sound resounded through the sky as Xiaozhe retreated several hundred steps. Everyone's eyes fell on Xiaozhe's hand. They were shocked to find that the peach-wood immortal slaying sword in Xiaozhe's hand was covered in cracks, as if it would collapse at any moment. The sacred yang treasure's power is about to run out. What kind of monster is Miefun? He's only relying on his physical strength and the 2 golden runes to reduce Xiaozhe's peach with a mortal slaying sword to this state. Everyone was in an uproar. There was no need to continue the battle. They already knew the final result. Miefun would definitely win. Xiaozhe was trembling all over. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. His surging blood couldn't calm down for a long time. When he saw the broken peach-wood immortal slaying sword in his hand, he began to tremble in fear. Miefun was a monster. He'd taken the sacred yang treasure head-on with his physical strength and reduced his peach with a mortal slaying sword to this state. Swoosh! The wind howled, lifting Xiaozhe's robes and flapping them loudly. Xiaozhe jerked his head up and was horrified to find that Miefun was hovering above him, looking down at him indifferently. His eyes were emotionless and indifferent to life. No! With a furious roar, Zhu Baozi slashed out with his peach with a mortal sword. A crescent-shaped sword radiance shot toward Zhuowen. However, Zhuowen didn't care. He clenched his right hand, and 2 golden runes circled around it, forming a golden barrier. He punched out, and the crescent-shaped sword light collapsed. Puffed. Xiaozhe spat out a mouthful of blood. The peach-wood immortal slaying sword in his hand completely collapsed, and he was sent flying. Whoosh! Zhuowen took a step forward, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he shot explosively toward Xinzi, who was flying backwards. However, just as Zhuowen was about to reach Xiaozhe, a terrifying black flame shot up into the sky and blocked Zhuowen's path. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and punched out with his right fist, smashing the black flame into smithereens. However, this black flame was like a wildfire. After smashing apart the black flame in front of it, there were more layers of black flame appearing behind it. In the deepest part of the black flame, There was a 3-meter-long writing brush floating in the air. The black flame was coming from this writing brush. Boom, boom, boom. As the writing brush drew across the void, the surrounding black flame transformed into various exotic beasts. They rushed towards Zhuowen from all directions as if they wanted to tear Zhuowen into pieces. Black flame brush. Zhuowen's face turned ugly. He recognized the writing brush at a glance. It was Zhou Tianzong's Yang Sky Saint weapon, the black flame brush. Back then, Zhou Tianzong's outer body incarnation had brought the black flame brush to the eastern land to capture Zhuowen. Boom, boom, boom. Zhuowen punched out again and again, turning the surrounding exotic beasts into dust. Then, he retreated a few thousand steps and escaped the black flame brush's attack range. Xiao Zhe, who was flying backward, was intercepted by Yuanji Bai and brought back to her side. Sect leader Zhou, what is the meaning of this? Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Tianzong. The black flame brush was Zhou Tianzong's saint weapon. This was known to all. Therefore, when Zhou Tianzong helped Xiao Zhe block Mief Fun, many people were suspicious. Haha, little brother Mief Fun is indeed powerful. I admire you for being able to defeat the young palace master of Snow Palace. As for Xiao Zhe, since he has already lost to you, there is no need to kill him. Don't you think so? Zhou Tianzong said with a smile. Sect leader Zhou is right. However, since I have defeated Xiao Zhe, doesn't that mean that the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar has a new owner? For a piece of trash like Xiao Zhe, even if he consumed the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar, it would be a waste. Zhuowen calmed down completely and looked straight at Zhou Tianzong. Chapter 1563. Siege. Although Zhuowen's voice wasn't loud, the surrounding cultivators heard it clearly. Although Miefan said that Xiao Zhe was trash, the crowd didn't really think that Xiao Zhe was trash. They could only say that Miefan was too abnormal. Zhou Tianzong slowly narrowed his eyes, then smiled and said, Little brother Miefan, what do you mean? Before the battle, you didn't say that whoever won would get the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar. Instead, it depended on whether you had the ability to snatch it. Although you won, you didn't get the burning flame nectar. So you have no reason to ask Xiao Zhe to give it to you, right? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cultivators fell silent. There was no doubt that Zhou Tianzong's words were protecting Xiao Zhe. Zhuowen's face turned cold and said, Sect Master Zhou, are you slapping your own face? If you didn't suddenly stop me, do you think I wouldn't have been able to snatch the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar? Now you're saying this to me. Don't you feel ashamed? Zhou Tianzong's face turned ugly and said, I say, little brother Miefan, you better watch your words. This is my Burning Heavens sect's territory. Even if you're a real dragon with a powerful background, you still have to behave yourself. You really don't have any respect for your elders. Zhuowen sneered. His right foot suddenly stomped on the void, and he instantly shot out towards Yuanji Bai. You're courting death. Zhou Tianzong's face changed slightly, revealing a look of anger. He didn't expect Miefan to not give him any face. He had clearly stopped him, but this kid still didn't stop. He was simply courting death. Boom! In the void, the dark flame brush swept out stroke by stroke, interweaving extremely dazzling black flames. The black flames were like a fire dragon that surrounded Zhuowen, wanting to devour him completely. Zhuowen snorted and pulled out the fiery red belt from his waist with his right hand. Then, the fiery red belt formed a layer of red magma defense. The black flames bombarded the surface of the red magma defense, but were unable to penetrate it at all. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was like a hot knife through butter as he rushed towards Yuanji Bai. What? Zhou Tianzong was shocked. He didn't expect the dark flame brush to be blocked. His gaze fell on Zhuowen's lava belt as his expression flickered. For some reason, Miefan's belt gave him a sense of dread. It was a strange feeling. It was subtle, but the presence of the belt was hidden. Zhou Tianzong could not tell what level the belt was. Miefan, you're too presumptuous. Since you're so rude, Don't blame me for being unjust. Zhou Tianzong's words were filled with righteousness. He sneered and rushed towards Zhuowen. The black flame brush in his hand continued to draw many portraits, using the black flame as a medium to materialize them. Boom! However, just as Zhou Tianzong was about to reach Zhuo Wen's side, an enormous mountain appeared in front of Zhou Tianzong and blocked his path. Damn it, get out of my way! Zhou Tianzong threw out a punch. The black flames surged and hit the surface of the giant mountain. However, the giant mountain did not move. Instead, it was Zhou Tianzong who retreated a dozen steps, looking surprised. Lo stood at the top of the 18th mountain, holding Prince Raven in his left hand and Jiang Liqing in his right. He looked down at Zhou Tianzong and said, "You'd better give up on the idea of stopping my young master." Not far away, Yin Wu Shui and King Jiang Xian, who were confronting Lo's, looked at each other with murderous intent. Miefan doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to provoke the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. This is our chance to capture Miefan. I don't believe that the bald man won't release Yin Yin and Jiang Liqing. Yin Wu Shui said to King Jiang Xian. King Jiang Xian said in a deep voice, "Now is the time. Let's do it." After saying that, King Jiang Xian took a step forward and rushed toward Zhuowen. Yin Wu Shui laughed and followed closely behind King Jiang Xian. Yin Wu Shui and King Jiang Xian have made their move. Miefan is in trouble. Miefan is too arrogant. Bathing Zhe is the young palace master of the Snow Palace and the main character of the marriage between the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. Yet, he provoked Bathing Zhe. It's not worth it. When Yin Wu Shui and King Jiang Xian made their move, many warriors shook their heads and sighed. They felt that Miefan was doomed. "Master, we have to help Miefan. He helped the 9 saints' heavenly sect a lot in the burning heavens and boiling seas." Xia Bingyu's beautiful eyes were full of worry as she pleaded with Tianyu Saint. Tianyu Saint's eyes flickered. In the end, he shook his head and sighed. "Bingyu, the 9 saints' heavenly sect doesn't want to get involved in this mess. Of course, we don't have the qualifications to do so. You know the situation of the 9 saints' heavenly sect. Although we have a deep foundation, we are still slightly inferior to the Dark Crow sect and the Jiangxian family. Moreover, Miefan is too audacious to provoke the Burning Heaven sect. We can't get involved in this mess." Xia Bingyu was anxious. She wanted to help Miefan, but she knew that her cultivation was too low. Moreover, Tianyu Saint didn't make a move. She could only watch helplessly as Yin Wu Shui and King Jiang Xian caught up with Miefan. "Little bastard, I'll let you be arrogant. Today, I'll capture you and make you suffer a fate worse than death." Yin Wu Shui and King Jiang Xian rushed over. Yin Wu Shui laughed strangely. His sharp voice was like that of a strange owl. It was extremely terrifying. Zhuo Wen's eyes were indifferent. He coldly stared at Yin Wu Shui and Jiang Xian Wang and said, "I will give you 2 a chance. If you leave now, it is not too late. Otherwise, you will all die." The crowd was in an uproar. Miefan was too arrogant. He dared to say such unrestrained words in front of Yin Wu Shui and King Jiang Xian, who were of the older generation. Yin Wu Shui was at the Yin Sky Saint layer, and King Jiang Xian was at the Yang Sky Saint layer. Even Zhou Tianzong wouldn't dare to be careless in front of them. However, Miefan dared to say that if they didn't leave, they would both die. "Little bastard, there's a limit to your arrogance. You're in danger, and you still dare to be so presumptuous. You don't know how to write the word death." Jiang Xian Wang couldn't help but curse. This Miefan was too arrogant and infuriating. Both of them were overlords of their respective territories, but this junior in front of them didn't even put them in his eyes. How could they tolerate this? "Die." After saying that, King Jiang Xian took out a long sword that was a saint artifact of the Yin sky. The surface of the sword was covered with golden words. The words were elegant and clean, as if they were written by an ancient sage. The virtuous paragon sword is the most precious treasure of the Jiangxian clan. Even though it's a Yin sky saint tool, the virtuous paragon sword has been blessed with many saint techniques by the previous masters of the Jiangxian clan. It's already in a transformation stage. It's said that it's not far from becoming a Yang Sky Saint tool. It's far superior to ordinary Yin Sky Saint tools. When King Jiangxian took out the sword, many people's expressions changed. They recognized the origin of King Jiangxian's saint tool. That's the Yinbone scepter. What a thick smell of blood. How many creatures must it have devoured to create such a terrifying smell? It's almost suffocating to the nose. After King Jiangxian took out the virtuous paragon sword, Yin Wuxue also took out a Yin Sky Saint tool, the Yinbone scepter. The Yinbone scepter was made of bones. However, these bones were not white, but incomparably black. It seemed that the owner of these bones had been poisoned. At the top of the scepter was a palm-sized skull. The skull's hollow eyes were spurting out a thick blood qi. Without a doubt, the Yinbone scepter that Yin Wuxue took out was not much weaker than King Jiangxian's virtuous paragon sword. Yin Wuxue, you're still the same as before. You don't walk the right path in order to improve quickly. King Jiangxian's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. This was the first time he saw Yin Wuxue take out the Yinbone scepter. However, he had heard rumors about the Yinbone scepter. It was said that the Yinbone scepter was originally a profound saint tool. However, by continuously absorbing the blood essence of creatures, it could continuously evolve. Of course, the more terrifying the creature's cultivation was, the more perfect the Yinbone scepter could evolve. To be able to evolve a profound saint tool into a Yin Sky Saint tool, Yin Wuxue must have let the Yinbone scepter absorb the blood essence of countless creatures. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. As long as I can quickly increase my strength. What's wrong with using unscrupulous means? King Jiangxian, I'm not a hypocrite like you. If I want to do something, I won't choose not to do it because of other people's slanders. Yin Wuxue said indifferently. Hearing Yin Wuxue's sarcastic words, King Jiangxian slightly frowned and said indifferently, no need to talk nonsense. Quickly take down this little bastard to avoid any more trouble. That's natural, Yin Wuxue laughed cruelly. Soon after, the Yinbone scepter in his right hand pointed at the void. Endless wailing sounds came from the scepter, as if it contained hell. Boom! Blood qi gushed out, forming a huge blood-red skull. The blood-red skull opened its mouth and covered Zhuowen. King Jiangxian was not careless. He quickly formed a sword technique with his right hand and pointed at the void. The virtuous paragon soared into the sky. The golden words on its surface lit up, and a virtuous paragon phantom appeared. This virtuous paragon phantom held the virtuous paragon sword and faced Zhuowen from below. It wanted to cut Zhuowen in half. With the bloody skull above and the virtuous paragon sword below, Zhuowen was trapped in an airtight encirclement for a moment. Many warriors in the surroundings were trembling in the face of these two attacks. These two attacks were too terrifying. They felt their bodies go soft and did not have any thoughts of resisting. Little guy, I'm counting on you. Annihilate these two attacks. Zhuowen stood in the air, smiling faintly at the belt around his waist. Boom! Chapter 1564. Powerful, the soul-devouring magma river was a terrifying saint artifact on the level of a heaven-defying saint artifact. Even though Zhuowen was unable to unleash the full power of a heaven-defying saint artifact, it was not something saint artifacts on the level of Yin Sky Saint artifacts and Yang Sky Saint artifacts could compare to. The huge magma river ran through the entire sky. In an instant, the bloody skull and the virtuous paragon sword were swatted away by this terrifying magma river. What? Jiangxian King and Yin Wuxue were shocked. Whether it was the Yinbone scepter or the virtuous paragon sword, they were both top-grade Yin Sky Saint artifacts. Even a Yang Sky Saint artifact couldn't send them flying so easily. However, the magma river that inexplicably rushed out of Miefun's body was so terrifying that the Yinbone scepter and the virtuous paragon sword were sent flying so easily. Heaven-defying saint artifact, Zhou Tianzong, Yuan Jibai, and Hu Dunshan suddenly stood up. As three of the overlords of the four regions, They had naturally seen heaven-defying saint artifacts. Of course, they had only seen them. Their own sects didn't have such a terrifying saint artifact. Even the purple flame heavenly blade that Zhou Tianzong's main body had brought to the eastern lands was only a sky saint artifact. It was still one grade lower than a heaven-defying saint artifact. Zhou Tianzong and the other two's voices weren't low. Naturally, many warriors around the burning sky square heard the three's words. Especially when the words heaven-defying saint artifact entered their ears, everyone was shocked. Not good, let's go. Jiangxian King and Yin Wushue's faces turned pale in an instant. With a scream, they retrieved the Yinbone scepter and the virtuous paragon's sword and quickly fled into the distance. Heaven-defying saint artifact. This thing was 3 grades higher than the Yinbone scepter and the virtuous paragon sword in their hands. Even if Miefun was only a profound sage and couldn't display the full power of a heaven-defying saint artifact, it was enough to crush their Yin Sky saint artifacts. Therefore, after the two learned that the magma river was a heaven-defying saint artifact, they didn't even care about their own status and immediately fled. Flee now? Is it too late? Zhuowen had a sneer on his face. He made a hand seal with his right hand, and the river of magma that stretched across the horizon rushed forward, blocking the path of Jiangxian Wang and Yin Wushue. On the other hand, Zhuowen stepped on the magma, flowing against the current, and slowly walked over. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he stared at the two of them. His gaze was filled with brutality. They didn't know why, but when Yin Wushue and King Jiangxian saw the tyrannical look in Zhuowen's eyes, their hearts began to throb. Experts who had reached their level of cultivation were basically able to remain calm and unaffected by external matters. However, at this moment, Zhuowen's gaze caused them to palpitate. It was truly inconceivable. I really didn't expect you to have a heaven-defying sacred artifact. You're just a mere profound sage. Do you think that you can defeat us just because you have a heaven-defying sacred artifact? You are really too naive, Yin Wushue said in a weak voice. As for King Jiangxian, his brows furrowed, revealing a heavy expression. It's you who are naive. Whether I can defeat you or not, we'll know once we try. Why are you being so noisy here? Zhuowen lightly spat out these words. Then, he pressed down with his right hand, and the spirit-devouring magma river formed a terrifying vortex that swept King Jiangxian Wang and Yin Wushue into it. Miefun, you dare? King Jiangxian Wang and Yin Wushue both shouted at the same time. However, the magma vortex was too fast, and it instantly enveloped the two of them, causing their figures to completely disappear. Asterisk boom. Asterisk the magma river suddenly contracted, and with a thunderous sound and mournful screams, the magma river suddenly shrank to the extreme and then exploded. Countless magma splashed out and overflowed in the air, causing a strange burning smell to spread. The figures of Yin Wushue and King Jiangxian Wang never appeared again. Zhuowen withdrew his sleeve, and 2 rays of light flew into his hand. These 2 rays of light converged, revealing their true appearance. They were King Jiangxian Wang's virtuous sage sword and Yin Wushue's Yinbone scepter. However, the brilliance on the surface of these 2 saint tools was somewhat dim. Obviously, they had suffered a lot of damage during the explosion of the magma river. These 2 saint tools should be able to be used after a little repair. Putting away the 2 saint tools, Zhuowen whispered, and the corners of his mouth curved up. Asterisk hiss asterisk after a long period of silence. The sound of people sucking in cold air finally broke this anxious and uneasy silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared at the magma rain that filled the sky and fell into a strange silence. King Jiangxian Wang and Yin Wushue are both dead, and not even their bones are left. Finally, someone murmured in a low voice, narrating the inconceivable yet clear reality before their eyes. Family head, sect head. On the 18th mountain, Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing, who were held in the hands of Lowe's, trembled and shouted, as if they still couldn't believe what had happened in front of them. People from the Dark Crow sect and the Jiangxian family. Do you still want to stop me? Zhuowen stepped on the lava river and looked down at the Jiangxian family and the other high-level officials of the Dark Crow sect who were standing in front of him in a daze. He said word by word. However, the response to Zhuowen was a long silence. King Jiangxian Wang and Yin Wu Shui were dead. How could they dare to provoke Miefun? Wasn't it just courting death? Miefun, can you let my young master go? Our family head has been killed. With Miefun's background, you don't need to put my Jiangxian family in your eyes. This old man begs Miefun to let my young master go. Suddenly, Elder Jian walked out from the Jiangxian family's seat, trembling. He knelt down on the ground and said sincerely, Jiang Liqing has provoked me many times. I have already forgiven him by not killing him. You still want me to let him go? Do you think it's possible? Zhuowen said, no longer paying attention to Elder Jian. He suddenly landed on the sky above the burning sky hall. Elder Jian sighed, slowly stood up and returned to his seat. He didn't dare to speak anymore. He knew that Miefun didn't plan to let Jiang Liqing go. However, Miefun didn't kill Jiang Liqing. To the Jiangxian family, it was a blessing in disguise. Sect Master Zhou, Palace Master Yuan, I, Miefun, am not a troublemaker. As long as you hand over the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar in the hands of that trash, I, Miefun, will not cause any more trouble. Zhuowen's body was surrounded by magma. He looked like a god and a demon. His voice was so loud that it made everyone's eardrums hurt. At this moment, Zhou Tianzong held the dark flame brush and slowly landed near Yuan Jibai. Lowe's also landed beside Zhuowen with the 18th mountain. Facing Zhuowen's fearless questioning, Zhou Tianzong and Yuan Jibai's faces turned ugly. At the same time, they were shocked in their hearts. They didn't expect that Miefun would have a heaven-defying saint artifact. It was beyond their expectations. Generally speaking, only the forces of the central region would have such a saint artifact. However, Miefun had one. Without a doubt, this mysterious Miefun probably came from one of the bigger forces in the central region. This was the most reasonable explanation. Because of this speculation, Zhou Tianzong and Yuan Jibai suddenly became afraid of taking action. In the central region, there were many powerful forces, especially the Primal Chaos Temple, the 4 great battlefields, and the 9 great sacred talisman clans. They were existences that surpassed all the other forces in the central region. Even those forces that weren't as strong as the 9 great sacred talisman clans, the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace combined would barely be able to catch up. Forces like the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace could indeed dominate one of the 4 great domains. However, in the central region, which was full of powerful forces, they were probably below average. Therefore, after guessing that Miefun was a disciple of a force in the central region, Zhou Tianzong and Yuan Jibai didn't dare to act recklessly. However, they didn't want to compromise either. After all, this was the territory of the Burning Heaven sect. If they compromised with a junior, the Burning Heaven sect would lose all its face. Xiuzhe also noticed the hesitation on Zhou Tianzong and Yuan Jibai's faces. He quickly said, Palace Master and Sect Leader Zhou, don't be fooled by this little bastard. This guy is deliberately causing trouble. How can we hand over the 5,000 years of burning flame nectar just like that? Xiuzhe was filled with hatred. The 5,000 years of burning flame nectar was the key to helping him break through to the heavenly saint realm. How could he give it up just like that? If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know how long it would take for him to break through to the heavenly saint realm on his own. My little friend Miefun, how about this? We'll give this 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar to nephew Xinzi first. After this marriage, my Burning Heaven sect will definitely treat little friend Miefun as an honored guest. At that time, we'll give you something that's not inferior to this 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar. Zhou Tianzong's tone was much more courteous than before, as he had his suspicions and was hesitant to act rashly. The Snow Palace will also open the door for you, my little friend Miefun, as long as you can help us with this small favor. Yuan Jibai cupped her hands and said. Xiuzhe felt extremely aggrieved when he saw this. It was Miefun who was overbearing and had beaten him to such a state. Now, Yuan Jibai and Zhou Tianzong were treating him as a distinguished guest. Xiao Zhe felt extremely unbalanced. Of course, even if he felt unbalanced, there was nothing he could do. He knew that Yuan Jibai and Zhou Tianzong had guessed that Miefun might be from a powerful force. That was why they were so cautious. My little friend Miefun is really amazing. He actually made the palace master of the Snow Palace and the sect leader of the Burning Heaven sect treat him so courteously. In the seats of the 9 Saints' heavenly sect, the Tianyu sage was in disbelief. After all, Miefun didn't care about the reputation of the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. He even taught Xiao Zhe a lesson. It could be said that he was extremely presumptuous and arrogant. In the end, he was treated so courteously. The surrounding people were also shocked. Their eyes fell on Miefun. They knew that since Zhou Tianzong and Yuan Jibai had put down their pride, Miefun should stop. Although it felt like an empty promise, at least they gave Miefun a way out. The Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace are nothing. Do I need to be your distinguished guest? I don't need these. I want the 5,000 years of burning flame nectar now. Chapter 1565. This guy Zhou Tianzong and Yuan Jibai's faces stiffened. They raised their heads and stared at Zhuowen. They didn't expect Miefun to be so ungrateful, even though they had already given him a way out. Little friend Miefun, I think you're deliberately causing trouble, right? Do you really think that my Burning Heaven sect is afraid of you? Zhou Tianzong's eyes gradually turned cold as he said gloomily, I really thought that your Burning Heaven sect is afraid of me. Today I, Miefun, will take the 5,000 years burning flame nectar. Isn't it a waste to give it to a trash? Giving it to me is the best way to get it, Zhuowen said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Miefun was too arrogant, but at the same time, there were many people who looked at him with ridicule. They wanted to see what Miefun would do next. Miefun's strength was not bad, and he also had a heaven-defying saint artifact. Coupled with the bald man, his battle strength was actually very terrifying. However, if he forced the Burning Heaven sect and Snow Palace into a corner, Miefun wouldn't be able to gain the slightest advantage. In the eyes of the crowd, Miefun's action was very foolish. As for Bai Shi, who was still recuperating, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Miefun was too hateful, calling him trash every time he opened his mouth. For someone as proud and arrogant as him, it was really unbearable. As for Mu Qinxue, she was standing among the Burning Heaven sect's team. Her pair of beautiful eyes silently sized up all of this, but she didn't do anything. She just looked on coldly from the side. Good. You've really gone too far. 18 black flame envoys form the Great Black Flame Array. Today, no matter how amazing your background is, my Burning Heaven sect will let you taste the power of my Burning Heaven sect. Zhou Tianzong clapped his hands and laughed in anger. The 18 black flame envoys, who had been standing respectfully behind him, responded and flew up into the sky, leaving 18 long black flame tails in the sky. In an instant, the black flames soared into the sky and turned into a huge black phoenix. The aura that leaked out from its body was like a flood, constantly surging and surging, causing many of the warriors present to tremble and their legs to tremble. The Black Phoenix was a terrifying offensive formation formed by 18 saints. Once this formation was used, even ordinary heavenly saints would have to retreat. It was extremely famous in the southern barbarian lands. Therefore, when the Black Phoenix spread its wings and soared into the sky, many of the leaders in the seats were shocked, and their breathing quickened. The Black Phoenix formation formed by the 18 Black Flame envoys was famous in the Southern Barbarian. It had once conquered the entire Southern Barbarian for the Burning Heaven sect, subduing one force after another. Therefore, when the masters of those forces saw this Black Phoenix, they subconsciously felt fear. Sect Master, there's no need to set up the Black Flame formation for such a small matter, right? A voice as pleasant as an oriole's came. Mu Qinxue, who had been silently watching, slowly walked over. Looking at the black phoenix in the sky, she frowned and said, Chen Shui, don't worry about this matter. This Miefan has gone too far. If we don't teach him a lesson today, how can we spread the name of your burning heaven sect? Yuzha said with a gloomy face. He didn't expect Mu Qinshui to stand up. She was his fiancée, and now she stood up for another man. It was easy to imagine how bad Yuzha's mood was. Do you really think I only have these people in my hands? Zhuan laughed. Zhou Tianzong's eyes narrowed and his heart trembled. Could it be that Miefan didn't only bring a bald man? Just the strength of the bald man alone couldn't be underestimated. Perhaps the other people brought by Miefan wouldn't be too bad. Senior Lu Si, Senior Mise, you should come out as well. Let the Burning Heaven sect see if we have the qualifications to challenge them. Zhuan's indifferent voice slowly came out. Following that, two terrifying sonic booms came from the sky. Honglong, Honglong. Two sacred mountains that connected the heavens and the earth suddenly fell into the ruins of the Burning Heaven Plaza, standing side by side with the 18th mountain. At the top of the two mountains, there were two tall figures silently standing there. Of the two figures, one was a middle-aged man with long hair and 3 red lines on his forehead. The other was a young man with a cold face and cold eyes, carrying a wide stone sword on his back. These two people were none other than the 16th mountain god Mise and the 17th mountain god Lu Si. After summoning Long Xiaotian and the other 3, Zhuan also secretly summoned these two people. Before his identity was exposed, Zhuan knew that he could rely on the power of the 3 mountain gods to completely intimidate the forces present, including the Burning Heaven sect. After all, the identity of Miefan that Zhuan disguised as was mysterious and his origin was unknown. Coupled with his young age, terrifying strength, and numerous trump cards, it was easy for people to associate him with a disciple of a major force in the Middle Earth. Zhuan was taking advantage of people's guesses, so he acted as arrogant as possible and even looked down on the Burning Heaven sect. After all, the Burning Heaven sect's influence in the Middle Earth was only below average. If the Miefan that Zhuan disguised as was really from the Middle Earth, then he must have high standards but low abilities. Naturally, he wouldn't think highly of the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. If he really compromised with the Burning Heaven sect, then Zhou Tianzong would probably be suspicious. Therefore, at this moment, Zhuan had to act. Moreover, he had to act decently and act extremely pretentious. This Dragon Lord gives you full marks for acting pretentious. In his sea of consciousness, Xiaohei gave him a thumbs up and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. In an instant, the 3 sacred mountains spanned across the Burning Heaven Plaza, almost connecting the heavens and the earth, shocking everyone. Even Zhou Tianzong felt a trace of reverence. Lowe's was already difficult enough to deal with, but this Miefan actually had 2 more. What kind of major force would send 3 such experts to protect him? Moreover, this indirectly showed that Miefan's identity wasn't ordinary. At this moment, Zhou Tianzong thought about many things. In the end, he waved his hand and dismissed the Black Phoenix. Then, he cupped his hands towards Zhuan and smiled. I wonder if little friend Miefan is from Middle-earth? Zhuan raised his head slightly and said pretentiously, since Sect Master has already guessed it, why are you still asking such a question? Hearing this, Zhou Tianzong's heart trembled. On the other hand, Hu Benshan and Yuan Jibai looked at each other. They wouldn't act rashly. Although the 3 major forces combined weren't afraid of Miefan and the other 3, they were wary of the huge force behind Miefan. If Miefan was really a disciple of a major force in the Middle Earth, they would be in deep trouble if they really offended such a person. Little friend Miefan, you should at least tell us about your background. That way, we will be convinced, right? Zhou Tianzong asked cautiously. Zhuan waved his sleeve and took out a token in his hand. He showed it to Zhou Tianzong and said, look at this. You should know my background. The token was simple and unadorned. However, it faintly emitted a light that made one's heart palpitate. The front of the token was engraved with the word chaos, while the back was engraved with the word chaos. Chaos Temple. Zhou Tianzong was so shocked that his jaw almost fell off. Even Yuan Jibai and Hu Binshan's jaws dropped. They didn't know what to say. Hu Binshan was even more relieved. Originally, he was still brooding about being defeated by Miefun. However, he was relieved now. It was reasonable for a genius from the Chaos Temple to defeat him. The leaders of many forces were in an uproar. Clearly, they didn't expect a disciple of the Chaos Temple to come to the southern wilderness. This was something that no one had expected. So little friend Miefun is from the Chaos Temple. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. I didn't see through your background. I hope you don't blame me. Zhou Tianzong smiled warmly. The Chaos Temple is famous even in the 4 major regions. Everyone knows about it. Hu Binshan and Yuan Jibai also clasped their hands together. Their eyes were full of enthusiasm. They naturally didn't dare to slight a disciple of the Chaos Temple. He's actually a disciple of the Chaos Temple. How is this possible? Hu Binshan muttered to himself with a pale face. Zhuan naturally kept the token. This token was found in the fragments of Chao Rong's body. Back then, the heavenly insects had torn apart and devoured Chao Rong's corpse, destroying all the spirit rings on his body. However, the medallion that represented his identity was still intact. Later on, it was found by the Long family and handed to Zhuan. Before entering the southern wilderness, Zhuan had already thought of this plan. He knew that the identity of a disciple of the Chaos Temple was extremely useful in the 4 major regions. Sect leader Zhou, you don't have to give the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar to that trash. Give it to me, Zhuan said with a faint smile. Zhou Tianzong's eyes flickered. He finally came to Hu Binshan's side. Yuan Jibai didn't stop Zhou Tianzong. Nephew Mu, I'll have to trouble you this time. Hand over the 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar. I'll compensate you after this, Zhou Tianzong said helplessly. Hu Binshan's face turned pale, especially when he felt the mocking gazes of the people around him. He felt extremely humiliated, but there was nothing he could do. Forcing a smile, Hu Binshan took out the phoenix crystal and handed it to Zhou Tianzong. He said, Sect leader, take it. Zhou Tianzong took the phoenix crystal and carefully handed it to Zhuan. He smiled and said, Miefun, this 5,000-year-old burning flame nectar is yours. You can take it. Zhuan took the phoenix crystal without hesitation. His gaze fell on Hu Binshan again. He said, the young palace master of the Snow Palace was very arrogant before. Why don't I fight with him again? Let's see who's more arrogant and domineering. As soon as he said this, Hu Binshan's face stiffened. His eyes darkened. The faces of the people of the Snow Palace, led by Yuan Jibai, also darkened. Miefun, you think too much. How can Hu Binshan be your opponent? Yuan Jibai said with a smile. If that's the case, then let him kneel down and apologize. The people of the Chaos Temple are not people that anyone can offend. Hu Binshan is just a junior. How dare he be disrespectful to me? He's too bold. Chapter 1566. Take you away. Yuan Jibai's pretty face stiffened. Standing behind Yuan Jibai, Xiujia's eyes widened as he stared at Zhuan. Miefun was too much. He actually wanted him to kneel and apologize. This was too much. Miefun, so what if you're a disciple of the primal Chaos Temple? I, Xiujia, have already handed over 5,000 years of burning flame nectar. Why are you still so aggressive? Xiujia was so angry that he trembled. Yuan Jibai's pretty face turned ugly as she said, Little friend Miefun, you're pushing your luck. Xiujia has already handed over the burning flame nectar. Why are you still forcing him? Zhuan sneered. The primal Chaos Temple cannot be blasphemed. Xiujia has looked down on me many times. This is disrespect to me and the primal Chaos Temple behind me. I didn't break his legs and only asked him to kneel and apologize. This is already the greatest tolerance. Of course, if Xiujia doesn't want to submit, I don't mind using force. As he spoke, Zhuan clenched his right hand. The soul-devouring magma river soared into the sky and covered the sky, turning into an endless river of magma. Lows, Lu Si, and Mai's approached step by step with the 3 sacred mountains. Killing intent instantly filled the surroundings. Just the aura emitted by Lowe's and the other 2 was enough to make many people tremble in fear. Perhaps, even if all the forces present were to join forces, they might not be a match for Liao Si and the other 2. The only ones that could contend against them were the overlord forces of the 4 great regions: the Burning Sky sect, the Snow Ice Palace, and the Ferocious Tiger sect. Xiuzhe, why don't you kneel and apologize? After all, things have escalated to this point. It doesn't benefit anyone. Do you want everyone to be dragged down because of you? Tiger Break couldn't help but ask Xiuzhe when he saw the killing intent surging in Miefan's eyes. Tiger Break is right. Nephew Mu only needs to apologize and everything will be resolved. Why not? Tiger Collapsing Mountain said slowly. Zhou Tianzong's eyes flickered. He looked at Yuan Jibai and said softly, Jibai, in order for this marriage to continue, I don't think we need to make a big deal out of this, right? Yuan Jibai's pretty face froze. She then said in a deep voice, I understand. After that, Yuan Jibai turned to look at Yu Zhe and said, Yu Zhe, for the sake of the big picture, I can only wrong you for now. Baozi took a step back, his face pale. He knew that Yuan Jibai and Zhou Tianzong had compromised again. Taking a deep breath, Xianze forcefully endured the humiliation in his heart. With a plop, he directly knelt on the ground and faced the high and mighty Zhuowen. He said, Miefan I, Xianze, have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai previously. I hope you can forgive my unintentional mistake. Whoosh! The moment Yu Zhe knelt down to apologize, an uproar broke out in the crowd. No one expected that Yu Zhe would really kneel down and apologize. Zhuowen glanced at Yu Zhe indifferently. Then his gaze fell on Mu Chenxue. He smiled and said, Saintess, look at Yu Zhe's cowardly appearance. How can he be worthy of you? I think you should just cancel this marriage. Letting such a trash be worthy of you is simply an insult to you. Creak. Xiuzhe tightly clenched his fists. He felt extremely humiliated in his heart when faced with Zhuowen's mocking words. To insult him like this in front of his fiancée, where was his face? However, he did not dare to refute. Miefun, you don't have to worry about this matter. After all, the marriage between our Burning Heaven sect and Snow Palace has already been set. Zhou Tianzong smiled. Zhuowen put on a fake smile and said, That's right. Since it's the Holy Maiden's big day today, as a guest, I naturally have to take out something as a gift for your wedding. As he spoke, Zhuowen slowly took out a 7-colored lotus flower from his spirit ring. In the middle of the lotus flower, a 7-colored pill quietly floated. If one looked carefully, the core of the 7-colored lotus flower was the 7-colored pill. As for the 7-colored lotus flower, it was just a manifestation of the 7-colored pill's majestic medicinal energy. 7 spirits, celestial pill. This can't be the 7 spirits, celestial pill, right? Zhou Tianzong could not help but exclaim when he recognized the 7 spirits, celestial pill in Zhuowen's palm. Could it be the rumored 7 spirits, celestial pill that can allow one to be reborn and reach the level of creation? This celestial pill is rare in the world. It is said that after consuming this 7 spirits, celestial pill, one can undergo 7 transformations and obtain a great creation. Hu Benshan and Yuan Jibai were both moved, their eyes blazing. This celestial pill was so great that even overlords like them felt a rush of excitement. Zhou Tianzong was even more ecstatic. Even the Burning Heaven sect might not be able to take out such a celestial pill. Miefan's intention to give it to Mu Chenxue made Zhou Tianzong even more convinced of Miefan's identity as a disciple of the Chaos Temple. As he spoke, Zhuowen slowly walked towards Mu Chenxue, holding the 7-colored lotus flower in his right hand. It was like a dream, and the scene was extremely beautiful. Zhou Tianzong and the people of the Burning Heaven sect did not stop Zhuowen from moving forward. After all, how could they stop someone from giving something so valuable? This guy really came to the Burning Heaven city for the saintess. All men are the same. In the seats of the 9 saints' heavenly gate, Xia Bingyu looked at this scene and muttered to herself with slight jealousy. Junior sister, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to this Miefun? Han Yu suddenly said to Xia Bingyu with a smile. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't like men. I like women. Xia Bingyu was like a mouse that had its tail stepped on as she retorted to Han Yu rather agitatedly. Han Yu laughed and immediately said solemnly, We are not from the same world as him. If he really is a disciple of the Chaos Temple, he doesn't owe us anything. Instead, we owe him a big favor. Xia Bingyu was startled and fell silent. She sighed and nodded slightly. When Zhuowen finally arrived in front of Mu Chenxue, he slowly bent down and handed the 7-colored lotus flower to Mu Chenxue. He asked with a smile, Chenxue, I specially prepared this 7-colored lotus flower for you. Do you like it? Mu Chenxue was startled. Her beautiful eyes first looked at the smiling young man in front of her. She could see the longing and pampering in the young man's eyes. She did not know why, but when she saw those eyes, she could not help but feel a trace of sadness in her heart. This 7-colored lotus flower is my gift to you as an apology. I'm really sorry that I couldn't bring you back last time. I know that you've done a lot for me, but I couldn't do anything for you. Because of my impulsive actions, I put you in a difficult situation. After saying this, Zhuowen slowly held Mu Chenxue's jade-like hand and gently placed the 7-colored lotus flower in her palm. Mu Chenxue subconsciously wanted to withdraw her hand, but when she saw those gentle eyes, she did not move her hand away. Zhou Tianzong and the others realized that something was wrong. Miefun's words were a bit strange. Based on his tone, could it be that he knew Mu Chenxue before? Hu Yinze was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mu Chenxue was his fiancée. Now, his fiancée was actually holding a man's hand in front of him and accepting this man's gift. Hu Yinze was simply mad. Do you still remember the story of Wu Sangue and Chen Yuan? Zhuowen gently asked. Mu Chenxue was puzzled. She shook her head and said, What story is that? It's a very good story. It's a story that you like very much. Do you want to hear it? Zhuowen said with a smile. Yes, I want to hear it. Mu Chenxue nodded as a smile bloomed on her face. Zhuowen slowly pulled Mu Chenxue into his arms. This sudden turn of events made Mu Chenxue feel at a loss. She did not expect that the young man in front of her would suddenly hug her. But for some reason, being hugged by this person felt extremely warm and comfortable. What a familiar feeling. It's as if I've leaned into someone's arms before and listened to that person tell me a story. Mu Chenxue muttered in a low voice. She slowly leaned her head against Zhuowen's firm chest. This embrace made her feel warm and at ease. If she could, she wanted to stay like this forever. Wu Sangue, the commander of the Shanhai Pass, was furious just because Chen Yuan was taken by Lu Zhongmin. He refused to surrender to Li Zicheng and led the Qing army into the pass. Zhuowen slowly began to narrate the story of Wu Sangue and Chen Yuan. His expression was focused, and his eyes were like water. Hua! The moment Zhuowen and Mu Chenxue hugged each other, the burning heaven plaza burst into an uproar. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. Many people were even confused. The holy maiden of the burning heaven sect was as pure as ice and jade. She was as cold as ice and frost. Strangers could not get close to her. Even her fiancé, Yu Shi's, did not have a good expression. But now, she was hugging Miefun so intimately. You bitch. Yu Shi's could not take it anymore. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Little friend Miefun, what is the meaning of this? Why aren't you letting go of Chenxue? Zhou Tianzong's face became very ugly. A killing intent exploded from his body, and he could vaguely feel the strangeness of this Miefun. Who are you? Your story is very familiar. Your eyes are very familiar, and your aura is very familiar. Just who are you? Why can't I remember you? At this moment, Mu Chenxue suddenly raised her head. Her watery eyes were filled with sparkling and translucent tears, and 2 streaks of tears streamed down her delicate cheeks. When Zhuowen was narrating the story, Mu Chenxue's heart was completely moved. She could not control her tears from flowing down. She did not know why she was crying. Her heart was filled with panic, panic that she had forgotten an important person. Who was that person? She did not want to forget. Zhuowen did not care about Zhou Tianzong. He leaned over and kissed Mu Qinshue's white forehead. His hands tightly hugged her, and he gently said, I am Zhuowen. Qinshue, perhaps you have forgotten me, but I will never forget you, and I will never let you forget me. Chapter 1567. Start the battle. 1. Zhuo Wen's voice was very soft and gentle, but it was unusually firm. He did not hide his voice. Now, the woman he had been dreaming about day and night was right in front of him. He didn't want to hide anymore. He wanted to take her away openly. Whoosh! Although Zhuo Wen's voice was soft, the warriors present weren't ordinary people. Naturally, they heard Zhuo Wen's words clearly. Of course, since they were all from the southern barbarian forces, they were unfamiliar with Zhuo Wen's name. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Zhuo Wen? Isn't his name Miefun? Why is he calling himself Zhuo Wen now? The leaders of the forces present were puzzled and couldn't help but ask. Some warriors' eyes flickered as if they had other thoughts. Some warriors had heard some rumors and understood. Zhou Tianzong's body trembled. His eyes widened as he stared at Zhuo Wen's back. His face changed from red to green, then from green to purple. Finally, he roared, You're Zhuo Wen? Zhou Tianzong's rage also attracted the attention of others. Many people were puzzled as to why Zhou Tianzong was so angry. Hu Bengtian and Yuan Jibai looked at each other. Yuan Jibai frowned and said to Hu Bengtian, Could that Zhuo Wen be the Ryuka Zhuo Wen that Zhou Tianzong mentioned? Hu Bengtian and Yuan Jibai had heard a lot about Zhuo Wen from Zhou Tianzong. They knew that the Ryuka that destroyed the Blue Dragon Hall in the Eastern Lands had risen from Zhuo Wen's hands. Where did he get the Primal Chaos Temple's token? Hu Bengtian asked doubtfully. Yuan Jibai shook her head. She did not know, either. The sky insects had appeared in the east, and they did not know the details of that battle. So, they were very confused. Zhuo Wen was not a disciple of the Chaos Temple, but he had the Chaos Temple's identity medallion. However, Zhuo Wen knew that Chao Rong, a disciple of the Primal Chaos Temple, had been killed by Heavenly Insect in the Battle of the Eastern Lands. Most likely, Chao Rong's identity token had been obtained by Zhuo Wen. Moreover, Miefun's behavior was extremely unusual. Now that Miefun was hugging Mu Qinshuo and taking the initiative to say his name, Zhou Tianzong knew that Miefun was not playing with him. This guy's real identity was Zhuo Wen. Extinguish, 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 extinguish. Do you want to extinguish my burning heaven sect? What a tyrannical name. Zhou Tianzong snorted and stepped out with his right foot. With the dark flame brush in his hand, he drew a long black line in the sky and dashed toward Zhuo Wen. Boom! A sacred mountain suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Tianzong. When the terrifying black flame hit the sacred mountain, it only made it tremble slightly. Then it became as steady as Mount Tai. Zhou Tianzong retreated a few hundred steps. He stared coldly at Lowe's on the sacred mountain and said, Get out of my way. With that, Zhou Tianzong no longer held back. He pointed the dark flame brush in the air and sketched out the images of strange birds and strange beasts. These strange birds and strange beasts rushed out as if they had materialized. Using the black flame as a medium, they all pounced on the giant sacred mountain. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lo sneered and imprisoned Prince Raven and Jiang Liqing. Then he threw them into the inner world of the 18th mountain. Then Lo's pointed the sword finger of his right hand at the surface of the 18th mountain. Suddenly, a brilliant light filled the air, and the 18th mountain shrank into a long rod. Bang! 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 Liao Si swung the long rod in his right hand. His body moved along with the rod. Immediately, rod shadows poured out from all over the sky. The countless number of strange birds and beasts that were formed from the black flame that were rushing over exploded one after another. Swoosh! After destroying the countless strange birds and strange beasts, Lo's descended from the sky like a flood and arrived in front of Zhou Tianzong in an instant. With a swing of his rod, thousands of shadows appeared and shattered the sky and earth. It was extremely terrifying. Zhou Tianzong's face turned ugly. He had underestimated Lo's strength. He didn't expect this guy to be so strong. His attack with the dark flame brush was destroyed so easily. 18 Black Flame Envoys, listen up. I order you to take down Zhuowen with the upper echelons of the sect. You are allowed to kill him. Zhou Tianzong shouted angrily. Listen up. In the sky, the huge black phoenix stretched its neck and let out a long cry. Then, it suddenly fell and landed not far from Zhuowen, splitting into 18 figures. They were the 18 Black Flame Envoys. The 18 Black Flame Envoys stood in 18 different directions, glaring at Zhuowen, who was hugging Mu Qinxue. Behind the 18 Black Flame Envoys, powerful figures vaguely appeared. There were more than 100 of them. These figures had a vast aura, and their saint might was like a mountain. There was no doubt that the more than 100 figures that appeared were all half-step saints. Of course, there were also a few profound sage-level saints among them. What a terrifying lineup. The Burning Skies sect has hidden so deeply. They actually hid so many experts. Looking at the countless shadows, the masters of the various forces in the Burning Heaven Square were shocked. On the surface, the experts of the Burning Heaven sect were only Zhou Tianzong and the 18 Black Flame Envoys. Although it was rumored that the Burning Heaven sect had a lot of half-step saints, it didn't exceed 100. But now, the number of experts that appeared on the surface had exceeded 100. With so many experts, it was enough to destroy any force in the southern barbarian lands. Even Yuan Jibai and Hu Binshan had astonished expressions on their faces. Clearly, they were a little shocked by the true background of the Burning Sky sect. At this moment, Zhou Tianzong looked at Yuan Jibai and Hu Dunshan and said in a deep voice, Sister Jibai, Brother Dunshan, I told you that Zhuowen has an immortal sacred artifact. He was able to make Ryuka rise so quickly and destroy the Blue Dragon Hall in such a short time because of that immortal sacred artifact. Moreover, the Blue Dragon Hall was destroyed because of him. You want to sit and watch, right? Whoosh whoosh. Hu Dunshan and Yuan Jibai looked at each other and smiled. Sect leader Zhou is right. The Blue Dragon Hall is the overlord of the Eastern Land. As the overlords of the 4 territories, we should work together and help each other. Since this Zhuowen is the leader of Ryuka and is the culprit behind the destruction of the Blue Dragon Hall, the overlords of the 4 territories naturally have the obligation to work together and uphold justice for the Blue Dragon Hall. Hu Dunshan stomped his right foot, and a monstrous saint energy soared into the sky like a long bridge that covered the sky. The saint energy became more and more terrifying, and it transformed into the shadow of a huge white tiger. Hu Dunshan leaped up and brought many members of the ferocious tiger sect to the sky and rushed to Zhou Tianzong's side. Yuan Jibai summoned the snow chariot and carried the people of the snow palace. She followed closely behind Hu Dunshan and landed beside Zhou Tianzong. This time, Hu Dunshan and Yuan Jibai did not bring many people. Hu Dunshan brought 30 people, and Yuan Jibai brought more, a total of 50 people. Although there were not many people, each of them was an elite. The weakest among them was a demi-saint. After all, they were the overlords of the Western region and the Northern Territory respectively. However, the people that Hu Dunshan and Yuan Jibai brought together were still not comparable to the lineup that Zhou Tianzong had sent. This showed how powerful the Burning Heaven sect was. Haha, you want to bully me with numbers? Mize will accompany you. A wild laughter was heard. Mize and Lu Si rushed over with the 16th mountain and the 17th mountain respectively. They stood in front of Zhou Tianzong and his people in a wild and unrestrained manner. The Burning Heaven sect, the ferocious tiger sect, and the Snow Palace have joined forces. 3 overlords working together can probably crush everything. It's too terrifying. When the Burning Heaven sect, the ferocious tiger sect, and the Snow Palace displayed their respective forces, many forces in the surrounding seats were moved and revealed a look of fear. If the 3 overlord forces joined forces, they would be able to kill anyone in the 4 major regions. Such a combined force was enough to annihilate all the forces in the Burning Sky Plaza. Everyone knew that Zhuowen was probably finished. Even if this kid had 3 assistants with terrifying strengths by his side, it was undoubtedly like an ant trying to shake a tree when facing 3 overlord powers, and he was overestimating his ability. On the other side, the 18 Black Flame envoys led the numerous experts of the Burning Heaven sect to surround Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue. The Black Phoenix was wrapped in black flames that covered the sky like a dark cloud. Let go of the Saintus and cripple your own cultivation. Perhaps you will still have a chance to live. The first Black Flame envoy's gaze was cold as he looked down at Zhuowen, who was hugging Mu Qinxue. His muffled, thunderous voice resounded, rumbling in everyone's ears. The 18 Black Flame envoys have formed the Black Flame Array. This array is very dangerous. Even an ordinary Heavenly Saint expert might not be able to resist it. Quickly run. Mu Qinxue gently pushed Zhuowen away. Her expression returned to normal. Her beautiful eyes stared at the strange, yet familiar youth in front of her with a complicated look. Finally, she sighed softly and said, "Then are you willing to go with me?" Zhuowen said with a smile. Hearing this, Mu Qinxue's beautiful eyes flickered. She whispered, "You do give me a familiar feeling. But did we really know each other before? What was our relationship before?" Hearing Mu Qinxue's slightly doubtful words, Zhuowen's heart ached. His facial muscles began to contract and change, returning to his original appearance. He stroked Mu Qinxue's hair and said softly, "Perhaps you don't know me now, but I can tell you that we were once the most intimate people. We were lovers. You are my lover. I said that I would take you away. I will do it now. The Burning Heaven sect can't stop me." Speaking till here, the entire Burning Sky Plaza started to violently tremble. Those seats that were floating above the plaza started to violently tremble under this terrifying tremor. Some of the seats even shattered, and the martial artists that were sitting on them fell down from their seats. Following which, the crowd in the seats were astonished to discover that a terrifyingly huge palace was slowly emerging in the void behind Zhuowen. On the surface of this palace, a huge dragon shadow appeared. The dragon shadow swallowed the heavens and the earth, shaking the earth. What a huge palace! What kind of palace is this? In the seats, many martial artists retreated as they stared at the azure dragon palace that had suddenly appeared. Swoosh! Swoosh! Chapter 1568. Begin 2. Nation. Many figures gathered around Zhuowen like dark clouds, surrounding him like a tortoise shell. They seemed to be protecting Zhuowen. Long Tian pays his respects to Lord Long One. Long Tian took a step forward, kneeling on one knee in front of Zhuowen as he shouted respectfully, "Russell, Russell, Russell." The moment Long Tian knelt on the ground, the many powerful figures behind him also knelt on the ground and shouted excitedly, "Greetings to Lord Long One." His voice was like a thunderclap that shot into the sky, and it was deafening as it reverberated endlessly. What a terrifying formation. This Zhuowen has so many experts behind him, and all of them have the surname Long. Could they be the Ryuka from the Eastern Lands? That can't be. Wasn't the Ryuka destroyed 10,000 years ago? How could they appear again? It's said that they've risen again, and haven't you heard of the great upheaval in the Eastern Lands? When the Ryuka experts rushed out of the Blue Dragon Hall, many cultivators were moved. At the same time, some of the more informed cultivators recalled the great upheaval in the Eastern Lands. Although they didn't know the exact situation of this great upheaval, they knew that the Azure Dragon Palace, the overlord of the Eastern Land, had undergone a great change in this great upheaval. It seemed that it had been replaced by a new force. When Zhuowen and the other Ryuka experts arrived, some of the people who had guessed the truth were enlightened. They knew that the rumors of the destruction of the Blue Dragon Hall weren't groundless and should be true. This was because the strength of the experts sent out by the Ryuka was terrifying, and they weren't any weaker than the Burning Heaven sect. No wonder they could destroy the Blue Dragon Hall. However, now that the Burning Heaven sect had joined forces with the Ferocious Tiger sect and the Snow Palace, The Ryuka alone might not be able to contend against them. Dragon Soul cultivators, come out and set up the Blue Dragon formation. Tear off all the feathers of that blackbird in the sky. Let's see if he can still be so arrogant. Zhuowen said to the people in the group, and immediately, dozens of figures walked out side by side and stood not far behind Long Tian. Release the Dragon Soul's formation. Long Tian shouted, and a dragon roar sounded from his body, and a 1,000 feet long dragon soared into the sky. Awoo! Awoo! The moment Long Tian released his Dragon Soul, the dozens of Dragon Soul warriors also released their own Dragon Souls. These Dragon Souls soared into the sky and intertwined with each other. In the end, they transformed into a huge pale dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long. The Blue Dragon formation was inspired by the Sapphire Shore's Nine Saints Dragon formation by Zhuowen, and it was a powerful formation that he had deduced in the Blue Dragon Hall for the past 90 years. As for why so many Dragon Soul cultivators suddenly appeared in Ryuka, the main reason was that Zhuowen and Long Xiaotian had obtained the Dragon Souls from the Sapphire Shore hidden in the Blue Dragon Hall's secret cave, and had been infused into the bodies of the talented Ryuka's younger generation. It was because of this that so many Dragon Soul cultivators suddenly appeared in Ryuka, and the power of the Blue Dragon formation formed by so many Dragon Souls was unimaginable. Go! Kill that black mixed bird. As soon as the Blue Dragon appeared, it soared into the sky and headed straight for the Black Phoenix. The 18 black flame envoys hidden in the Black Phoenix were all enraged, and the veins on their foreheads bulged. The black flame formation that they had set up was the noble Black Phoenix, and now it was called a blackbird. How could they tolerate it? Die! The 18 black flame envoys roared, and the Black Phoenix let out a long cry. Black flames burned the sky, and the eagle soared into the sky at lightning speed. Rumble! The black flames were like blades, and they instantly cut through the void and landed in front of the Blue Dragon. However, the Blue Dragon was also powerful, and a dragon claw slammed down with the weight of a mountain, and it tore the black flames apart. Boom! 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 In an instant, the Black Phoenix and the Blue Dragon collided. The Blue Dragon's claw swept across the sky, but the Black Phoenix was not afraid, and it flapped its wings. The two fought until the sky darkened, and the sun and moon dimmed. That kind of power made many martial artists secretly smack their lips. In order to avoid an unexpected disaster, many of them retreated and were unwilling to get close to the burning sky square. However, the Black Phoenix and the Blue Dragon were apprehensive, and they did not fight near the ground. Instead, they soared into the sky for thousands of miles. The cries of the dragon and the cries of the phoenix soared into the sky, penetrating the gold and splitting the stone. The magnificent scene of the dragon and the phoenix fighting shook the entire vast territory of the Southern Barbarian. Even in the Southern Barbarian's border region, there were martial artists who could vaguely hear the cries of the dragon and the phoenix that seemed to be able to penetrate everything. Attack! Slaughter all these Ryuka people and everyone here. This is the Ryuka that destroyed the Blue Dragon Hall. That hall is the legendary immortal sacred artifact. If you can help the Burning Heaven sect to take down the immortal sacred artifact, everyone will have a share of the treasures inside. Zhou Tianzong's face was slightly gloomy, and he couldn't help but turn his head to look at the burning sky square. This time, there were 50 to 60 forces that participated in the marriage alliance between the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. If they really joined forces with the Burning Heaven sect, they would be a terrifying force. Immortal sacred artifact? This hall is actually an immortal sacred artifact. Hall-type sacred artifacts are generally immortal sacred artifacts. They don't have any offensive power, but I'm afraid they contain endless treasures. If we join forces with the Burning Heaven sect, we won't even get a share of the immortal sacred artifact if we miss this opportunity. In the seats, the leaders of the various forces revealed excitement and greed in their eyes. In their view, the Burning Heaven sect, the Fierce Tiger sect, and the Snow Palace, these three overlords had joined forces. So what if the Ryuko was strong? Their final fate would be a crushing defeat. Perhaps some of the leaders of the various forces knew that Zhou Tianzong was using them as cannon fodder. The temptation of the immortal sacred artifact was very tempting. Even if they couldn't get the immortal sacred artifact in the end, they might have a chance to obtain the treasures inside. After all, many of the experts in the Ryuka had a lot of profound sacred artifacts in their hands. Even the Burning Heaven sect might not be able to take out so many profound sacred artifacts, but the Ryuka was equipped with so many of them. There is no doubt that these profound sacred artifacts were obtained from the Azure Dragon Hall. This made many cultivators restless. They knew that as long as they could seize the Azure Dragon Hall, they would seize a treasure trove. Moreover, this treasure trove was very likely to contain countless treasures. Even if they could only get a share of the loot, it would still be a great benefit for them. This was also the main reason why many forces were tempted, even though they knew Zhou Tianzong's sinister intentions. Let's kill them. As long as we capture Zhuowen, we will obtain the Azure Dragon Hall. At that time, Zhou Tianzong, will guarantee that everyone will have a share of the treasures inside. Zhou Tianzong said patiently. What a despicable old man. You actually incited a group of people to be buried with the Burning Heaven sect. In any case, you're a major force in the southern barbarian lands. You're tempted by such an instigation? Then I can only say that you're as stupid as pigs. Zhuowen warned as he narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the tempted forces of the southern barbarian lands. I think you're afraid. Everyone, let's go. It's an immortal sacred artifact. Even if it's a treasure inside an immortal sacred artifact, do you think we can obtain it if we don't have the opportunity? This is an opportunity in front of us. If we don't seize it, we'll regret it in the future. Suddenly, a black-robed old man on the Dark Crow sect seat shouted. This old man should be an elder of the Dark Crow sect. However, as soon as the black-robed old man finished speaking, a big hand stretched out from the void behind him and pinched him. Pucci! The black-robed old man's eyes widened. He could not help but look behind him. He saw a figure slowly walking out from the shattered void behind him. This figure was none other than Zhuowen. You? How can you be so fast? How is this possible? The black-robed old man asked in disbelief. Don't you know the law of the void? Zhuowen said indifferently. With a squeeze of his right hand, the black-robed old man screamed miserably and exploded into a rain of blood. Even his nascent soul could not escape. Zhuowen's elusive speed sent chills down the spines of many cultivators. After all, Zhuowen, who had mastered the law of the void, was like a fish in water in the void. Every one of the Burning Heaven sect, listen up. Stop Zhuowen and all of you from the southern barbarian lands. Don't be afraid of anything. Assist the Burning Heaven sect and take down Zhuowen. You'll be rewarded handsomely when the time comes, Zhou Tianzong shouted sternly. That's right. Let's kill him. We have so many people. So what if he has mastered the law of the void? If we seal the space and have so many people, do you think we'll be afraid of him? In an instant, the forces of the southern barbarian lands regained their courage and began to gather together. The power of the law spread out above the void and formed a defensive circle that resembled a spider web. This spiderweb-like defensive circle was densely packed and spread all over the surroundings. As long as Zhuowen used the law of the void to pass through, they would instantly detect him and attack him together. Sister Jibai, Brother Han, send your people over as well. Today, we must take down Zhuowen, Zhou Tianzong said, his eyes full of killing intent. Yuan Jibai and Hu Danshan looked at each other. Then, the two of them sent Xianze and Hu Lai to bring the experts of their respective forces to meet up with the experts of the Burning Sky sect and the other major forces of the southern barbarian lands. These powerhouses added up to at least 700 or 800 people, and all of them had mastered the law of the void. In other words, the weakest among them was an invincible emperor lord. On the other hand, on the Long family side, there were only about 100 half-step sages and a few profound sages. The Dragon Soul Cultivator was currently fighting against the 18 Black Flame envoys and was badly battered. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhuowen floated in front of the Ryuka team as 5 figures swept behind him. These 5 figures were none other than Lu Hantian, Kainin, Gatha, Mo, Yin Wushang, and Mo Lingtian. Chapter 1569. The burning flame tower had collapsed. Big brother Hantian, be careful. Zhuowen looked at Lu Hantian and the other 4 and cautioned them. Lu Hantian and the other 4 nodded slightly. Soon, their attention fell on the beautiful figure in the phoenix dress not far away, and their eyes lit up. Zhuowen, congratulations. You're finally reunited with your sister-in-law. Lu Hantian laughed. The other 4 also smiled. They knew very well that the main purpose of this trip was Mu Qinxue. Now that the 2 of them were reunited, the 5 of them were relieved. Zhuowen forced a smile, but did not explain that Mu Qinxue had lost her memory. Mie Fun, you little bastard, weren't you very arrogant before? Today, I'll let you be arrogant enough. Let's attack together and kill this kid. Kill everyone in Ryuka. At this moment, Shioja and Tiger Split were leading a majestic group of experts as they rushed over. Whether it was the Burning Heaven sect, the Ferocious Tiger sect, the Snow Palace, or the other forces in the southern wilderness, they were all gathered together by him. Although many forces in the southern wilderness joined the crusade out of greed, there were also a few forces who knew that they were not strong enough, so they did not get involved. The Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate was one of those few forces. Today's Burning Sky City is about to change. Bingyu, Hanyu, the 2 of you follow me and leave Burning Sky City quickly. The Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate will not interfere with anyone or anything here. The Empyrean Saint waved his sleeve and led Xia Bingyu, Hanyu, and the people from the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate away from the Burning Sky Plaza. Although Xia Bingyu was still a little worried about Zhuowen, she knew that her words carried little weight, and the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate would not interfere in this matter, so there was nothing she could do to help. Other than the Nine Saints' Heavenly Gate, the other forces that did not participate in this matter also stayed far away and did not dare to come close. It's just a motley crew. What's the use of having more people? Lu Hantian sneered and continued. Everyone, bring out your real weapons and kill this motley crew. As soon as Lu Hantian spoke, nearly 100 Ryuka half-step saints took out their profound saint artifacts. Some of them even had more than one profound saint artifact, one offensive saint artifact, and one defensive saint artifact. Every half-saint is equipped with a profound sage artifact. Isn't this too extravagant? The expressions of Xiao, Zhe, and Hu Lai stiffened. The many cultivators behind them were also slightly startled. Generally speaking, when a cultivator reached the profound saint realm, the major forces would give them a profound sage artifact at their discretion. However, it was unlikely that they would be given a half-saint, unless they were the descendants of a major force or an extremely important junior. When they were half-saints, they might have a profound sage artifact. But now, nearly 100 Ryuka half-step saints each had a profound sage artifact, and some of the younger cultivators even had 2 profound sage artifacts at the same time. How rich must they be to be able to take out so many profound sage artifacts to equip their subordinates? Kill! Long Tian raised his arm and shouted. Along with Lu Hantian and the other 4, nearly 100 profound sage artifacts bloomed with a breathtaking power. Don't be afraid. We have more people. If we work together, we won't be afraid of these Ryuka cultivators. Xiozei quickly calmed down and shouted, beginning to mobilize the many cultivators behind him. The elite disciples of the Burning Heaven sect, the Fierce Tiger sect, and the Snow Palace naturally obeyed. However, the cultivators of the Southern Barbarian forces all had their own ulterior motives, but they did not dare to disobey Xiozei's orders. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk in an instant, the 2 teams collided, and the scene of hundreds and thousands of people fighting took place in the sky above Burning Heaven City. Moreover, all of them were rare experts, and the battle was extremely spectacular. Although the Ryuka side was equipped with profound sage artifacts, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Therefore, in this collision, they were evenly matched. As for Xiaozhe and Tiger Break, they were like fish in water. They joined forces and wantonly slaughtered the Ryuka team. Although Lu Hantian and the other four had joined forces to block them, they were barely able to do so. These two were peak profound Sage Realm cultivators, and their battle strength was comparable to the sky in Saint Realm. When they joined forces, they were unstoppable. Of course, during the battle, Xiaozhe and Tiger Break were constantly paying attention to Zhuowen's movements. If Zhuowen showed any signs of interfering, the two of them would immediately retreat. The two of them were very clear about how terrifying Zhuowen's strength was. Lo's Tianzong, who Collapsing Mountain, and Yuan Jibai were facing each other from a distance. The six of them did not fight, but were wary of each other. Xiaozhe, Tiger Break, I originally wanted to spare your lives, but since you want to die so much, I, Zhuowen, will fulfill your wishes. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely cold. He took a step forward and rushed towards Xiaozhe and Tiger Break at lightning speed. Xiaozhe and Hulai looked at each other and retreated without the slightest hesitation. The direction they were retreating towards was the Burning Sky Hall. Void! Zhuowen entered the void and approached the two of them as if he had teleported. However, Tiger Break directly used the Heavenly Tiger escape technique and arrived at the Burning Sky Hall with Xiaozhe first. You still want to leave? Zhuowen also took a step into the large hall. However, Xiaozhe and Hulai laughed coldly the moment he stepped into the large hall. Idiot, you've been tricked. Xiaozhe laughed aloud. He formed a seal with his hands, and the burning heaven hall immediately shattered. A huge hand covered in black flames extended from it and grabbed at Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he threw a punch at the large hand. However, he was surprised to find that the large hand did not move at all. It was as hard as iron and stone, and the remaining force of the punch did not decrease in the slightest as it landed on his body. Thump! Thump! Zhuowen grunted and took a few steps back. He stared at the hand with a frown. That old dog Zhou Tianzong's scheme? Zhuowen understood when he saw the smugness in Xiaozhe's eyes and the smile on Zhou Tianzong's face. So what if it's a scheme? This Burning Heaven hand is the biggest secret of the Burning Heaven Hall. It's enough to kill any Sun Sky Saint plane expert. So what if you're strong? You'll still die. Zhou Tianzong cackled. Xiaohei, stop it. Zhuowen took a deep breath and summoned his dragon soul. When the Great Abyss Saint Dragon's 100,000-foot-long body appeared in the void, it shocked many people. The Great Abyss Saint Dragon swung its tail and smashed the huge, sky-burning hand. Zhuowen used the Law of the Void and instantly appeared in front of Xianze and Tiger Break. The power of his saint body was unleashed, which made the two tremble and forget to defend themselves. At this moment, Tiger Break and Xiaozhe were no match for Zhuowen. Under the attack of Zhuowen's saint body, they could not hold on for long before their bodies collapsed and died. Zhou Tianzong's face stiffened when he saw Tiger Break and Xiaozhe die. He was in disbelief. When did Zhuowen's dragon soul become so strong? It had smashed the burning heaven hand. Yuan Jibai and Hu Busan were even more furious. The two of them had almost lost their minds. They used their strongest techniques and sacred artifacts, intending to charge over and pay for Zhuowen's life. However, the two of them were blocked by Mais and Lu Si. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, the Great Abyss Saint Dragon flew up and instantly arrived at the battlefield of the Black Phoenix and the Azure Dragon. It swung its dragon claws and slammed into the Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix collapsed, and the 18 Black Flame envoys hidden inside were all killed. Zhuowen no longer held back. He waved his right hand, and the spirit-swallowing lava river expanded infinitely as if it could burn the sky and the earth. Zhuowen punched the void and sent in the endless spirit-swallowing lava river. Then, the void between the two teams suddenly split open. The two sides immediately retreated. What a terrifying lava! Run! The endless lava river gushed out of the central void crack, drowning the martial artists of the Burning Heaven sect and the other four forces who were caught off guard. Miserable screams resounded, sounding extremely horrifying. The spirit-swallowing lava river was a heaven-defying saint artifact. Zhuowen had unleashed the might of the spirit-swallowing lava river to the extreme. It could almost burn the sky. Coupled with the sudden transmission of the void laws, the martial artists of the Burning Heaven sect and the other four forces were all caught in the lava. Asterisk splash. Asterisk the river of magma flowed rapidly in the void. Finally, it slowly shrank, turning into a belt that was fastened to Zhuo Wen's waist. The martial artists of the Burning Heaven sect and the other four forces who were originally submerged in the lava had all disappeared. They had all been devoured by the spirit-swallowing lava river. In the blink of an eye, the 18 black flame envoys had fallen. The martial artists of the Burning Heaven sect, the ferocious Tiger sect, the Ice Snow Palace, and the other forces of the southern barbarian lands had all died. This happened too quickly, so quickly that many people didn't even have time to react. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk when the entire Burning Sky City had sunk into silence. An earth-shattering sound came from the Burning Flame Pagoda not far away. Following which, the Burning Flame Pagoda that had been in the middle of Burning Sky City for thousands of years collapsed. The Burning Flame Pagoda collapsed? The collapse of the Burning Flame Pagoda attracted everyone's attention. The surface of the Burning Flame Pagoda was riddled with holes. Countless figures rushed out from the Burning Flame Pagoda. "We're free. After imprisoning me for hundreds of thousands of years, I'm finally free." Wild roars came from the Burning Flame Pagoda. These were all the criminals of the Burning Heaven sect that had been imprisoned in the Burning Flame Pagoda for thousands of years. But at this moment, these criminals were all released. Who did it? Zhou Tianzong's face turned extremely pale. The Burning Flame Pagoda had collapsed, the 18 black flame envoys had fallen, and hundreds of elites of the Burning Heaven sect had died in the hands of Zhuowen. This was more than half of the foundation of the Burning Heaven sect, and it was all destroyed just like that. "I did it." A loud and clear voice came from the direction of the Burning Flame Pagoda. A twin-headed nether dragon that was close to 10,000 feet long flew over. 5 figures stood on the twin-headed nether dragon's head. The person in the lead was a man in his 30s with a resolute and handsome face. He had a tall and straight posture. In his hand was a small sword that was engraved with numerous blood-colored seals. It was a heaven-defying saint artifact, the sword of 10,000 sacrifices. Long Xiaodian and Feng Xiao. Chapter 1570. Mind Splitting, the previous holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect, Feng Xiao. Due to the collapse of the Burning Flame Tower, the battle in the Burning Heaven Plaza came to a halt. The onlookers turned to look at the two-headed nether dragon that was flying towards them. The southern barbarian forces that knew their limits and chose not to besiege Zhuowen were secretly rejoicing in their hearts. They knew that if they had been incited by Zhuowen to besiege Zhuowen, their fates would have been very miserable. When the Burning Flame Tower collapsed, the previous holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect was rescued. Furthermore, the one who rescued Feng Xiao was a dragon soul cultivator. Without a doubt, this was the arrangement of the Ryuka. At this moment, all the forces in the Burning Heaven City were shocked to discover that the strength of the Ryuka was far beyond their imagination. Feng Xiao was a taboo in the Burning Heaven City. It was said that more than 20 years ago, Feng Xiao was brought back by the higher-ups of the Burning Heaven sect because of a scandal and was imprisoned in the Burning Flame Tower. For the past 20 years, the Burning Heaven sect had been deliberately guiding the Burning Heaven City cultivators to forget about Feng Xiao. Without a doubt, with the power of the Burning Heaven sect, they were able to do it. Now, there were very few people who knew about Feng Xiao. However, the southern barbarian forces like the Nine Saints Heavenly Sect knew about Feng Xiao's name and also knew about the traces of what happened back then. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and stared at the beautiful figure nestled in the arms of the Long Xiaotian. The coldness in his eyes slowly turned into a smile. This woman looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. She was dressed in a gauzy gown, and her skirt was like a swallow's tail. Her autumn eyes were as gentle as water and contained endless gentleness. This was a gentle woman. Her gentleness could melt the heart of any evil person with a heart of stone. Her gentleness was natural and generous, and had a strange charm that could make people sink forever. Zhuowen knew that this gentle woman in front of him was his birth mother. Perhaps because she felt Zhuo Wen's gaze, Feng Xiao's jade-like neck turned slightly, and her pair of beautiful eyes fell on Zhuo Wen. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and that smile was inextricably warm, very clean, and very comfortable. Is it Zhuowen? Are you Zhuowen? In the blink of an eye, you're already so big. Although this is the first time I've seen you, your aura is the same as when you were a child. It hasn't changed. Feng Xiao's cherry lips slowly opened and closed as she said softly. Upon hearing that gentle voice, Zhuowen's entire body trembled. For some unknown reason, his eyes became misty and his nose felt a little sour. To Zhuowen, mother, whether it was in his previous life or this life, was a sacred word. Everything that had happened to him had started from his mother. It was his mother who had given him a new life. Even though Zhuowen had never met his biological mother since he was born, the same blood flowed in their veins. Blood ties were thicker than water, and it was difficult for time to dilute them. Whoosh! Zhuowen's right foot stepped into the void and instantly arrived on the two-headed netherworld dragon's head. Standing in front of Feng Xiao, he knelt on one knee and said in a deep voice, "Zhuowen greets mother." Feng Xiao slowly squatted down and gently cupped Zhuowen's face. A pair of ice-cold palms slowly stroked Zhuowen's face as she said, "My son has grown up and is so handsome. I haven't been by your side for 20 years. I've made you suffer." Speaking up to here, Feng Xiao gently hugged Zhuowen in her arms. There was a trace of sobbing, a trace of guilt, and even a trace of reluctance. Zhuowen's heart trembled. He also gently hugged Feng Xiao and said with a smile, "Mother, you weren't by my side voluntarily. You must have suffered for 20 years. Long Xiaotian put his hands on Zhuowen and Feng Xiao's shoulders, his eyes slightly red. For more than 20 years, this was the first time the family of three was reunited. This scene had appeared in his mind countless times, and today it had finally come true. The former holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect is Zhuowen's mother. No wonder Zhuowen came to the Burning Heaven sect. I'm afraid the main reason is Feng Xiao. In addition to Feng Xiao, it should also be Mu Qinxue. I heard that the current holy maiden Mu Qinxue fell in love with a man when she was training in the Eastern Land. It was for this reason that the Burning Heaven sect mustered a lot of people to bring Mu Qinxue back. Looking at the scene of the family of three being reunited, many people understood the main reason why Zhuowen came to the Burning Heaven sect to make trouble. His mother and lover were in the Burning Heaven sect. As long as he wasn't a cold-blooded and heartless person, how could he not come to save them? Many people in Ryuka looked at this scene and couldn't help revealing a smile. Lu Hantian laughed, feeling happy that Zhuowen's family could be reunited. Zhou Tianzong's face was gloomy to the extreme. This time, he had completely miscalculated. He had miscalculated that Zhuowen would dare to take the initiative to come to the Burning Heaven sect. He also didn't expect that Zhuowen would become so strong and that his development of Ryuka would reach such a terrifying scale, especially the three mountain gods in front of him. Even if he joined forces with Tiger Collapsing Mountain and Yuan Jibai, they couldn't gain the slightest advantage. Zhuowen, I heard from Xiaotian that your little lover is also the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. Moreover, it's that little girl Qin Shui. After the two separated, Feng Xiao's beautiful eyes looked at Zhuowen with a smile. Zhuowen scratched his head and said with a little embarrassment, Hey, Qin Shui is the girl I like. That little girl, Chan Shui. When I was imprisoned in the Burning Flame Tower, I heard some things about her. Let her come over and let me take a look. Feng Xiao said with a faint smile. Zhuowen's eyes flickered and he said with some hesitation, Mother, Chun Shui has lost her memories of me. This must have been done by Zhou Tianzong. Now that she can't recognize me, I'm afraid she won't listen to me." After saying this, Zhuowen looked at the woman who was still standing around the ruins of the burning heaven hall. She was like an independent flame lotus. Mu Qinshui had always been calm. Even when the burning heaven sect and Ryuka were fighting, she was still calm and collected. Even when many disciples of the burning heaven sect died at the hands of Zhuowen, she was still calm and collected. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could make her reveal any other expression. Lost her memories? Could it be that bastard Zhou Tianzong used a forbidden technique? I have to go take a look at that little girl, Chun Shui's situation. Feng Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and her beautiful face turned pale. She quickly had Long Xiaotian bring the dual-headed nether dragon over to Mu Qinshui. Seeing Feng Xiao's expression, Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition filled his heart. "Mother, what forbidden technique is it? Is it very dangerous?" Zhuowen quickly asked. Feng Xiao shook her head and said, "I can't be certain right now. I have to go in front of that little girl to confirm whether or not she has been affected by the forbidden technique." Zhuowen fell silent. He stared at the beautiful figure in the distance. That beautiful figure was starting to panic in his heart. It was as if at this moment, that beautiful figure was very far away from him. "Nothing will happen," Zhuowen said to himself with a smile. So, the dual-headed nether dragon descended. Feng Xiao was supported by Long Xiaotian as she slowly walked in front of Mu Qinshui. Zhuowen followed closely behind. As for Yin Ji's group of three, they stood on the dual-headed nether dragon and did not immediately come down. They were outsiders, so naturally it wasn't good for them to come down together. "You guys," Mu Qinshui was a little vigilant, but seeing that Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian did not have any ill intent in their eyes, the vigilance in her eyes gradually faded. However, she was still not used to the two of them being so close. "Chun Shui, they're my parents. They won't hurt you." Zhuowen slowly walked to Mu Qinshui's side and held her pure, white jade hand. The vigilant Mu Qinshui also relaxed. She did not know why, but as long as the man in front of her was standing by her side, she could feel a strange calmness. It was as if as long as the man in front of her was here, he could support her in any way. "Are you really the previous holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect?" Mu Qinshui's beautiful eyes fell on Feng Xiao as she asked in a curious voice. Feng Xiao's beautiful eyes curved as she said with a smile, "That's right. I was indeed the Burning Heaven sect's holy maiden in the past, but I'm not anymore. Chun Shui, can you let me see your sea of consciousness? You can be assured, I swear on my life that I will not have any bad intentions towards you. If I do, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death," Feng Xiao said in a serious voice. Mu Qinshui knit her brows. The sea of consciousness was the most precious place for a cultivator. If it was not someone they trusted, how could they casually let others see it? However, since Feng Xiao had sworn on her life, she clearly did not have any bad intentions. "Chun Shui, didn't you say that you had forgotten something important? Perhaps the problem lies in your sea of consciousness, or perhaps your memories have been taken away by someone. Don't you want to know what the reason is?" Zhuowen said to Mu Qinshui. Mu Qinshui was silent for a bit before finally nodding and letting go of her defenses. Feng Xiao's jade finger tapped on Mu Qinshui's forehead. A light flickered on her finger and entered Mu Qinshui's forehead. After half an incense stick of time, Feng Xiao took back her jade finger. Her beautiful eyes slowly opened with a trace of coldness. Mu Qinshui's face was a bit pale, but she was still held in Zhuowen's embrace. "Mother, what happened to Chun Shui's sea of consciousness?" Seeing Feng Xiao's expression, Zhuowen had a bad premonition. "Mind-splitting memory," Feng Xiao said in a deep voice. "Mind-splitting memory? What is that?" Zhuowen asked in a puzzled voice. "It's a forbidden technique of the Burning Heaven sect. It uses a special method to strip a certain memory from the user's sea of consciousness and control it in one's own hands," Feng Xiao said. "Controlling it in one's own hands." In other words, Chun Shui's memory was not sealed, but rather stripped out. Is that memory in Zhou Tianzong's hands? Zhuowen slowly turned his head and stared at Zhou Tianzong, who was still confronting the three mountain gods. His voice was very cold. I'm afraid it's in Zhou Tianzong's hands. Moreover, mind-splitting memory is a forbidden technique. It doesn't only have the effect of stripping memories, because if that memory is deliberately broken, the user's sea of consciousness will become chaotic. Her memories will slowly disappear as time passes, and her soul will collapse before finally dying. Chapter 1571. 7 Laws. Once these words were said, Mu Qinxue was stunned. She knit her brows and said, Is it that serious? Then who took away my memories? This kind of taboo technique has always been in the hands of the Burning Heaven sect masters. It was Zhou Tianzong who used this evil taboo technique on you. Feng Xiao's voice became very cold. Zhou Tianzong was too sinister using this kind of taboo technique on the current Sanus. He wanted to firmly control Mu Qinxue. Zhou Tianzong, you old fool! Zhuowen roared out as his eyes filled with killing intent. Zhou Tianzong was simply treating Mu Qinxue as a prisoner. So, Mu Qinxue suddenly jumped up, and the flames under her feet turned into a giant fire phoenix. She arrived not far away from Zhou Tianzong and stared at him with her beautiful eyes as she said, Sect Master, did you use memory splitting on me? Zhou Tianzong's eyes flickered as he said with a grin, Chun Shui, you are the Burning Heaven Sect's saintess. These people are the enemies of the Burning Heaven sect. Are you really willing to listen to their words? Let me tell you right now, they're all speaking nonsense. You are the Burning Heaven sect's saintess, so you should stand on this one side. Come over here. Zhou Tianzong calmly said. Old dog Zhou, the one speaking nonsense is you. Who would believe your nonsense? Chun Shui's memories were taken by you, and that Elder Qiu was also turned into an idiot by your Burning Heaven sect's Yan Ruhua. You can even do such a vicious thing to the people of your own sect. The conduct of your Burning Sky sect is truly ugly. Zhuowen arrived beside Mu Qinxue and spoke in a cold voice. When Mu Qinxue heard about Elder Qiu, her delicate body trembled and she became agitated. Elder Qiu was turned into an idiot by Yan Ruhua. Why did he do this? And why didn't you stop him? Back then, Mu Qinxue had also asked Zhou Tianzong about Elder Qiu, but Zhou Tianzong had always used excuses to brush her off. There was even a period of time when he forbade her from meeting Elder Qiu. At that time, Mu Qinxue had already had her suspicions. Now that Zhuowen mentioned it, she was suddenly enlightened. Zhou Tianzong flew into a rage. Zhuowen spoke without any scruples, and his heart was filled with rage. However, with the three mountain gods standing in front of him, he couldn't directly attack Zhuowen. All you can do is hide behind others and bark like a dog. What else can you do? Zhou Tianzong said coldly. I can still defeat you. Since you said that I can only hide behind others and bark, then I'm standing right in front of you. Do you dare to fight me, Zhuowen? Zhuowen slowly walked over and landed in front of the three mountain gods. He stared coldly at Zhou Tianzong. This Zhou Tianzong actually dared to use such a forbidden technique on Mu Qinxue. Zhuowen's killing intent surged. He couldn't wait to kill him with his own hands. The three mountain gods, Long Xiaotian, and the other Ryuka silently watched all this. No one was worried about Zhuowen. Even if Zhou Tianzong was a saint of the Yang Sky Sacred Realm, they weren't worried. This was because Zhuowen had a heaven-defying saint artifact, the spirit-swallowing lava river. Even Zhou Tianzong might not be able to block Zhuowen's spirit-swallowing lava river. Zhou Tianzong narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I know you have a heaven-defying saint artifact. That's why you're so fearless. To be fair, you can't use that heaven-defying saint artifact. As soon as he said this, the Ryuka frowned. Lu Hantian even shouted, Old man, you're already a fish on the chopping block. How dare you be so picky? Do you believe that we won't kill you directly? Let's see if you can still be so arrogant then. Zhou Tianzong was neither anxious nor annoyed. He stared at Zhuowen, his lips moving as he used secret voice sending to Zhuowen. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhou Tianzong and said in a low voice, "You dare?" Zhou Tianzong smiled faintly and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? If I die, you can forget about getting that thing. You might even lose the most important thing. So, you can fight with me, but you can't use that heaven-defying saint artifact. I can promise you. But I think that to be fair, we shouldn't use the saint artifact." Zhuowen said indifferently, "Huh, that's reasonable. Of course, no matter who wins or loses, you have to let me go. Of course, if you win, I'll give that thing to you. If you break the promise, you know the consequences better than I do." Zhou Tianzong said indifferently. Zhuowen was silent for a moment. Finally, he said in a low voice, "Okay, I promise you." "Zhuowen, what are you talking about? How can you agree to this old man's ridiculous condition?" Lu Hantian asked in confusion. Not only Lu Hantian, but Kanan, Gatha, Moyan Wushang, Imo Lingtan, and the other Ryuka clansmen were also puzzled. Zhou Tianzong's condition could be described as excessive. As long as one had a brain, they wouldn't agree to it. But Zhuowen had agreed to it. Could there be some secret behind it? Feng Xiao seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful eyes revealed a worried look. She sighed and said, "This brat has done so much for that girl, Chen Shui." Long Xiaotian didn't say anything. He faintly thought of the content of Zhou Tianzong's voice transmission. He was afraid that he was using Mu Qinshua's memory as a bargaining chip. "Brother Hu and Sister Jibai have nothing to do with our Burning Heaven sect. You can let them go first." Zhou Tianzong said to Zhuowen again, "You're still pushing your luck?" Lu Hantian said in a bad mood. Zhuowen took a deep breath and said, "Let them go." "Zhuowen, you're really going to let them go?" Lu Hantian was puzzled. "Brother Hantian, I know what I'm doing." Zhuowen looked at Lu Hantian and said. Lu Hantian nodded and didn't say anything else. With Zhuowen's permission, Yuan Jibai and Hu Hantian cupped their hands and left the burning heaven city without any hindrance. Boom! Zhuowen stepped into the void and stared at Zhou Tianzong. "Get up here. Today, you and I will fight. I will make you prostrate on the ground." Zhou Tianzong's lips curled into a smile. He laughed and said, "Zhuowen, I, Zhou Tianzong, actually admire you. You're able to develop the Ryuka to such a level. Of course, I think a large part of it is because of the immortal saint artifact. However, do you think you can defeat me without relying on the heaven-defying saint artifact? With your insignificant cultivation of the pure, profound saint realm? You're right. I don't need to rely on external items to defeat you." Zhuowen replied indifferently. "Arrogant." Zhou Tianzong leaped into the air. Every step he took left a trail of fire in the air, looking like fireworks. It was a dazzling sight. Finally, he landed in front of Zhuowen, facing him from afar. "This isn't arrogance, but confidence," Zhuowen said indifferently. "Then let me see how much strength your confidence can bring you. If you really suffer a double loss later, don't blame me for not warning you." After Zhou Tianzong finished speaking, he stepped into the void and flames began to emerge from his body. Strangely, the flames on the surface of his body had 3 colors: black, purple, and red. Boom! The 3-colored flames spread very quickly. In an instant, with Zhou Tianzong as the center, they covered an area of nearly 1,000 feet. The law of fire, but it seems to be a little different from the law of fire. Looking at the 3-colored flames, Zhuowen could feel the rich power of the law of fire. However, these flames were different from the ordinary law of fire. Or rather, they were much stronger than the ordinary law of fire. Zhuowen is too impulsive. His cultivation is a little weaker than Zhou Tianzong's. If he doesn't rely on the heaven-defying saint artifact, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to defeat Zhou Tianzong. Lu Hantian muttered to himself with an ugly expression. Mu Qinshuo, who was standing on the other side, frowned slightly and revealed a worried look. "Don't worry, Zhuowen is not as weak as you think," Lowe's said with a laugh. Others might not know, but Lowe's knew that Zhuowen now had a great success sacred body. In addition, with the 9-cycle golden split pattern, the power of the sacred body was no weaker than his. If the law of power in Zhuowen's body was added, Zhuan's combat strength would probably double. These are the law of fire of 3 different attributes. The law of fire of each attribute is completely comparable to the power of the other laws. 3 of them are equivalent to mastering 3 laws. Zhou Tianzong's eyes revealed an arrogant look. He looked at Zhuan with a murderous look in his eyes. He knew very well that with that thing on his body, Zhuan would not dare to act rashly, let alone kill him. He could only act cautiously. Therefore, at this moment, he was somewhat unscrupulous and even a little crazy. The Burning Heaven sect had collapsed, and the Burning Heaven Hall had been destroyed. Most of the elites of the Burning Heaven sect and the 18 Black Flame envoys had fallen. Zhou Tianzong knew that half of the foundation of the Burning Heaven sect had been destroyed. All of this was caused by the young man in front of him. Therefore, Zhou Tianzong must kill the young man in front of him with his own hands to relieve the hatred in his heart. Die! Zhou Tianzong took a step forward. The 3-colored flame was like a long river, majestically rushing toward Zhuan. It wanted to wrap Zhuan's entire body in it. Ice and fire. Zhuan immediately opened his ice and fire eyes. Suddenly, the 2 energies of ice and fire soared into the sky and condensed into a huge palace in front of him. Boom! The 3-colored flame rushed over and smashed into the ice and fire palace, causing it to retreat. Just 2 types of laws can't stop me. Zhou Tianzong laughed wildly. If 2 types of laws can't do it, what about 3 or 4? Zhuan was not in a hurry. He dragged the ice and fire palace with his right hand and clenched his left hand into a fist. Ice, fire, death, desolation, and void laws condensed on his fist. With a punch, the 5 types of laws were like 5 long dragons, bombarding the 3-colored flame. Rumble. Suddenly, the 3-colored flame with irresistible force froze in the void. Zhou Tianzong groaned and took a few steps back. With a face full of astonishment, he said, 5 types of laws? You alone have mastered 5 types of laws? 5 types? I'm afraid it's more than that. Masha Karma. Zhuan sneered and immediately summoned the Masha and Karma laws. Behind Zhuan, 2 huge figures of Buddha and demon appeared and punched out again. Boom! The power of the 7 types of laws was too terrifying. The 3-colored flame was annihilated, and Zhou Tianzong spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Chapter 1572. The Ice Fire Clan's Representative 7 Laws? One person has mastered 7 laws? Isn't that too terrifying? I have never heard of anyone in the southern barbarian lands who has mastered so many laws. Everyone was in an uproar as they stared at the figure that had repelled Zhou Tianzong with a single punch. They were all in disbelief. What a monster! Whoosh! Zhuan stepped into the air and arrived in front of Zhou Tianzong like an arrow. He reached out with his right hand and grabbed at Zhou Tianzong's clothes, tried to pull him back. Get lost! Zhou Tianzong roared. He waved his right hand and took out a long blade covered in purple flames. Purple flame, heavenly blade, slash. With a slash of the blade, purple flames soared into the sky, forming numerous purple flame storms that tore through space. The surrounding temperature also rapidly rose at a frightening speed, roasting the surrounding people until their faces flushed red and their ears turned red. Zhuan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Zhou Tianzong to suddenly use a saint weapon. It was not the first time Zhuan had seen the purple flame heavenly blade. Back in the eastern lands, Zhou Tianzong had used it once. The quality of the purple flame heavenly blade was even higher than the dark flame brush. It was probably a sky saint weapon. Facing the terrifying attack of the purple flame heavenly blade, Zhuan was caught off guard. However, his reaction was astonishing. 2 golden runes surged out of his body and formed 2 layers of defense in front of him. Boom! The purple flames rushed over and blasted on the golden runes. Then Zhuan took a few steps back. He waved his right hand, and the spirit-devouring magma river at his waist turned into a long river. It swept out and devoured the terrifying purple flames. Whoosh! The spirit-devouring magma river was unforgiving. After devouring the purple flames, it continued to rush towards Zhou Tianzong. Zhou Tianzong cursed inwardly. He waved the purple flame heavenly blade. Blade shadows accompanied by purple flames covered the surrounding space densely. However, the spirit-devouring magma river was too terrifying. It was a heaven-defying saint weapon. The purple flame heavenly blade's blade shadows were directly annihilated. Puchi! Zhou Tianzong spat out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly fled. However, the spirit-devouring magma river was much faster than him. It turned into a thin rope and tied Zhou Tianzong. Then, Zhou Tianzong was brought him to Zhuowen. What other tricks do you want to play? As the sect master of the Burning Heavens sect, don't you feel ashamed for using such petty tricks? Zhuowen said coldly. Hee hee. What? Could it be that you want to kill me? I'm the only one who knows where that thing is. If you kill me, you'll never find that thing, Zhou Tianzong said fearlessly. However, just as Zhou Tianzong finished speaking, Zhuowen stepped forward and stomped on his chest. Zhou Tianzong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, forming a huge crater. Cough, cough, cough. You. Inside the crater, Zhou Tianzong kept coughing. He raised his head and glared at Zhuowen. He hadn't expected Zhuowen to attack. Sect Master Zhou, don't think that you can be so fearless just because you have that thing. If possible, I can use the soul-searching secret technique on you and search your memories. At that time, even if you don't tell me, I'll know. Zhuowen slowly landed in front of the crater and continued. So, you better not think too highly of yourself. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I won't use such extreme methods on you. Zhou Tianzong's expression changed. His eyes flickered and he remained silent. Hand over Chun Shui's memories, and I won't make it hard for you, Zhuowen said as he spread out his hands. Zhou Tianzong was silent for a moment. He flicked his right hand and took out a brocade box from his spirit ring. He handed it over to Zhuowen and said, That memory is in this brocade box. You can take it, but you have to keep your promise. Zhuowen took the brocade box and said, If you didn't lie to me, I will keep my promise. Slowly opening the brocade box, Zhuowen found that there was a thumb-sized transparent bead inside. This bead was covered in 7 different colors and looked very beautiful. Zhuowen, be careful. That's not a memory bead. Quickly throw it away. Suddenly, Feng Xiao's expression changed, and she shouted at Zhuowen's back. When Zhuowen opened the brocade box, Feng Xiao had been paying attention to him. When she saw the rainbow bead, she immediately found that something was wrong. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He threw out his right hand and planned to throw away the rainbow bead. What a strong suction force. However, the moment he threw away the rainbow bead, Zhuowen was shocked to find that there was a terrifying suction force coming from the bead, and it was firmly sucked into his palm. Huh, Zhuowen, you've been fooled. Mu Qinshui can indeed lower your IQ and vigilance. You're so easy to fool. Zhou Tianzong laughed. A jade talisman appeared in his hand at an unknown time. He crushed the jade talisman, and he broke free from the shackles of the spirit, swallowing lava river, and disappeared in front of Zhuowen. Boom! The moment Zhou Tianzong disappeared, the rainbow bead began to explode. Rainbow energy swept through the entire space. The explosive energy rushed into the sky and penetrated deep into the earth. The earth shook and the mountains shook. The sky was flooded with the rainbow energy. It was so dense that it made one's scalp tingle. Zhuowen, Lord Longwen, everyone in the Long family had a drastic change in expression. No one expected Zhou Tianzong to be this despicable and shameless. He actually used Mu Qinshui's matter to plot against Zhuowen. Zhou Tianzong, you're despicable. Feng Xiao and Long Xiaoyan's eyes were red. Long Xiaoyan urged the two-headed nether dragon to charge at Zhou Tianzong, who was thousands of miles away. Ha! This kid deserves to die. He destroyed the foundation of my Burning Heavens sect. Does he not deserve to die? And you, Feng Xiao, as the previous saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, you committed adultery with an outsider and gave birth to such a bastard. You are truly a sinner of the Burning Heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong said with a sinister expression. You're the one who forced our family of 3. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened to the Burning Heaven sect. If we're talking about sinners, then you're the one who deserves to be sinned, Feng Xiao said coldly. Roar! The two-headed nether dragon arrived in an instant. Its dragon tail swept across the sky like a huge whip and lashed out in front of Zhou Tianzong. Boom! Zhou Tianzong stood in place. When the dragon tail arrived in front of him, a fierce attack came from a void behind him and smashed into the dragon tail. Thump! 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 The two-headed nether dragon was forced to retreat several steps under this attack. Its eyes were filled with bewilderment. What's that? Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao stared at the void behind Zhou Tianzong in bewilderment. There, the void slowly cracked open. Figures with powerful auras stepped out and landed around Zhou Tianzong. 15 figures walked out of the void crack. These people were all dressed in alternating blue and red robes. The blue was like ice and the red was like fire. It seems that our coordinates are correct. This should be the location of the Southern Burning Heaven sect. But how did it become so chaotic? A tall, middle-aged man with a solemn expression looked around. He found that the Burning Heaven city was extremely chaotic at this moment. Even the iconic building, the Burning Flame Tower, had collapsed. It seemed that a great battle had taken place. You should be Lord Xinghua, right? I've heard about you from Eldarin. Zhou Tianzong respectfully came before the middle-aged man and spoke in a rather submissive tone. Oh, it seems that you should be the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect, Zhou Tianzong. Didn't your Burning Heaven sect have a girl with the Phoenix bloodline and a kid with the Black Tortoise bloodline from the Snow Palace? We're not here to see you today. We're here to see if the bloodline of these 2 little guys is strong. The middle-aged man named Xinghua said lightly. This, Lord Xinghua, the Black Tortoise bloodline's Xiuzhe is dead, and the Phoenix bloodline's Mu Qinxue has been snatched away. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult for you to meet them, Zhou Tianzong said in a low voice. What did you say? Who dares to snatch the people I want? Xinghua narrowed his eyes and emitted a cold light. It's like this, Zhou Tianzong pointed at Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian, as well as the many Ryuka forces behind them. He silently told Xinghua what had happened. Your Burning Heaven sect is really useless. You were actually defeated by the rising Ryuka of the Eastern Lands. However, this Ryuka's luck is not bad. He actually has a saint artifact. After listening to Zhou Tianzong's narration, Xinghua said rather impolitely. Zhou Tianzong did not dare to casually refute. This person's background was not small, and he did not dare to casually offend him. Who are you guys? Long Xiaotian asked with fear in his eyes. Feng Xiao's jade-like hand blocked Long Xiaotian and transmitted, Xiaotian, quickly retreat. These people are probably from the Ice-Fire family of the Central Lands. We can't afford to offend them. Quickly retreat, or it'll be too late. Hearing this, Long Xiaotian's heart trembled. Although he did not know much about the Central Lands, he still knew some of the famous forces. The Ice-Fire family was one of the famous forces. This was a super force that was much stronger than the overlord forces of the 4 major regions. They were in existence that they could not afford to offend. Thinking of this, Long Xiaotian's thoughts moved, and the 2-headed nether dragon suddenly turned its head and distanced itself from Xinghua and the others. Want to leave? Not so fast. Xinghua sneered and pressed his right hand against the void. Instantly, a surge of ice and fire energy was formed by his hand and turned into a giant hand of ice and fire. It pressed down on the 2-headed nether dragon. Roar! The 2-headed nether dragon roared and swung its huge dragon tail. It passed through space and blasted towards the giant hand. Boom! When the two collided, the dragon tail collapsed, and the giant hand of ice and fire was unstoppable. It enveloped Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. Break for me. However, just as the giant hand of ice and fire was about to suppress Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao, The three mountain gods brought their three sacred mountains and blocked the giant hand of ice and fire. However, Loz and the other two were greatly shocked. Although the three of them joined forces to block the giant hand of ice and fire, they were barely able to do so. The giant hand slammed down again and again, causing the three sacred mountains to tremble as if they would collapse at any time. Chapter 1573. What? They're all Sky's Saint Realm saints? Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian weren't the only ones who were shocked. The surrounding Ryuka and Burning Sky City's cultivators were also shocked. The Sky Saint Realm, a saint with such cultivation, had never appeared in the four major regions. Even the sect leader of the Burning Sky sect, Zhou Qianzong, the sect leader of the Ferocious Tigers sect, Hu Benshan, and the palace master of the Snow Palace, Yuan Jibai, were only at the peak of the Sun Sky Saint Realm. But now, 15 mysterious cultivators had appeared, and all of them were in the Sky Saint Realm. This was unbelievable. Who are these people? They're all in the Sky Saint Realm. This is too terrifying. It's impossible for such experts to appear in the four major regions, and so many of them at once. Without a doubt, these people are from the Central Plains. I wonder which faction they are from. Looking at these 15 people, it seems like they're related to the Burning Heaven sect. It seems like the Ryuka that defeated the Burning Heaven sect is doomed. Burning Sky City was in an uproar. 15 Sky Saint Realm saints had appeared at once. This was a huge visual impact to the cultivators in Burning Sky City who had never stepped into the Central Plains. Let's go. Everyone, quickly return to the Azure Dragon Hall. Long Xiaotian also knew the urgency of the situation and hurriedly shouted at the Ryuka people. Nearly 100 members of the Long family did not hesitate in the slightest. They all followed Long Xiaotian's instructions and entered the Azure Dragon Hall. Uncle, what about Zhuowen? We still don't know if he's dead or alive. Lu Hantian asked anxiously as he led Kanan, Gatha, Hemo Lingtian, and Moyan Wushang to the two-headed nether dragon where Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao were. You don't have to worry about Zhuowen. That kid won't die so easily. You can enter the Azure Dragon Hall first. The Abyss Saint Dragon had somehow landed near the two-headed nether dragon and stared at everyone with his large dragon eyes. No one was surprised when the Abyssal Holy Dragon spoke. They already knew that Zhuowen's dragon soul was not ordinary. Now that they heard Xiaohei say that Zhuowen was fine, they were relieved. After all, Xiaohei was Zhuowen's dragon soul. Naturally, she could sense whether Zhuowen was dead or alive. Take them down. Which one of you is going? Xinghua's eyes were cold as he said to the 14 figures behind him who were dressed in red and blue robes. Let me do it. I alone am enough. A skinny man with a gloomy expression slowly walked out and said with a strange laugh, Chichio, right? Remember to be gentle. Just capture them alive. There's no need to kill them, Xinghua said calmly. Chichio chuckled and said, What Big Brother Xinghua said is right. I know what I'm doing. As he spoke, the man called Chichio waved his sleeve and vanished on the spot as if he had teleported. I'll stop him. Mai's eyes were gloomy as he stomped the 16th mountain with his right foot. The 16th mountain turned into a stone spear that was about 10 feet long. He held the stone spear and stepped on the void with his right foot. A terrifying blast of air burst out as he shot out like a cannonball. However, Mize did not get far before he was crushed by a giant hand of ice and fire. He was blasted back. The three of you can forget about going anywhere. But what I'm surprised about is that the three of you don't have any saint power fluctuations on your bodies. Moreover, the strength of your physical bodies is a little too strong. Who are you? Xinghua looked at Loz and the other two and said unhurriedly. Loz and the other two narrowed their eyes. The feeling that Xinghua gave them was much stronger than the other 14 people. Without a doubt, Xinghua had reached the peak of the Sky Saint Realm and was not far from the heaven-defying Saint Realm. Although the three of them had saint physiques, they were at the bottom of the 18 mountain gods. There was still a certain gap between their strength and the Sky Saint Realm. In particular, Xinghua was at the peak of the Sky Saint Realm. To them, even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Xinghua, not to mention the other 13 people behind Xinghua who were eyeing them covetously. While Xinghua was confronting Lowe's and the other two, Qiqiu had already caught up with Feng Xiao, Long Xiaodian, and the others. The two-headed nether dragon and I will block this person. The 7 of you should hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if you get caught, Zhuowen will have to hold back, Xiao He said to Long Xiaotian and the others. Then, she rushed out with the two-headed nether dragon to meet Qiqiu head-on. You want to block me with just 2 dragon souls? Ridiculous. Qiqiu licked his lips and flipped his right palm. Countless wind blades appeared around him. With a pinch of his right hand, the wind blades gathered together and formed an invisible crescent-shaped blade. Dimensional slash die. Whoosh. The crescent-shaped blade was extremely swift, and it whistled through the air like a gale. Everywhere it passed, space shattered into pieces like glass, and it was an extremely magnificent sight. Pucci, the two-headed nether dragon, was directly cut in half. Under the crescent-shaped blade, the two-headed nether dragon, who was not weak, could not resist at all. What? How terrifying. This person only mastered the ordinary law of wind. Why is the wind blade so terrifying? Long Xiaodian could not help but turn pale with fright. There was a metallic taste in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The two-headed nether dragon was his dragon soul. Now that it was destroyed, it naturally had some impact on him. The next time Long Xiaodian wanted to use the two-headed nether dragon, he would have to wait for his dragon soul to completely recover before he could use it again. This person is at the Empyrean Saint stage. Even if he only mastered the ordinary law of wind, his power is far stronger than an ordinary saint. Moreover, this person also mastered some kind of secret technique that can use the law of wind. That's why his wind blade is so powerful, Feng Xiao explained calmly. Feng Xiao calmly explained. After all, she was the previous holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. She knew a lot about the Burning Heaven sect. She knew that the Burning Heaven sect and the Ice Fire clan of the Central Plains had some connections. However, due to the long distance between the two and the Burning Heaven sect was only an insignificant branch of the Ice Fire clan, the two had no contact at all. Of course, for many years, the Burning Heaven sect had tried to establish a relationship with the Ice Fire clan. However, it did not attract the attention of the higher-ups of the Ice Fire clan. Or rather, even if they did not pay much attention to it. But now, because the Rare Phoenix bloodline had appeared in the Burning Heaven sect, and the Black Tortoise bloodline had appeared in the Ice Fire clan, these two bloodlines were very important to the Ice Fire clan. Even in the Ice Fire clan, there were not many disciples with these two bloodlines. But generally, disciples with these bloodlines would be nurtured by the Ice Fire clan with great effort. They would usually become monstrous geniuses in the Central Plains. Therefore, the Burning Heaven sect and the Ice Fire clan reported this news to the Ice Fire clan, which immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Ice Fire clan. Taking advantage of the marriage between the two great forces, the Ice Fire clan would also send people to bring back Mu Qinxue and Bathing Lake, who both had special bloodlines, to the clan to nurture. Boom! After the crescent-shaped blade instantly beheaded the two-headed nether dragon, it did not lose momentum and swept toward Xiao He. Don't be so arrogant with a mere dimensional slash, Xiao He shouted in a low voice. He opened his dragon mouth and spat out a dense black mist. This black mist formed a pile of cotton-like things that blocked in front of him. Bang! The crescent-shaped blade arrived in an instant and slammed into the black mist. Then, the blade bounced back and flew towards Qiqiu. Qiqiu was stunned. He waved his sleeve, and the crescent-shaped blade that bounced back was completely destroyed. He stared at Xiao He in surprise and said, "What an interesting dragon soul. It actually blocked my dimensional slash. I wonder who your master is." "It's me." An indifferent voice slowly rang out. The rainbow-colored explosion in the distance began to weaken. From within the explosion, a slender figure slowly walked out. Zhuowen stood quietly. His gaze fell on Qi Qiu, Xinghua, and the other members of the Ice Fire clan who were not far away. He frowned slightly. He could feel that the aura on these people was not simple. He didn't die. This kid is really lucky, Zhou Tianzong muttered to himself with slight pity. At this moment, Zhuowen was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered due to the violent explosion. His great success holy physique was even damaged in many places. At the same time, a third golden rune appeared on Zhuowen's body. This third golden rune was engraved on Zhuowen's soul when he was engulfed in the explosion. It was precisely because Zhuowen had carved the third golden rune at the moment of life and death that the power of his great success saint body had reached a new height. This was why Zhuowen had relied on his saint body to completely withstand the explosion around him. Otherwise, Zhuowen wouldn't have just suffered light injuries. It was very likely that he would have suffered heavy injuries. Zhou Tianzong turned his head and saw Zhuowen behind the dozen people. He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Zhou Tianzong, you old fox. Zhuowen, will definitely make you pay the price. Are you all right?" With a burst of fragrance, Mu Qinxue floated to Zhuowen's side. Her watery eyes were filled with worry as she stared at Zhuowen. After all, the injuries on Zhuowen's body looked quite serious. Seeing the worry in Mu Qinxue's eyes, Zhuowen's heart warmed. Although Mu Qinxue might have forgotten about him, her feelings for him had not changed. She would still be worried about him. "Qinxue, I'm fine. I'll send you to the Azure Dragon Palace first. Don't worry, I'll help you take back the memories that belong to you. I promise," Zhuowen said with a smile. Mu Qinxue revealed a smile. She opened her jade-like arms and suddenly hugged Zhuowen. She softly whispered in Zhuowen's ear, I know that you're the most important person that I have forgotten. You're called Zhuowen. At least I won't forget your name in the future. However, they're from the Ice and Fire family. They came to take me away. They are too strong. You don't have to risk your life. Zhuowen, I can call you Zhuowen again. I will remember that the most important person is called Zhuowen. Boom. Chapter 1574. Tiles, a giant phoenix phantom appeared behind Mu Qinxue. It spread its wings and soared into the 9 heavens. Whoosh! The phoenix wings on Mu Qinxue's back spread open. Like a ball of dazzling flames, she suddenly soared into the sky and flew towards Zhou Tianzong. "Qinxue, come back." Zhuowen already knew what Mu Qinxue wanted to do. His expression changed. He stepped off with his right foot and stepped into the void, chasing after Mu Qinxue as if he had teleported. However, Mu Qinxue's phoenix wings were too fast. Like a meteor, she passed by in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen's speed using the void laws was only comparable to hers. Catch her! Zhuowen's eyes were scarlet red. A pair of 10 feet long purple thunder wings spread out from his back. It was the purple thunder wings transformed from the thunder 3 wings of the 6 wings of wind and thunder. The moment the purple thunder wings spread, Zhuowen attached the void laws to the surface of the thunder wings. Instantly, Zhuowen's speed soared to another level. He immediately caught up to Mu Qinxue and grabbed her hand. "Zhuowen, how are you so fast?" Mu Qinxue was stunned. Her beautiful eyes revealed a look of surprise. However, she quickly thought of something and hurriedly said, "Why aren't you leaving? These people from the Ice and Fire family are too strong. You have no chance of winning. They're looking for me. There's no need for you to get involved. Didn't I say it before? If I want to take you away, you have to come with me." Zhuowen was extremely domineering. He exerted force with his right hand and pulled Mu Qinxue into his embrace, tightly hugging her. Mu Qinxue's body trembled, but she did not resist. "This is the little girl with the Phoenix bloodline from your Burning Heaven sect, right?" The Phoenix bloodline in her body is very dense. Looking at the gigantic Phoenix phantom behind Mu Qinxue, Xinghua revealed a look of excitement. The density of the Phoenix bloodline in Mu Qinxue's body had exceeded his expectations. "Lord Xinghua, that brat is Zhuowen. The Black Tortoise bloodline's bathing lake was killed by him. And now he wants to take away Mu Chinxue. He is simply not putting the ice and fire family in his eyes. Not to mention, that immortal sacred artifact hall was also obtained by luck, Zhou Tianzong hastily said. Is this the Zhuowen you mentioned? Pure, profound Saint Realm? A brat with such a cultivation base actually managed to make your burning heaven sect so miserable? Xinghua casually glanced at Zhuowen and then asked in a somewhat strange tone. Zhou Tianzong's old face reddened, and he said, Lord Xinghua, don't underestimate this brat. He has a heaven-defying saint artifact in his hand, and his physical strength is the same as those three, comparable to an ordinary sky, sun, saint realm expert. If my guess is correct, whether it is the heaven-defying saint artifact in his hand or his tough physical body, they are all related to that hall. Xinghua nodded and said, I naturally know this. Take them all down, but of course you have to be careful not to hurt that little girl with the phoenix bloodline. Young master will be here soon, and before he arrives, we'd better take care of everything. As soon as Xinghua said this, the 13 men behind him all nodded and immediately rushed out, the sky sun saint realms saint pressure crushing down like a vast mountain. Let's go. Zhuowen pulled Mu Chinxue, and the law of the void enveloped the two of them, and with a flap of his lightning wings, he directly entered the void. This brat has grasped the law of the void and used the forbidden sky domain. Xinghua waved his sleeve, took out a scroll, and unfolded it. Suddenly, the void within 1,000 miles fell into a confinement, as if the void within this range was frozen. Whoosh! 100 miles away, Zhuowen suddenly came out of the void, and his face was somewhat gloomy. This was because he had been squeezed out of the void, and the surrounding void had been confined, so his law of the void had no effect. Xinghua smiled coldly and said, The power of law of the profound saint level is weak. A single forbidden sky scroll is enough to force you out. The power of law naturally became stronger as the strength of the saint increased. Although Zhuowen had a saint body at the great success level, and his strength was comparable to a sky sun saint realm expert, his law of the void was still at the pure, profound saint realm. If Zhuowen was at the sky saint realm, this forbidden sky scroll really wouldn't cause any hindrance to Zhuowen's law of the void. However, the power of a profound saint level's law of the void was still too weak. Whoosh! 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 The moment Zhuowen was forced out of the void, the 13 sky saint realm saints moved like lightning and instantly surrounded Zhuowen and Mu Chinxue. A mere pure, profound saint realm brat wants to snatch someone that our ice fire family wants? He's simply courting death. I'm really speechless. Why did Big Brother Xinghua make the 13 of us attack together? Isn't this a waste of talent? I heard that this brat's battle strength isn't ordinary, but I also think that using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken is a waste. The 13 people looked down at Zhua, one who was surrounded from above. The contempt in their eyes was not concealed at all. The 13 of them were all Sky Saint Realm saints. Even if they were chasing someone in the same Sky Saint Realm, the 13 of them might not necessarily need to act together. Now that they had to act together to capture a pure, profound Saint Realm brat, the 13 of them were naturally dissatisfied. The expressions of Lowe's and the other two changed slightly, and they all used their movement techniques to rescue Zhuowen. The 3 of you stay here for me, Xinghua sneered coldly. He clenched his hands, and a pair of blades appeared in his hands. One of the blades was fiery red, and the other was icy blue. The two types of energy intertwined, and an extremely powerful saint aura erupted. This pair of blades was a Sky Saint artifact called the Scorching Ice Blades. It was a saint artifact bestowed to Xinghua by the Ice Fire family, and, at the same time, it was Xinghua's life saint artifact. Ding! Ding! Xinghui's speed was very fast. His two blades slashed out in a crisscross pattern. Two blade lights formed by ice and fire shot out in a crisscross pattern, blocking Liao Si and the other two who were rushing to help Zhuowen. In an instant, Xinghua and Lowe's and the other two engaged in a fierce battle. What surprised Lowe's and the other two was that Xinghua's strength was so terrifying that he could suppress the three of them by himself. On the other hand, on Zhuan's side, the 13 Sky Saint Realm Saints were discussing who should capture Zhuan first. Everyone, there's no need for you to discuss. Just attack together because you're all going to die anyway. While the 13 Sky Saint Realm Saints were discussing, Zhuan's indifferent voice slowly rang out. At this moment, the discussion came to an abrupt end. The 13 Sky Saint Realm Saints all looked at Zhuan strangely. Was this guy's brain fried? He actually dared to say such bold words in front of the 13 of them. What an arrogant brat. This daddy can't tolerate it. I'll let this brat taste a fate worse than death. A brawny man who seemed to have a bad temper said in a hoarse voice. He suddenly fell from the sky, and his sturdy body was like a vigorous cheetah. He instantly changed direction in midair and rushed towards Zhuan. He grabbed out with his hand. His hand was intertwined with ice and fire. From time to time, there would be strange crackling sounds from the surface. It was the unique sound of ice and fire mixing together. Pound is still so impatient. However, it's indeed more suitable for him to deal with this arrogant brat. I'm afraid this brat is finished. He'll only be tortured to death if he falls into Pound's hands. Seeing the brawny man rush out, the other 12 people were not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, they looked at Zhuan as if they were watching a play. They were all Sky Saint Realm Saints, and they had their own pride. If the other party wasn't strong, they would rarely join forces to attack. CI. The moment Pound's big hand approached Zhuan, the fiery red belt on Zhuan's waist burst out with extremely dazzling light. The fiery red color was exceptionally dazzling, and endless magma gushed out of it, instantly blocking in front of Zhuan. The big hand swept over, but it was blocked by the magma and couldn't enter at all. What is this thing? Pound was stunned and didn't react for a moment. However, the spirit-devouring magma river roared and suddenly surged with magma waves that drowned Pound. That's a heaven-defying saint artifact? This guy really does have a heaven-defying saint artifact. Let's help Pound tear the magma river apart. The other 12 Sky Saint Realm Saints naturally noticed the magma river, and their eyes were filled with caution. They joined forces, took out their saint artifacts, and rushed toward the magma river. I said that all of you will die. Looking at the 12 Sky Saint Realm Saints approaching at the same time, the sneer on Zhuan's face deepened. He waved his right hand and took out an inconspicuous tile. There's really something wrong with this brat's head. He took out an inconspicuous tile and dares to threaten to kill us. I want to ask you, how are you going to kill us? Looking at the tile in Zhuan's hand, the 12 Sky Saint Realm Saints mocked him mercilessly. That's how I'm going to kill you. Zhuan was not annoyed. He channeled his saint energy into the tile. Suddenly, the tile shone with saint light, and a golden light burst out like the sun. The golden light soared into the sky and condensed into a majestic golden figure. This inconspicuous tile was the heaven-defying saint artifact that Yang Yi had given him back then. The power of a heaven-defying saint artifact might be slightly inferior to a heaven-defying saint artifact, but it also depended on the cultivation base of the wielder. If the wielder's cultivation base was in the Sky Saint Realm or the heaven-defying saint realm, they could unleash the full power of a heaven-defying saint artifact and suppress a heaven-defying saint artifact in one fell swoop. However, if the wielder was a cultivator who hadn't entered the Sky Saint Realm like Zhuan, the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact would be far greater in his hands. This was because he could unleash the full power of a heaven-defying saint artifact, but he could only unleash a small portion of the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact. Therefore, the effect of the heaven-defying saint artifact in his hands was far greater than that of the spirit-devouring magma river. The majestic figure slowly extended his right hand and fell like a mountain. He was as fast as lightning and finally landed on the nearest Sky Saint Realm Saint. Pucci. Chapter 1575. Overwhelming. The moment the Sky Saint was killed, the other 11 saints stopped in their tracks and fell into a daze. This is a heaven-defying saint treasure. Heavens, this brat actually has a heaven-defying saint treasure. Run. Finally, one of the saints reacted. His body trembled, and he immediately turned tail and fled. This was a heaven-defying saint treasure. It contained the full power of a heaven-defying saint realm saint. Although the difference between the heaven-defying saint realm and the sky saint realm was only a small level, there was still a huge gap between their strength. If you weren't a heaven-defying genius, it was very difficult for a mere sky saint realm saint to resist the full power of a heaven-defying saint realm saint. That was why the saint who reacted first decisively fled. Whoosh! Unfortunately, the imposing figure was even faster than the saint. His other hand, shining with golden light, reached into the void and appeared in front of the saint as if he had teleported. The giant hand was too terrifying. It was like an unreachable mountain, and it came crashing down with a rumble. Block it for me. The saint held the sacred artifact in his hand and raised it up high. The saint energy in his body poured into the sacred artifact without any regard for his life. Suddenly, saint light shot up into the sky like a tsunami, protecting the saint. Bang! The giant hand landed on the saint weapon, and the golden light on the surface of the saint weapon quickly dimmed. The saint spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was weak, and his face was pale. However, before the saint could recover, the giant hand reached out again and smashed heavily in front of him. The saint weapon in the saint's hand was only a young sky saint weapon, and it couldn't withstand a second attack from the giant hand. Crack! Therefore, when the second giant hand landed, the saint couldn't withstand it anymore. His body collapsed, and he exploded into a mist of blood. He couldn't be more dead. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The remaining 10 Sky Saint Realm saints shouted as they quickly retreated in 10 different directions. Seeing 2 of their companions being killed instantly, they were filled with anger and fear. However, the moment the majestic figure killed the second saint, his hand once again traversed the void and swept toward the saint who was fleeing in a certain direction. He grabbed the saint in his hand and exerted force, killing the third saint. As for the remaining 9 sages, they fled quickly and hid far away. Therefore, they managed to escape with their lives. At this moment, the entire Burning Sky City had become incomparably quiet. Numerous gazes that had gathered over were all stunned. Everyone had their mouths wide open and were unable to speak. A Sky Saint died just like that, and 3 of them died in an instant. Many cultivators secretly swallowed their saliva and spat out these words with difficulty. This was a Sky Sage realm martial artist, a powerful martial artist who was even stronger than their Burning Heaven sect master, Zhou Tianzong. Now, he had died in front of them. Moreover, 3 of them had died in an instant, which greatly impacted the vision of many people. Crash! The spirit-devouring magma river was suddenly split open, and the saint named Pound shouted angrily, "Bastard! How much power can a mere pure, profound saint realm exert from a heaven-defying saint artifact? You might as well have left me alive." As he spoke, Pound suddenly rushed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered repeatedly as he pressed down with his right hand. That imposing figure raised his hand and suddenly pressed down. Immediately, Pound didn't even have the chance to make a sound before he completely collapsed into a bloody mist. Xinghua, who was fighting fiercely with Lowe's and the other 2, also noticed the battle on Zhuowen's side. His body trembled as Lowe's and the other 2 took advantage of a gap and repelled Xinghua. A heaven-defying saint artifact? This brat actually has a heaven-defying saint artifact? Zhou Tianzong, why didn't you say it clearly before? Xinghua snorted and stabilized his body, looking at Zhou Tianzong with an ugly expression. Zhou Tianzong was even more surprised. Seeing Xinghua looking at him, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Lord Xinghua, I don't know. I only know that this brat has a heaven-defying saint artifact and an immortal saint artifact palace. I didn't know he had a heaven-defying saint artifact. Speaking up to here, Zhou Tianzong cried bitterly in his heart. He had really underestimated Zhuowen. This brat actually had a heaven-defying saint artifact. This thing was like a heaven-defying saint artifact in person, and it had the power of a heaven-defying saint artifact. It was extremely terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 9 saints fled and hurriedly returned to Xinghua's side, looking frightened. Zhuowen put away the tile, and the majestic figure also disappeared. His gaze fell on the battle between Qi Qiu and the Abyss Saint Dragon, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, Qi Qiu and the Abyss Saint Dragon were still fighting, but Qi Qiu was worthy of being a Sky Saint stage powerhouse. He was firmly suppressing the Abyss Saint Dragon. Although the Abyss Saint Dragon was weaker than Qi Qiu, its skin was thick, and it wasn't too passive. However, from the many curled dragon scales on its body, it could be seen that the Abyss Saint Dragon wasn't having a good time. Qi Qiu, come back quickly. Zhuowen is coming in your direction. Xinghua's gaze fell on Zhuowen in the distance. When he saw Zhuowen rushing in the direction of the battle between Qi Qiu and the Abyss Saint Dragon, his expression changed greatly, and he couldn't help but roar. Qi Qiu also heard Xinghua's voice and punched the Abyss Saint Dragon back. He looked at Xinghua with a puzzled gaze, then noticed Zhuowen rushing in front of him. I say, Lord Xinghua, he's just a pure, profound saint stage powerhouse. Why are you so nervous? Qi Qiu didn't care at all. He was too engrossed in the battle with the Abyss Saint Dragon just now, so he didn't notice Zhuowen's situation at all. He also didn't know that Zhuowen had a heaven-defying saint artifact. Leave quickly. This boy has a heaven-defying saint artifact. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. Xinghua was flustered and exasperated. He stepped out and rushed toward Qi Qiu, wanted to save him. It's too late. Zhuowen arrived in an instant and landed on Xiao He. When he saw Xiao He's curled dragon scales, his eyes became extremely cold. Zhuowen, kill him. Xiao He immediately shouted. Kill me? With just you? What a joke. Qi Qiu continued to laugh recklessly. Yes, with just me in this tile. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth rose slightly. He took out the tile again and rushed toward Qi Qiu. Tile? Huh, I'm dying of laughter. I'm laughing so hard that my stomach hurts. Ha ha ha. Qi Qiu looked up to the sky and laughed as if he had seen the funniest joke. He hugged his stomach and looked extremely exaggerated, as if he was mocking Zhuowen's ignorance. However, Xinghua, who had rushed over, as well as the countless warriors in the burning sky city who had escaped from death, secretly held their foreheads with their right hands. They were all worried about Qi Qiu's intelligence. They finally understood what it meant to not die if you don't court death. Qi Qiu was a good example of the highest level of courting death. Your stomach hurts, right? I'll make your entire body hurt later. Zhuowen grinned. The tile once again erupted with a terrifying golden light. The golden light soared into the sky and condensed into a majestic figure. Boom! The majestic figure took a step forward. The mountain-like palm once again blasted down from the sky and suppressed Qi Qiu, who was still laughing. This tile is really a heaven-defying saint treasure. How is this possible? Qi Qiu's laughter stopped abruptly and was replaced by shock. He never thought that the ordinary tile that he had laughed at was actually a heaven-defying saint treasure. At this moment, his only thought was to run away. At the same time, his heart was filled with regret. He should have listened to Xinghua and run away immediately. However, the speed of the palm was too fast. In addition, the palm was too vast. When the palm came down, it had the power to cover the sky. Qi Qiu knew that he could only take it head-on. Damn it! As long as I can block this attack, I can escape this calamity. Qi Qiu cursed and immediately took out his saint weapon. The saint light was vast and mighty like a snake. It swirled around his body and turned into layers of powerful defense. Boom! The palm came down and blasted on the defense. Following that, Cracks appeared on the surface of the defense. Chichio spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body became extremely weak and his eyes were lifeless. Zhuan did not show any mercy. He once again sent out a palm. This palm was enough to kill Chichio. Ice and fire dual heaven. Xinghua rushed over. With an ice blade in his left hand and a fire blade in his right hand, he blocked in front of Chichio. He combined the two blades into one, and a huge blade that was filled with ice and fire energy appeared in front of him. Xinghua held the huge blade tightly and raised it towards the sky. The two energies of ice and fire soared into the sky. In an instant, a blade shadow that contained the two terrifying energies of ice and fire flew towards the sky. The blade shadow was too huge. It spanned across the sky and actually divided the sky of the burning sky city into two regions. One region was filled with flames, and the other region was filled with ice and frost. It was as if there really was an ice and fire dual heaven. This blade caused the hearts of all the warriors in the burning sky city to tremble. They were inwardly shocked. Boom! The incomparably huge palm also came crashing down. In the end, it heavily smashed onto the blade shadow and actually stopped. The power of the blade shadow was indeed terrifying. It actually blocked the attack of the heaven-defying Saint Treasure. Break! Zhuan knew that although Xinghua was at the peak of the Sky Saint Realm, and his strength might be much stronger than the 14 Sky Saint Realm subordinates he brought, there was still a huge gap between the Sky Saint Realm and the heaven-defying Saint Realm. Even if Xinghua was at the peak of the Sky Saint Realm, he would still be completely annihilated under the attack of the heaven-defying Saint Treasure. Crack! The blade's shadow began to shatter. The ice and fire regions that spanned across the sky were also annihilated into nothingness. The moment the blade shadow completely shattered, the huge hand instantly fell. Go! Xinghua snorted. He only felt a fishy sweetness in his roar, but he still managed to dodge the huge hand in advance. Boom! The huge hand fell on the void. Suddenly, countless fragments appeared in the void. The forbidden space that was originally arranged in the surroundings was completely destroyed by the huge hand. I said, "You can't escape." Zhuowen sneered when he sensed that the space restriction around him had been destroyed. He pinched the void with his right hand, and the void beneath the descending giant hand shattered. The giant hand then entered the void passageway through the shattered void. Chapter 1576. Memory bead caught off guard. 3 Empyrean saints died on the spot. The remaining 6 saints fled in 6 different directions in panic. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and emotionless. He pointed his finger repeatedly, and the giant hand that blotted out the sky instantly appeared above the 6 fleeing saints, killing them one by one, subduing the enemy without a fight. The 6 saints had lost their courage to fight, so Zhuowen relied on the power of the heaven-defying saint artifact to kill them one by one. If the 6 of them worked together, they might have been able to resist for a while. Damn it! Xinghua retreated several thousand meters with Chichio. Seeing the 6 saints being killed one by one, the 2 of them had ugly expressions. As for Zhou Tianzong, seeing that the situation was bad, he immediately chose a direction to flee in. At this moment, Zhou Tianzong was more shocked than anyone else. He was even cursing in his heart. Zhuowen was too abnormal. Not only did he have a heaven-defying saint artifact, he also had a heaven-defying saint artifact. This time, the Ice and Fire family had sent 15 Empyrean saints, but he had killed only 2 of them. This battle record was too terrifying. Zhou Tianzong knew that if he didn't run now, he wouldn't have another chance. Sect Master Zhou, where do you think you're going? An indifferent voice rang out. Zhou Tianzong, who was running away, stiffened, but he quickly fled at an even faster speed. However, Zhou Tianzong did not escape for long. A giant hand broke through the void and appeared in front of him. It grabbed him and plunged back into the void. Sect Master Zhou, I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, you'd better be honest and hand over Chen Shui's memories, Zhuowen said coldly. While Zhuowen was questioning Zhou Tianzong, Xinghua and Qi Qiu didn't dare to move because the other hand of the saint's shadow from the heaven-defying saint artifact had appeared before them. There was no doubt that if they moved, the hand would mercilessly suppress them. At that time, they would die without a burial place. That thing is in my hands. If you don't want Chen Shui to lose all her memories, you must let me go. Zhou Tianzong's voice was filled with fear. Rumble. Zhuowen's mind moved, and the big hand slammed into Zhou Tianzong's body. Zhou Tianzong coughed up blood, and his face turned pale. Fortunately, Zhuowen had controlled the power of the big hand, so Zhou Tianzong did not die. Finally, Zhou Tianzong was terrified. He did not dare to refute Zhuowen. Hand it over. The lives of these two are also in your hands. If you don't hand it over, they will die in front of you. If you hand it over, they might still be able to live. Zhuowen said. With a thought, the other big hand grabbed Xinghua and Qi Qiu, bringing them in front of him. He said coldly to Zhou Tianzong. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Xinghua and Qi Qiu revealed a hopeful look. Xinghua even said to Zhou Tianzong, what are you waiting for? Quickly hand over the thing that Zhuowen wants. Do you want to kill us? That's right. What are you hesitating for? If you don't hand it over, we will all die. If you hand it over, we will still have a chance to live. Qi Qiu also said. Zhou Tianzong's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, Zhuowen, you win. I will hand over that memory, but you must let the three of us go. Anyway, now that you have the Saint artifact and many other trump cards, we can no longer threaten you. Hand it over first. If you let me know that you cheated me like last time, I don't mind giving up that memory to make you die without a burial place. Zhuowen said coldly. Zhou Tianzong sighed and said, Don't worry, I won't play any tricks this time. Saying this, Zhou Tianzong slowly took out a crystal-clear bead from his bosom. This bead contained a blue flame, and in this flame, there were various fragments of images flickering as if it was a broken film. Zhuowen took the bead, but he was not at ease. Instead, he sent a message to Long Xiaotian and Feng Xiao. Mother, is this a memory fragment? Zhuowen gave the bead to Feng Xiao and asked. Feng Xiao took the bead and looked at it carefully. She said, This bead is indeed a memory fragment, and from the image of this blue flame, it can be seen that this memory indeed belongs to you and that little girl, Chen Shui. Hearing this, Zhuowen was filled with joy. He was in a good mood, not willing to let go of the memory bead in his hand, just like a little child who had just received a toy. Chen Shui, this is your memory bead. Look at the image inside. Look, this is you and this is me. Zhuowen came in front of Mu Qinshui and placed the memory bead in front of Mu Qinshui. He pointed at the image inside the blue flame and spoke with a silly smile. Mu Qinshui's beautiful eyes revealed a strange look. She said in a soft voice, Really? We really didn't know each other before, and we really were lovers. Of course. Zhuowen held Mu Qinshui's jade-like hand and came in front of Feng Xiao. He asked, Mother, how can I restore Chen Shui's memories with this memory bead? Implanting a memory fragment into the sea of consciousness is a very complicated process. I know how to do it, but it will take some time. Feng Xiao said in a deep voice. So it's like this. Then let's find a quiet place to restore Chen Shui's memories later. Zhuowen revealed a grin as he carefully placed the memory bead into his spirit ring. This was the memory he shared with Mu Qinshui, so how could he casually place it? Naturally, he treasured it. Kacha! Just as Zhuowen was about to put away the memory bead, a clear shattering sound rang out. Zhuowen's right hand that was holding the memory bead suddenly froze, and his heart violently trembled. Feng Xiao, Long Xiaotian, and Mu Qinshui were also attracted by this cracking sound, and they all gathered in Zhuowen's right hand. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the memory bead in Zhuowen's right hand. Moreover, the cracks seemed to be contagious as they slowly spread to the surroundings. What is going on? Feng Xiao muttered in a low voice. Long Xiaotian and Mu Qinshui were also stunned as they stared at the memory bead in a daze. They could not understand what was happening in front of them. Don't break, you can't break. Juon opened his right hand, and the memory bead quietly laid in his palm. But even like this, the cracks on the bead's surface continued to increase. I won't let you break, I definitely won't. Juon muttered to himself. His spiritual energy spread out like threads and drilled into the bead's cracks. It began to shrink the cracks according to Zhuowen's will. However, the bead's cracks continued to increase. Even if Zhuowen used his spiritual energy to repair the cracks on the bead's surface, it was all to no avail. Zhuowen's efforts were all in vain. However, Zhuowen seemed to have gone crazy. The spiritual energy in his Naiwen palace gushed out like crazy. Zhuowen's body swept out a spiritual storm, looking extremely crazy. Zhuowen, calm down, Long Xiaotian said in a deep voice. But Zhuowen turned a deaf ear to him. He seemed to have fallen into a demon's trap. In his eyes, there was only the bead in his hand. This bead was the shared memory of him and Mu Qinxue. Every time there was a crack on the bead's surface, Zhuowen felt as if there was a crack in his heart. This feeling was very painful, so painful that it almost suffocated him. Zhuowen almost lost his mind. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the bead in his hand. Suddenly, a pair of snow-white, jade-like hands gently grasped Zhuowen's hand. This jade-like palm faced downwards and clasped together with Zhuowen's palm, blocking the bead that was full of cracks. Zhuowen, it's okay. That's just an ordinary bead. If it's really a memory bead, why would it shatter for no reason? Isn't it? Don't be sad about this. A gentle voice slowly entered Zhuowen's ears. The originally crazy Zhuowen gradually calmed down as if he had heard a heart-calming song. Slowly raising his eyes, Zhuowen stared at the beautiful lady who was aloof and elegant. Her smile was so contagious. Seeing this smile, Zhuowen's mood suddenly calmed down. Really? Is that really just an ordinary bead? Zhuowen murmured as if he was sleep-talking. Really, that is indeed an ordinary bead. You are Zhuowen. I am Mu Qinxue. We are lovers. I remember everything that happened between us. You once told me shamelessly that you would make me the happiest woman in the world, that you would stand at the peak of the continent, that you would pull down the cloud from the 9 heavens and pluck the stars from the sky for me as a betrothal gift, didn't you? You once couldn't sleep at night to expel the cold poison from your body. In order to alleviate my pain, you constantly comforted me and told me all kinds of interesting stories. My favorite was the story of Wu Sangui and Chen Yuanyuan. You once chased after Yan Ruhua and Elder Raiwa alone for me. For this, you didn't hesitate to put yourself in a near-death situation. You even made the whole world your enemy. Even if you were hunted down by the whole world, you never regretted every decision you made for me. I remember everything. Really, you don't have to worry about me. After saying this, Mu Qinxue pinched the memory bead and then tightly hugged Zhuowen. Really, Chen Shui, you really remember everything. This is great. You remember everything. The memories that we share, the memories that only belong to the two of us. This is truly great. Zhuowen hugged Mu Qinxue's waist and returned to normal. He happily muttered in a low voice. However, he didn't see that 2 lines of tears had already rolled down the beautiful face of the woman who was buried deep in his shoulder. Mu Qinxue was very clear that the things she said were not things that she really remembered, but rather what she saw from the blue flame in the memory bead. Because these were the 3 deepest memories between her and Zhuowen, the memory bead was the clearest. Moreover, Mu Qinxue also knew that the bead in Zhuowen's hand was indeed a memory bead. This was because when the bead shattered, she could clearly feel her sea of consciousness becoming chaotic, and her headache became even more intense. But she did not say anything. She just had to pretend to smile and comfort the man in front of her who was in a fragile state. Even without the memories, she could still feel that she loved the man in front of her very much. So, she did not want him to be hurt or sad. This was because the sad appearance of the man in front of her made her feel even worse than her own headache. Chapter 1577. Memory chaos hundreds of thousands of miles away from Burning Sky City. A group of people walked through the air. The aura in their bodies surged like a deep-sea whirlpool, constantly absorbing the surrounding world energy and setting off endless hurricanes. At the head of this group, an extraordinarily handsome young man walked slowly. This young man had a blue halo above his head, and the aura around his body surged, transforming into the image of a phoenix spreading its wings and flying. His body faintly emitted the sharp cry of a phoenix. Burning Sky City is in front. I really didn't expect that in this remote southern barbarian, among the lowly warriors, there would be someone who could nurture the phoenix bloodline and black tortoise bloodline. This extraordinarily handsome young man licked his lips and muttered in a slightly mocking tone. Young master may not know, but if it's a lowly warrior from the southern barbarian, it's impossible for them to nurture such a high-grade bloodline. It's even impossible for warriors with special bloodlines to appear in the other 4 regions, except for the central region. However, the Burning Heaven sect of the Southern Barbarian and the Snow Palace of the North Pole were a branch of our Ice-Fire family a long time ago. Because they committed a grave mistake, they were chased out of the central region by the family and settled down outside the central region, which is the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. A slightly stooped, gray-haired old man slowly walked to the side of the young man. His low voice slowly sounded as he explained the origins of the Burning Heaven sect and the Snow Palace. I've also heard of this, but it's only a branch family. Moreover, it's been so long, yet they were still able to nurture the Phoenix bloodline and Black Tortoise bloodline. I'm quite surprised. The young man chuckled. The gray-haired old man's eyes flickered, and he said in a deep voice, "Young master, are you really not planning to report this to the family? After all, the Phoenix bloodline and Black Tortoise bloodline are still relatively important resources to the family. There's no need. Since they're from the branch family, it means that the bloodline power in their bodies is definitely not very dense. In order to not waste their bloodline power, they should all contribute their special bloodline to me and use it to perfect my bloodline." Speaking until here, the young man licked his lips, and his eyes emitted an extremely frightening cold light. Xinghua and the rest should have arrived at Burning Sky City. With their strength, it should be about time for them to bring back those 2 little fellows with bloodline. The gray-haired old man was silent for a moment before he muttered softly. However, his words quickly came to a halt as his right hand froze in midair. "Elder Fong, what's wrong?" The young man also noticed the old man's strange behavior and couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Someone from Glorious Star has already died," the gray-haired old man said with a gloomy face. The young man narrowed his eyes and said in disbelief, "Dead? How could this be? The 14 people Xinghua brought were all at the Sky Saint realm. The Southern Barbarian lands probably didn't even have a saint at this level, right? Who else can kill Xinghua and the others?" The young man was shocked. Even the gray-haired old man was depressed. He couldn't figure it out. It was impossible for there to be an expert who could kill a Sky Saint realm expert in the Burning Sky City. Not good. More people have fallen. 13 people have died, and now there are only 2 people left. The gray-haired old man's expression changed drastically as he roared. This sentence caused the young man's face to twitch as anger appeared in his eyes. Who is it who dared to kill the people of his Ice and Fire clan? Let's go. Let's enter the Burning Sky City and take a look. I want to see who has the guts to kill the people of my Ice and Fire clan. The young man coldly snorted and led the gray-haired old man and his group. They turned into a rainbow and disappeared on the spot as they flew towards the Burning Sky City. In the Burning Sky City, Zhuowen and Mu Chinxue hugged each other tightly before the 2 of them separated. Zhuowen stared at Mu Chinxue as the smile on his face suddenly froze. At this moment, Mu Chinxue's eyes were filled with tears. Her face was pale and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was as if she was enduring some kind of intense pain. "Chinxue, what's wrong?" Zhuowen asked worriedly. "I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me. Let's leave this place quickly. Didn't you say that you would bring me far away?" Mu Chinshue said with a forced smile. Seeing the girl in front of him enduring the pain, Zhuan's heart ached. He grabbed Mu Chinshue's right hand and slowly opened it. He saw that most of the memory bead in her palm had already shattered. Zhuan, don't look at it. This is not a memory bead, it's fine. Mu Chinshue gently stroked Zhuan's face as she revealed a smile and spoke in a soft voice. Even if she was enduring the pain of 10,000 ants eating away at her heart, she still held on and tried to comfort Zhuan. I understand everything. Chinshue, thank you. Zhuan held the jade-like hand that was stroking his face and gently kissed the back of the jade-like hand. It was as if he didn't do this, the girl in front of him would disappear from his sight. Zhuan, you still won't let us go? Zhou Tianzong has already given it to you. You should fulfill your promise. Xinghua's eyes sparkled as she shouted at Zhuan's back. That's right. I should fulfill my promise, but before that, I want to ask Secmaster Zhou, why did this bead shatter? Zhuan did not turn around as he asked in an ice-cold voice. Zhou Tianzong's eyes sparkled as he shook his head and said, I'm not clear on this matter. After all, I gave this bead to you, so the shattering has nothing to do with me. It should be because of you. Zhou Tianzong, can you be any more shameless? The memory bead was made by you, so it wouldn't be hard for you to do something to it. Feng Xiao angrily shouted. Zhou Tianzong's eyes turned dark as he coldly said, Feng Xiao, don't slander me. However, before Zhou Tianzong could finish, the large hand holding him suddenly tightened. Zhou Tianzong did not even have time to react before he exploded, turning into a rain of blood. This, Xinghua and Qiqiu trembled. The two of them knew that the shattering of the memory bead had something to do with Zhou Tianzong. Otherwise, the bead would not have shattered for no reason. Thinking of this, the two of them secretly cursed Zhou Tianzong's stupidity. Zhou Tianzong had dug his own grave, and yet he had dragged them down with him. How hateful! I remember that Zhou Tianzong still has a law clone. Zhuan muttered in a low voice as killing intent surged in his eyes. He immediately took out the Fushi cauldron as Cheng Huang rode out on the back of the divine turtle. Little Huang, go and collect Zhou Tianzong's aura, then help me find the location of Zhou Tianzong's clone, Zhuan said to Cheng Huang. Cheng Huang lazily stretched its back and said, Let me have a look. Cheng Huang grabbed a wisp of blood mist and placed it in the Fushi cauldron. Then, it formed a series of seals with its claws at an extremely fast speed. Suddenly, the Fushi cauldron exploded with a dark light as it flew in a certain direction at lightning speed. In the depths of a pavilion in a corner of Burning Sky City, the Fushi cauldron found Zhou Tianzong's clone. Moreover, the Fushi cauldron's unique power crushed down and imprisoned Zhou Tianzong, then brought him before Zhuan. How did you find my clone? Impossible. At this moment, Zhou Tianzong's face was pale and his body was trembling. It was because of his clone that Zhou Tianzong had been so fearless before. However, if his clone were to die as well, then he would truly die. Zhuan gently let go of Mu Chinshue and handed her to Feng Xiao. Then he came before Zhou Tianzong, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. Zhou Tianzong, you've played tricks on me time and time again. Do you really think that I, Zhuan, am so easy to bully? Or are you too confident in your own cleverness? Zhuan said with murderous intent. No, I didn't. Let me go. Zhou Tianzong finally felt fear. He kept struggling, but it was to no avail. It's too late, Zhuan said coldly. Seeing that Zhuan was not going to let him go, Zhou Tianzong shouted, Zhuan, so what if you kill me? Mu Chinshue's memories will become more and more chaotic. In the end, she will completely forget everything. Even her soul will not be able to bear it and collapse. Haha, you can only watch as she slowly forgets you and dies. Shut up. Zhuan used force in his right hand, and Zhou Tianzong's clone was directly crushed by Zhuan. His clone was much weaker than him, so even Zhuan could easily kill him. Zhuan, there's something wrong with Chun Shue's condition. Feng Xiao's voice came from behind him. Zhuan's expression changed, and he quickly came to Mu Chinshue's side. At this moment, Mu Chinshue's body was trembling. Her hands were covering her head, as if she was enduring some kind of pain. Her sea of consciousness is still in chaos. I told you before, after using the memory-splitting technique, if the separated memories are destroyed, it will cause chaos in Chun Shue's sea of consciousness. Her memories will slowly disappear, and her soul will collapse in the end. Speaking of this, Feng Xiao gave a soft sigh. She never thought that things would turn out like this. She never thought that Zhou Tianzong would be so ruthless, actually tampering with Mu Qinshua's memories. Looking at Zhuowen's cold eyes, and then looking at Mu Qinshu struggling in pain, Feng Xiao suddenly felt her heart hurt. Why did things turn out like this? Our family of four could have been reunited and could have lived happily together. Feng Xiao said in a helpless voice. Long Xiaodian gently hugged Feng Xiao and comforted her in a soft voice. Then he said to Zhuowen, Zhuowen, don't be too sad. Perhaps there is a way to cure Chun Shue's condition. What way? Mother, father, you're all helpless. Moreover, Chun Shue is currently losing her memories. When her memories disappear, her soul will collapse. So what can we do now? What should I do? Zhuowen grabbed his head and said in a voice filled with self-blame. Little brat, there is definitely a way. It said that the Saint Celestial Master's attainments in the soul have reached the peak. If you can find the Saint Celestial Master, perhaps that kind of existence will have a way to save this little girl. Chapter 1578. Young Master of the Icefire Clanjuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He stared at Cheng Huang and said, Can a Saint Celestial really help Chun Shui recover her memories and stop her soul from collapsing? In theory, it should be possible. After all, a Saint Celestial has already come into contact with the domain of the soul. They have a unique understanding of the soul. I feel that a Saint Celestial should have a way to solve your little lover situation, said Cheng Huang. However, it's impossible for a Saint Celestial to exist in the four regions. So, if you want to find a Saint Celestial, you can only go to the great powers of the Central Plains. Xiaohei returned to her original state and flew over to Zhuowen. I have to go to the Central Plains. Zhuowen clenched his fists and flew over to Mu Qinshu. Seeing Mu Qinshu forcefully enduring the pain, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with pain. Zhuowen, I'm fine. Don't worry. Mu Qinshue's lips curled slightly. She forced a smile and signaled to Zhuowen not to worry. However, seeing Mu Qinshu forcefully pretending, Zhuowen's eyes became moist. Seeing Mu Qinshu like this made his heart ache. This memory bead hasn't completely shattered. I can slow down the rate at which it shatters, so I should be able to slow down the pain it brings to Qin Shui. Give me the memory bead, said Feng Xiao. Really? Zhuowen was pleasantly surprised. Then he handed the memory bead over to Feng Xiao. Feng Xiao's beautiful eyes quietly gazed at the memory bead in her palm. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she let out a soft sigh. A gentle energy gushed out from her palm, completely wrapping up the broken memory bead. I am the previous saintess, so I have some knowledge of the soul-splitting secret technique. However, my method can only slow down the rate at which the memory bead shatters. Actually, the bead is still shattering, but it's much slower than before. Feng Xiao held the memory bead in her hand and used her gentle energy to nourish the memory bead as she spoke to Zhuowen. Sure enough, as the gentle energy enveloped the memory bead, Mu Qinshue's reaction became much smaller. It was as if her pain had lessened a lot because of this. It really is effective. Chun Shui, do you feel much better now? Zhuowen held Mu Qinshue's hand and asked in pleasant surprise. Mu Chun Shui gently nodded and leaned on Zhuowen's shoulder. She said in a low voice, Yeah, much better. That's good, that's good. Zhuowen gently embraced Mu Qinshue's waist and tightly hugged her. It was as if he didn't do this, the girl in front of him would disappear from his sight at any time. Perhaps Mu Qinshu could also feel how fragile Zhuowen was at this moment. She also tightly hugged Zhuowen's chest and gently said, Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll always be by your side. However, I'm so sleepy right now. Zhuowen, I want to ask you for a favor. If you can go to the Sanus Pavilion and take Elder Chiu away, he has become an idiot. If no one takes care of him, he won't be able to live alone. I hope you could take care of him. Zhuowen gently let go of Mu Qinshu. He found that the latter's eyes were closed and the wings of his nose were closed. He had actually fallen into a deep sleep. All right, I promise you. Zhuowen stared at the sleeping Mu Qinshu and said softly, "The shattering of the memory bead has caused too much damage to her sea of consciousness. Although I have slowed down the speed of the bead shattering, Chun Shui is still affected. She is too tired now. Let her sleep for a while." Feng Xiao said with some pity. Zhuowen gave Mu Qinshu to Feng Xiao and said, "Mother, father, take care of Qin Shui for me. I will bring you into the Azure Dragon Palace. I will join you later." Feng Xiao took Mu Qinshu and looked at Long Xiaotian. Then, under the summons of Zhuowen's Azure Dragon token, they entered the Azure Dragon Palace. After putting Feng Xiao and Long Xiaotian into the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen shrunk the Azure Dragon Palace and put it into his spirit ring. Then, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Xinghua and Qi Qiu. He said indifferently, "Right now, I am the knife and you are the fish. If you don't want to die, the two of you only have one choice. Hand over your life essence blood and swear on your life essence that the two of you will become my Zhuowen's servants. You must not betray me in any way, or you will die. You want us to become your servants? Aren't you going too far? You are just a little brat of the pure, profound saint realm. If it weren't for the heaven-defying saint treasure, how could you be so arrogant?" Qi Qiu's temper was more irritable. He immediately retorted angrily, his words extremely fierce. "Puchi." Zhuowen was too lazy to pay attention to Qi Qiu's protest. With a thought, the other hand of the heaven-defying saint realm illusory figure suddenly reached out and blasted towards Qi Qiu. Qi Qiu didn't even make a sound before he turned into a cloud of blood mist. He couldn't be more dead. If you refute, you will die immediately. If you want to refute like Qi Qiu, I don't mind you ending up like him. After casually killing Qi Qiu, Zhuowen turned his head to look at Xinghua. That indifferent gaze made Xinghua's heart tremble, and he was on tenterhooks. To think that he, a powerful saint of the Sky Saint realm, was actually intimidated by a mere pure, profound saint realm brat's gaze. Life and death are only between your thoughts. You only have 3 breaths of time to make your choice. Zhuowen's gaze fell on Xinghua as he continued. 1, 2, 3, I agree. Xinghua shouted in a low voice and immediately extracted the life essence blood from his body. He swore with his life that from now on, he would become Zhuowen's servant without any disloyalty. Zhuowen held Xinghua's life essence blood in his right hand and imprinted it between his eyebrows. In an instant, he could feel Xinghua's current emotions, and even if he had any bad thoughts in his mind, he could immediately know. It could be said that if Xinghua dared to have any ideas about his master, Zhuowen would immediately know. "Master!" Xinghua sighed, lowered his arrogant head, and called out in a low voice. "Don't be so discouraged. If you work well for me in the future, I might be able to set you free." Zhuowen said indifferently, "Really, master?" Xinghua's eyes flickered as he asked in surprise. Of course. The prerequisite is that you have to perform well. Otherwise, I won't set you free for no reason." Zhuowen said indifferently, "Yes, master, your subordinate will do his best to serve you in the future. There will be no disloyalty." Xinghua said excitedly. Zhuowen nodded his head slightly. He knew that he could not blindly suppress his opponent, or else he would easily be rebounded. Only by giving him some benefits after the suppression and giving him some hope, Zhuowen knew that he would be able to subdue this person for his own use. "Follow behind me. I need to make a trip to the Sanus Pavilion first." Zhuowen said indifferently. However, Xinghua was a little hesitant. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, I think it's better for you to leave Burning Heaven City immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late." What do you mean?" Zhuowen frowned and asked. The young master of our Icefire family is coming soon, and the people he brought this time are stronger than the 15 people I brought. There is even a heaven-defying sage realm expert among them. If Master doesn't leave quickly, you won't be able to escape if you meet them." Xinghua gritted his teeth and said, "What? Heaven-defying sage realm? The team that the young master brought is stronger than you?" Zhuan's pupil shrank. Just the heaven-defying sage realm alone was enough to make Zhuan tremble in fear. That was a true heaven-defying sage realm expert. Even if he had a heaven-defying sage treasure, in front of such an expert, it was not enough. Why did your Icefire family send so many people? Just the Phoenix bloodline and the Black Tortoise bloodline. There's no need to send so many people, right? Even the heaven-defying sage realm experts are sent. Isn't it too exaggerated? Zhuan asked doubtfully. Xinghua sighed softly and said, "This time, taking away the Phoenix bloodline and the Black Tortoise bloodline is only one of the reasons." "There's another reason? What is it?" Zhuan asked. "Young Master has found the traces of the core disciple who stole the holy symbol of Icefire from the family. This time, Young Master has another purpose. Young Master has come for the missing part of the holy symbol of Icefire," Xinghua said. "Icefire holy symbol," Zhuan muttered in a low voice. Hearing Xinghua's words, he knew that the so-called Young Master would come to the Eastern Land one day. Thinking of this, Zhuan knew that he had to hurry back to the Eastern Land and bring all the people from Ryuka and Jiashun Academy back to the Azure Dragon Hall. The Azure Dragon Hall was the safest place. "You enter the Azure Dragon Hall first. I have some things to do and will leave the Burning Sky City later." After Zhuan kept Xinghua in the Azure Dragon Hall, he floated in the air above the Burning Sky City and shouted, "The Icefire family will send more people. If you don't want to die, I advise you to leave the Burning Sky City now. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets." After saying this, Zhuan jumped down and instantly jumped into a dark corner. When he came out again, he had already changed his appearance and became a dark-skinned, middle-aged man. The reason why he reminded him was because he knew that if the young master of the Icefire family knew that the people he sent were almost completely annihilated in the Burning Sky City, he would definitely be furious. At that time, he might do something irrational. He kindly reminded the people of the Burning Sky City, which could be considered as being extremely benevolent. Saintis Pavilion. Zhuan looked in the direction of the Saintis Pavilion. Like an arrow leaving the bow, he rushed towards the Saintis Pavilion, and Zhuan's reminder naturally attracted the attention of many forces in the Burning Sky City. Many warriors were in an uproar. It really is the Icefire family. Now that almost all the people from the Icefire family have been killed, they shouldn't be looking for us. Why should we leave? Right? The Icefire family is a big force in the Central Plains. They won't be so unreasonable. They should be looking for Zhuan. Zhuan's suggestion was immediately opposed and disdained by many warriors and forces. They were not willing to leave the Burning Sky City. Of course, the reason why they did not leave was mainly because they coveted the Burning Heaven Sect Foundation. Most of the elites of the Burning Heaven Sect had been killed, and the Burning Flame Tower had collapsed. They had already become an arrow at the end of its flight. For their own interests, it was impossible for these forces to leave the Burning Sky City. Chapter 1579. Great Copper Nirvana Formation. The Saintis Pavilion was already empty. The maids inside had all fled during the battle, not daring to stay for long. There's a sound? Zhuan's ears twitched, and he immediately heard a strange sound coming from the depths of the Saintis Pavilion. He frowned and quickly entered the Saintis Pavilion. Soon after, he discovered that in a hall deep within the Saintis Pavilion, there were 3 people rummaging through it, looking for something, and one of them was even cursing. Why is there nothing in this Saintis Pavilion? Other than that old man who looks like an idiot, I can't find anything valuable inside. What kind of lousy place is this? I thought there were many treasures in this Saintis Pavilion, but I didn't expect it to be so cold. Is this the residence of the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heaven sect? In the hall, many of the figures rummaging through things were complaining and muttering something. It was obvious that they were quite dissatisfied. "Where's that idiot old man?" Zhuowen suddenly rushed in front of the martial warriors, lifted him up, and asked coldly. This martial warriors did not expect Zhuowen to suddenly appear. For a moment, he was at a loss. "Who are you?" The other two companions who were still rummaging through the place suddenly faced Zhuowen, brandishing their weapons as they stared at Zhuowen vigilantly. Zhuowen's gaze was cold as he directly ignored the two of them. Instead, he stared at the martial warriors in his hand and said with killing intent, "Where is that idiot old man you mentioned? Speak or die. How dare you ignore us? You're courting death." The two companions shouted angrily as they took a step forward. Like a bolt of lightning, they instantly arrived in front of Zhuowen. "Pucci!" Zhuowen opened his left hand and suddenly pressed down. Immediately, the two martial warriors who rushed over exploded into two clouds of blood mist without even making a sound. Gulp! The cultivator in Zhuowen's hand swallowed his saliva, and his entire body trembled. He hurriedly shouted, "Don't kill me. I'll tell you, that idiot old man is upstairs. He's not dead. He was just knocked unconscious by us." Hearing this, Zhuowen carried the martial warrior and rushed up to the second floor. Sure enough, he found the unconscious Elder Chiu in a corner of the second floor. However, at this moment, Elder Chiu was unconscious on the ground. His forehead was full of blood, and his aura was weak. "Is this what you meant by knocking him out? You guys want to beat him to death, right?" Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He didn't give the cultivator a chance to explain and crushed him to death. Then, he took out an immortal elixir from his spirit ring and fed it to Elder Chiu. Elder Chiu, who had fainted, slowly opened his eyes after consuming the celestial pill. "Save me! Help me! Help me!" As soon as Elder Chiu woke up, he curled up in a corner like a lunatic, his voice trembling. Looking at Elder Chiu's appearance, Zhuowen sighed in his heart. Mu Qianqiu was right. Elder Chiu had indeed become an idiot. Back in the ancient cave mansion, Elder Chiu's demeanor was unparalleled. At that time, Zhuowen was only at the sovereign realm, while Elder Chiu was already at the emperor realm. But now, a few years had passed, and he had transformed from a teenager to a young man. His cultivation had also leaped, and he had become a saint. But Elder Chiu had ended up like this. Zhuowen could not help but sigh in his heart. "Elder Chiu, it's okay now. Follow me into the Azure Dragon Hall." Zhuowen waved his sleeve and pointed his sword at Elder Chiu's neck, causing the emotional Elder Chiu to fall unconscious. Then, he was taken into the Azure Dragon Hall by Zhuowen. "It's time to leave Burning Sky City." Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, and then left the Saintess Pavilion. He chose the exit of Burning Sky City, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he shot out explosively. However, just as Zhuowen was about to rush out of the entrance of Burning Sky City, a terrifying restriction suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhuowen, who was originally rushing forward, collided with the restriction and was sent flying backwards. Zhuowen's legs tapped on the ground, and he landed lightly on the ground. His eyes slowly narrowed as he looked at the restriction. This restriction gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Furthermore, this restriction was not only in the area in front of him, but it spread throughout the entire Burning Sky City. At this moment, the entire Burning Sky City was enveloped by a huge restriction. In the middle of the Burning Sky City, a copper plate that was about 3 meters large was constantly spinning. The surface of the copper plate had complicated patterns and various runes. It was the center of the restriction that enveloped the entire Burning Sky City. Furthermore, at the top of the copper plate, there was a group of people standing proudly. The leader of this group of people was a handsome young man. This young man's eyes were red and blue, and his eyes were the same as those of Zhuowen, who used the Ice Fire Holy Talisman. His hair was red and blue. Standing beside this young man, it was as if one could experience the strange feeling of ice and fire. Of course, this feeling was definitely not good. "Young master, this old man can no longer sense the auras of the 15 people from Starlight. I'm afraid. Most likely, they're dead. Elder Fong slowly walked to the side of the young man and said in a deep voice, "Good, very good. He actually dared to kill my Ice Fire family's people. Who gave him the guts?" The young man's voice became colder and colder. He was high and mighty as he looked down at all the martial warriors in Burning Sky City. His loud and clear voice rang out, "Who killed my Ice Fire family's people? If you don't kill them, I will slaughter the entire Burning Sky City and bury them with Starlight and the others. It's not us, sir. The one who killed your Ice Fire family is that Zhuoan. It has nothing to do with us." "That's right. It's all that Zhuoan's fault. We didn't participate in it. Sir, you can't just start a massacre without knowing what's right and wrong." Immediately, countless martial warriors below began to defend themselves, hurriedly exposing Zhuoan. At the same time, they separated themselves from Zhuoan. Zhuoan secretly retreated to a remote corner and stared at the huge copper plate in the sky. He could feel that the restriction activated by the copper plate was not ordinary. Although Zhuoan's mental energy was inherited from the profound Saint Master by Fong, the restriction on the copper plate should be of a much higher level than the restriction set up by the profound Saint Master. He cannot understand at the moment. "Xiaohei, can you understand this restriction?" Zhuoan secretly transmitted his voice. "This is the Great Copper Nirvana Formation. It has a very strong destructive power. Within this formation, it can kill all living beings below the Saint Realm. It can completely trap heavenly saints. It is a very powerful restriction formation," Xiaohei said in a deep voice. "Great Copper Nirvana Formation? Is there a chance to break it?" Zhuoan asked urgently. "Yes, give me some time. However, during this time, you must not fight with the guy above. There is a terrifying existence of the heaven-defying Saint Realm inside. If you fight with him, you will be courting death." Hearing this, Zhuoan nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know that." Xiaohei nodded. Then, it turned into a ray of black light and sneakily approached the edge of the restriction. At this moment, the young master of the Ice Fire family had his hands behind his back. He looked down at the crowd below and said indifferently, "Zhuoan? Who is this Zhuoan? Where is he now?" "That Zhuoan is from the Eastern Lands, Ryuka. He should have already left Burning Sky City. Lord, you could go to the Eastern Lands to find that Zhuoan. This matter has nothing to do with our Burning Sky City. As for that Zhuoan, he is the one who turned our Burning Sky City into such a state. Speaking of which, that Zhuoan truly deserves to die. My lord, if you find that Zhuoan, you must make him suffer a fate worse than death." Just as the young master finished speaking, someone immediately sold out Zhuoan's information and quickly received the approval of many people around him. Zhuoan coldly looked at the people who sold him out and sneered in his heart. In order to protect themselves, these people really did their best to slander him, Zhuoan. Furthermore, Zhuoan had already reminded them to leave Burning Sky City as soon as possible. Not only did these people not listen, they even blamed him, Zhuoan. Zhuoan knew that these people were a bunch of selfish people. "Oh, so that's how it is. That Zhuoan killed the people of my Ice Fire family. You guys are just watching a good show from the side? Our Ice Fire family fell in your Burning Sky City. Do you guys feel very happy?" The young man looked around, his voice becoming colder and colder. His body emitted a murderous aura. "Young master, there are no traces of anyone escaping within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Unless that Zhuoan's speed is very fast, and he quickly left tens of thousands of miles away, it's impossible for this old man to not sense him. But in such a short period of time, it's impossible unless he's an expert of the immortal Saint Realm." Elder Fong said respectfully. "In other words, the culprit who killed Xinghua and the others is very likely to be among this group of people. Then let's slaughter this city. At that time, we'll be able to force the culprit out. To be able to kill 15 people from Xinghua, this person is at least in the Sky Sage realm. No matter how he disguises himself, if we slaughter the city, he won't be able to escape our search." The young man said casually, "Young master is right. Now, open the Great Copper Nirvana Array. Elder Fong bowed slightly and waved his sleeve. His skinny palm pressed against the surface of the huge copper wheel. Suddenly, the copper wheel spun at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, the rapidly spinning copper wheel split into countless copper shadows. The copper shadows densely covered the entire space. It was as if these copper shadows were everywhere in the burning sky city at this moment. Whoosh, whoosh. The speed of the bronze wheels was too fast. Many warriors with low cultivation in the burning sky city did not even have time to react before they were cut into countless pieces by the densely packed bronze shadows. Moreover, this scene was happening in every corner of the burning sky city. The screams were like a symphony, gathering into a deafening and terrifying sound in the surroundings. The screams, the sound of flesh and blood tearing, and the sound of weapons clashing filled the entire burning sky city at this moment. And the originally peaceful burning sky city, at this moment, turned into an azure blood field. Blood soared to the sky and turned into a pattering rain of blood. Chapter 1580. Slaughtering a City Burning Sky City. This was a city that had stood in the southern barbarian for a long time. It was also the famous City of Flames, but today it had completely become a city of blood. This city was constantly filled with blood and slaughter, as well as all kinds of wails and screams. Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the countless bronze wheel phantoms that had gathered around him were all shattered. He felt a slight numbness in his arm, and his heart was faintly shaken. The power of these bronze wheel phantoms was not ordinary. No wonder Xiao said that this great copper nirvana array could kill all cultivators below the Sage Realm. How could anyone below the Sage Realm withstand such a terrifying bronze wheel phantoms? Looking around, except for a few cultivators whose strength had reached the profound Sage Realm, most of the cultivators in Burning Sky City had died. In less than 10 breaths of time, only a few dozen cultivators were still alive. These were basically the profound sage-level sages of the major forces. Only a few dozen people were left in the huge Burning Sky City. It looked empty and quiet, as if it was a dead city. The youth standing on the bronze wheel looked around, and his gaze fell on the few dozen people. He narrowed his eyes and coldly said, "All of you are profound sage-level trash. It seems that the murderer really isn't in Burning Sky City." The remaining dozens of people in Burning Sky City trembled when they heard the young man's cold and emotionless words. The young master of the Icefire clan was too ruthless. He had actually massacred an entire city. Moreover, he did not even blink. "Young master, what should we do with these people?" Old Fong respectfully asked. "What else can we do? Everyone else is dead, so what's the point of them being alive? Send someone to slaughter them, and then we'll leave this place first," the youth indifferently said. Old Fong cupped his hands and said in a deep voice, "Xingping, you stay here and clean up the remaining people. After you're done, follow us." "Understood, Old Fong, young master." A tall and straight man dressed in black clothes slowly walked out. He licked his lips, and a trace of cruelty appeared in his eyes. "I'll leave the great copper nirvana array to you. When the time comes, bring it back to me. Let's go." The young master of the Ice and Fire clan nodded at Xingping. With a wave of his sleeve, he left behind the great copper nirvana array. Then, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and left the place with the remaining people. As for the man in black clothes, he was like a meteor as he suddenly fell downwards. He laughed heartily and said, "A group of pitiful lambs. I'll let you all have a good taste of death. It's another Sky Sage Realm expert. Let's go. This has nothing to do with us. It's all that Zhuowen's doing. If you want to find someone, you should find that Zhuowen." Zhuowen is a Ryuka. He will definitely return to the east. If you go to the east, you will definitely find Zhuowen. Let us go. The remaining survivors had already lost their will to fight. They repeatedly begged the man in black clothes for mercy, and they did not hesitate to reveal Zhuowen's background. Owen looked on coldly from the sidelines. He might have felt some pity for these people before, but when he heard that these people did not hesitate to use him as a scapegoat in order to save their own lives, Zhuan knew that these people were not worthy of his rescue. "I wonder if Xiao He has dealt with the great copper nirvana array," Zhuan muttered. "You talk too much. Our young master is planning to go to the east. Do you need to say more? You'd better go play in the netherworld." Xingping licked his lips and did not say anything else. He kicked out like an arrow, and his figure was illusory. With a swipe of his hands in the air, his saint energy turned into threads that were so fine that they were almost undetectable. These threads streaked across the air at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, several people had fallen without them even realizing it. Run! This kind of silent death caused the others to be completely terrified. They were at a loss of what to do, panicked, and dispersed in an uproar. But no matter how they fled, when they were several hundred meters away from the black-clothed man, their heads would fall to the ground. This was because the black-clothed man had already set up an invisible thread around the perimeter of several hundred meters in advance. As long as someone dared to escape, the threads would cut off their heads like a poisonous snake. The way you die is really interesting. The man in black clothes licked his lips and laughed wantonly like a madman. In a short while, the remaining dozens of people in the burning sky city were almost all killed. The only one left was Zhuan, who was standing aside and watching coldly. The sound of blood splashing is definitely the most beautiful sound in the world to me. Don't you think so? The black-clothed man slowly withdrew the threads that covered the surroundings. Then, he looked at Zhuan with a dazed look in his eyes. "Seems like there's something wrong with your head," Zhuan said slowly, and the words that came out of his mouth made the man in black clothes' face stiffen. "You dare to provoke me? Do you know the consequences of provoking me?" The man in black clothes narrowed his eyes and slowly walked toward Zhuan. With a wave of his right hand, countless threads silently approached Zhuan and then suddenly tightened, wanting to tear Zhuan into pieces. "Consequences? With just you?" The corner of Zhuan's mouth curled up. Just now, among the group of people, Zhuan was most afraid of the young master of the ice and fire family and Elder Fawn. The remaining people's strength was about the same as the people brought by Xing Hui, so he didn't care too much about them. The moment the threads rushed over, Zhuan took a step forward and escaped into the void, dodging the attacks of the threads. "It seems like your ability to escape is not bad, but it ends here." The man in black clothes narrowed his eyes, and with a wave of his hands, countless threads suddenly rushed toward Zhuan, who had just rushed out from another void. Zhuan waved his right hand and took out the ordinary tile. He used his saint power to completely activate the tile's power, and the imposing saint realm shadow of the saint realm stepped out and slammed his palm down. Bang! 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 Instantly, the countless threads that were rushing over collapsed with a loud bang, and the man in black who was controlling the threads was pushed back by the terrifying recoil. "What? This is a saint treasure? Why do you have this kind of thing?" The man in black clothes couldn't believe it. He stared at Zhuan and kept retreating. Zhuan didn't bother to pay attention to him, and with a thought, the palm of the imposing figure was like a mountain and instantly swept in front of the man in black clothes. "No. Are you the one who killed Xing Hui and the others, relying on this saint treasure?" The man in black clothes pulled with his hands, and countless threads gathered from the surroundings. These threads were his saint weapon and were extremely hidden. It was difficult to see them with the naked eye, and they killed silently. Crack! Unfortunately, in the face of the heaven-defying saint treasure, the saint weapon in the black suit was completely useless. It was directly destroyed. The man in the black suit let out a miserable shriek before he was completely annihilated by the palm. After killing the man in black clothes, Zhuan transmitted his voice to Xiao He. "Xiao He, are you done?" Whoosh! After a while, Xiao He rushed out. He stared at the copper wheel that was constantly spinning above and said, "Basically, the formation has been successfully broken, but since the people of the Ice and Fire family left the great copper nirvana formation behind, you don't have to be polite. Take it away." Hee, of course. This great copper nirvana formation can be left for the family to use. Zhuowen grinned and rushed to the sky above Burning Sky City. With a grab of his right hand, he grabbed the copper wheel. Since the formation was broken by Xiaohe, Zhuowen didn't have a hard time taking down the copper wheel. Let's go. I think you killed the people of the Ice and Fire family and took away their great copper nirvana formation. I'm afraid those guys will return soon, Xiaohe quickly said. Zhuowen nodded, took down the copper wheel, and left Burning Sky City like an arrow leaving the bow. In order to increase his speed, Zhuowen even unfolded his lightning wings and repeatedly used the Void Law, covering the surface of his wings. In an instant, his speed reached the limit, and, as if he had teleported, he disappeared from Burning Sky City. Not long after Zhuowen left, the people of the Ice and Fire family returned. When a young master of the Ice and Fire family stared at the copper wheel that disappeared in the sky, his face was extremely gloomy. Young master, Xing Ping is dead, and even the great copper nirvana formation has been taken away. Elder Fong said with some apprehension. The young master of the Ice and Fire family took a deep breath and said coldly, Good. It seems that the culprit was still hiding in Burning Sky City. I was careless. Not only did he kill Xing Ping, but he also took away the great copper nirvana formation. Young master, what should we do? Elder Fong asked. Go to the Eastern Lands. This matter definitely has something to do with the Ryuka in the Eastern Lands. Also, didn't we hear that the core disciple who betrayed the family fled to the Eastern Lands? Maybe I can find a part of the Ice and Fire sacred symbol's origin in the Eastern Lands. The young master of the Ice and Fire family coldly snorted and led the group to leave Burning Sky City and head to the Eastern Lands. Zhuowen did not stop, and with the help of the lightning wings and the Void Law, he flew towards the Eastern Lands at an extremely fast speed. It only took him half a month to return to the Eastern Lands. When he returned, he heard that most of the empires in the Eastern Lands had been taken over by the Black Dragon Empire. Almost the entire Eastern Lands was in the hands of the Black Dragon Empire. However, Zhuowen was not in the mood to care about this matter. He directly entered the Dragon Spectre realm, and without a word, kept all the Ryuka in the Dragon Spectre realm into the Azure Dragon Hall. After doing this, Zhuowen rushed to the Divine Spectre realm. With Yin Ji and the other two, Zhuowen quickly persuaded the people of the Excellent Gods Institute to move the academy into the Azure Dragon Hall. Because of Wu Dai, Zhuowen also went to the Demon God Palace in the Demon Realm. However, the Palace Master of the Demon God Palace refused to enter the Azure Dragon Hall, so Zhuowen did not force him. After doing all this, Zhuowen let out a light breath and walked out of the Nine Netherworld Realm, planning to leave the Nine Netherworld Realm. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.